Shido is a skinny wimp with negative hose. However, when overpowered magic girls appear on Earth to destroy it, he's forced to become the ultimate Rizzlord and will do anything to distract them to save the world.
Just relax. Do I have your consent?
One morning, as Shido and his sister eat their breakfast, he asks her what she would love for lunch, and she tells him she wants a treat at a low-class restaurant in the school. After getting to the restaurant, she tells him they should meet up there after they get out of school today, no matter what happens, even if a spacequake were to take place. Meanwhile, three ugly bitches see them from afar and wonder if the two siblings grew up in Alabama, as they seem to have a thing for each other.
What did he say?
After Kotori leaves, an idiot named Tanamachi grabs him, and later in class, as they talk, a white-haired girl interrupts them by calling Shido's name, leaving him wondering who the heck she is. She sits beside him, and Shido asks his idiotic friend who she is, surprising Tanamachi that he doesn't know Tobiichi, the super genius. Tobiichi would keep staring at him later during the class, making him quite uncomfortable as he wonders if she just wants to get in his pants. A couple of hours later, the bell goes off, and Tanamachi comes to tell Shido that they should go home together, but he replies that he's got other plans. While Tanamachi thinks it's a girl, he tells him it's his little sister, making Tanamachi tell him he wasn't expecting otherwise since his face is too horrible to bag any girl. Suddenly, an alarm goes off, alerting the whole city about an impending spacequake. So everyone starts to run to shelter as the city's inbuilt tech evacuates everyone. Shido wonders where his sister is and hopes she is not dumb enough to stay at the restaurant waiting for him. He tries calling her, but it doesn't go through, and when he checks the GPS to locate her, he realizes she really is dumb after all. He immediately hits the street and starts running toward the restaurant, but on his way, a spacequake suddenly erupts, throwing him off. He soon sees a pretty girl dressed in an outfit you only find in animes, standing far off amid the quake, and he wonders what the heck she is doing there. The girl suddenly grabs her weapon and causes a large quake behind him, scaring him, and then points her weapon at him, threatening to isekai because she thinks he has come to unalive her. He quickly tells her he isn't planning to do that since he can't even isekai to fly, and then some girl fighters come attacking with missiles, and the strange girl blocks all the attacks with her force barrier. She immediately charges at them too, unleashing massive power which surprises Shido. After some exchanges, Shido realizes it's Tobiichi fighting with her and wonders what the heck is going on. The fight continues, and the two girls soon hit their weapons against each other, releasing massive energy into the environment that snaps Shido out. He wakes up in a facility and sees a depressed, miserable lady named Raidney checking him out. She introduces herself as the analysis officer, and he asks her where he is, to which she replies that he is in Fraxina's sickbay, as he was brought here unconscious, but that only makes him more confused. He immediately asks about his sister, and Raidney tells him not to worry about her. She then takes him out to meet someone who had answered his questions, only for him to realize that the said person is his little sister, shocking him. She welcomes him to her command center, the Ratatosker, and starts acting all bossy, making him wonder if this is really his little sister. She explains that the strange lady in anime costume was a spirit from an outside world, and they usually blow up the area whenever they appear on Earth, which is the phenomenon they know as spacequakes, shocking him. She further explains the group of fighters attacking her was the AST, which is the anti-spirit team in Japan responsible for managing the situation and basically slaughtering the spirits, making Shido immediately realize this must have been why she thought he wanted to isekai her too. Finally, she tells him that there is another way of handling the situation, different from the AST, and this is where he will be needed, shocking him. She tells him he will begin training the next day, and he just wonders what the heck he is about to get into. She then asks him why he was outside during the emergency, and he tells her it was because he was looking for her useless ass, but she calls him a fool for believing what she told him. He immediately tells her the GPS said she was at the restaurant, and she reveals that the airship Fraxinus is directly 15,000 meters above the restaurant, making him more shocked. The following day, Shido is called into a private room, and he is introduced to the gaming software resembling Sim, which is supposed to help him train for his upcoming mission. Kotori grabs the joystick and shows him what the game is all about. Following this, he meets Tobiichi to ask about what happened earlier, and she tells him to forget about it. She then tells him she has the mission to isekai all spirits, prompting him to ask if they are all bad, and she tells him she lost her parents 5 years ago because of a spirit, shocking him. Afterward, Kotori and Rei start to train Shido, and he is told that they are teaching him how to smooth-talk spirits to fall in love with him. So they ask him to try his pickup lines on humans first to know how effective or useless they are. He is asked to raise up his homeroom teacher, who has been pure for 29 years, and he can only make up shitty pickup lines with his underdeveloped brain. However, Rei decides to come to his aid and helps him with some lines, which makes the homeroom teacher climax instantly. But he quickly runs off before he runs into trouble. However, he runs into one when he accidentally bumps into Tobiichi, causing her to fall, thus revealing her plot armor is white. Kotori tells him to make her weak in the knees, but his useless brain can only come up with crap, disappointing her. Rei helps him again, and he eventually asks her out on a date, even though he doesn't mean it. Tobiichi expresses her feelings for him too, and he is surprised she agrees to go out with him. So as he tries to tell her it was a prank, an alarm suddenly rings, alerting everyone of an impending spacequake. Tobiichi quickly leaves and goes to kit up in her uniform, preparing to go and bring down the damn spirit. The spirit from the previous day appears again and stays inside a classroom, refusing to come out, which makes it impossible for the AST to attack. So Kotori tells Shido he is the only one who can handle the situation and save her. She also tells him not to worry about what to say as the Fraxinus experts would give him directives. He heads inside the building, and upon entering the class, Dude is welcomed with a laser attack, which would have isekai'd him if he didn't manage to dodge. He quickly tells her to calm down, and she asks him who he is. The committee of experts helps him select the best response to give her, but she gets vexed and almost deletes him from existence. She then approaches him and prepares to send him to Nirvana with her powerful magic ball from her hand. She asks him why he wants her dead, but he quickly tells her he is a student and has no intention of harming her. She soon realizes he is the idiot she met at the field the previous time, so she stops aiming her attack at him and asks what the heck he wants. He tells her he came to talk with her, and even if she ignores him, he will not reject her. Upon hearing this, she immediately becomes shy and tells him he is the first human who has made any attempt to talk to her. He asks for her name, to which she replies that she doesn't have one and tells him to give her a name of his choice. He names her Toka, which means 10th, because he first met her on the 10th of that month, and she likes it. The AST, who have been patient for a while, immediately start to fire at her, but she creates a barrier that blocks all the bullets, and then she tells Shido to leave so he won't be shot. However, he refuses and tells her he is staying right there to talk with her. So she sits with him while holding a barrier above them, protecting them from the ongoing massive fire. As they talk, Kotori tells him to make his move, and as he replies to her, Toka wonders who he is talking to, so she threatens to blast him, thinking he is planning against her. He suddenly asks her out on a date, following Kotori's instructions, but Toka doesn't know what the heck a date means. After a while, Tobiichi sees Shido and launches at them immediately, thinking Toka is holding him hostage. Toka suddenly activates a powerful weapon called Sandalphon and unleashes a strike that sends the whole place crashing down. Tobiichi is later carried off injured, and the next day, while Shido looks at the ruins of the building, Toka appears behind him, surprising him that there was no spacequake alert. She tells him she came because he called her out on a date. However, Shido tells her she can't wear her astral dress for a date, and he shows her a picture of Tobiichi in her school uniform, so Toka magically transforms her suit into the school uniform. As they begin their date, wandering around the city, Toka starts eating everything called food on her way. While she eats his meat, she sees some white cream and becomes excited, telling him she wants that too. Meanwhile, Tobiichi is spying on them, and she wonders why there was no spacequake when Toka appeared this time. Shido asks her where she went after she disappeared the previous day, and she reveals that any time she disappears like that, she goes to a very dark world to sleep. He asks her if she comes to this world whenever she wakes, but she replies that she would instead regard it as being forced out of her sleep because she is drawn to the human world at irregular intervals, and she can't do anything about it. Shido realizes that this means the spacequakes aren't the spirit's doing, but just unintentional accidents. He then asks why it didn't happen today when she appeared, but she refuses to tell him and says she wants another meat in her throat. But Dude is already broke. They soon reach a restaurant, and while Shido tries to dissuade her from going in because he's got no more money, she insists on checking out what's there. However, Tanamachi saves his broke ass when he suddenly appears and gives him some cash. Upon entering the restaurant, he is surprised to see Rei and asks why she is here. So she replies that they discovered and entered this world. As he sits with Toka, Toka slipped under the radar. Checking the menu, Kotori suddenly appears too, shocking him, and she then suggests Toka order a special overkill course. Toka soon starts eating like a glutton again, and when Shido asks Kotori what this is all about, she tells him she is only increasing the odds of Toka falling in love with him since he's got a face only a mother can love. As Kotori later leaves, she tells Shido to head south of the station when they are done here. Following this, Shido does just as Kotori told him, and on their way, the whole residential area transforms into a park to make their date more fun so he can eventually get laid for the first time in his pathetic life. As the date continues, with Toka putting every meat she sees in her mouth, Tobiichi is still spying, and she soon changes into her mech suit, preparing to attack Toka. Later that evening, Toka is excited about the fun she had during the date and tells him how nice she has realized humans are, unlike when she used to think all humans want her dead. She then tells him that she now understands why the mecha team is after her, because she destroys something so beautiful anytime she comes into this world. She starts feeling rejected, saying maybe she ought not to be in this world, but Shido convinces her that there was no spacequake when she came this time. However, she replies that that was just a lucky one, as who knows what might happen the next time she comes. Then, Shido tells her to stay in this world and never leave, promising to teach her all she needs to know about this world. She says the mecha team and others won't want such a dangerous person to live among them, but he tells her he will accept her no matter how much they reject her, surprising her and asks her to hold his hand. As she tries to hold him, Tobiichi, who has been aiming a sniper at Toka, immediately fires a shot, but she misses her target and hits Shido instead, knocking him dead instantly. Tobiichi becomes terrified that she just shot Shido, and upon seeing this, Toka immediately summons her astral suit and Sandolphin, and unleashes a massive attack at Tobiichi. The spacequake alarm goes off, and the guys at Fraxinus worry about the people in the city who are yet to be evacuated. However, Kotori is only concerned about Toka, and her subordinates ask her about Shido, but she tells them to continue working as Shido isn't going down that easily. Suddenly, Shido's bullet wound starts to glow, and he immediately comes back to life, surprising everyone, and Kotori tells them to retrieve him instantly. Meanwhile, Toka is steaming very hot as she unleashes massive energy waves at Tobiichi, intending to isekai her, and Tobiichi feels terrible too, that she is in no way different than a spirit, which isekai'd her parents 5 years ago. Toka prepares to deal the final blow as Tobiichi confesses her sins and says her final prayers, but Shido suddenly starts to fall from the sky. Upon seeing him, Toka quickly catches him and hugs him. Her weapon goes berserk due to an overcharge from her anger the other time. While they wonder what to do to prevent it from destroying the city, Kotori tells Shido to kiss her, which he does immediately, instantly removing all her plot armor as they return to the ground. She then asks him if he will take her on another date, and he agrees even though his ass is already dead broke. A couple of days later, when Shido returns from school, trying to avoid the rain, he wonders why the weather forecast has been very wrong recently, as it was speculated that it wouldn't rain. He sees a young girl named Yoshino, who falls while playing in the rain, and as he tries to care for her, she quickly maintains social distancing and begs him not to hurt her, surprising him. The following day, when he returns from school, wondering why it is raining again, even though the forecast states otherwise, he stops where he met Yoshino the previous day. After thinking about her and her little puppet for a moment, he runs home. On getting home, he pulls off his plot armor and goes to the bathroom immediately, only to see an uncensored view of Toka's plot. He heads over to meet Kotori to ask her what the heck Toka is doing in their house, and she tells him she has decided that she will be staying with them. She further explains that after he kissed her, he sealed her spirit powers, which created an invisible link between the two of them. He asks why he can do this, but Kotori tells him she doesn't know, as they only found out through an analysis at Radithosker. Radney then adds that whenever Toka's mental state becomes unstable, there's a chance that the powers sealed inside of him will return to her, and since she seems to be more at ease whenever she is by his side, it's best she stays here until a specially dedicated home for spirits is built. Kotori also adds that it is an avenue for him to learn how to bag more girls, making him wonder why he needs any more training after he has already sealed Toka's powers. But Kotori tells him that there are many other spirits out there that need his spit, surprising him. Following this, Kotori sets many traps for him so he can be naughty with Toka, all in the name of training, but Toka only gets embarrassed and smacks him each time for being a loser. The next day, while Toka and Tobiichi fight over Shido as they usually do, a spacequake alarm suddenly goes off. As everyone evacuates the building to safety, Tobiichi quickly heads to kit up for battle. Meanwhile, Rainy tells Shido they have to leave Toka behind, since she is now pretty useless since her power has been sealed, and they shouldn't expose her to battles between spirits and AST, He hands Toka to the homeroom teacher and heads to Fraxinus immediately to analyze the situation. He soon discovers that the spirit being attacked is the same girl he saw some days back when returning from school. He immediately decides he's gonna save her, and they prepare him for the mission right away. Later, he enters the building where Yoshino has managed to hide from the attacks of the AST. She soon reveals herself, but doesn't talk as her little puppet is doing all the talking for her, making him wonder why she is allowing the little useless puppet to do this. However, the Ratatouille immediately warns him that her mood is rapidly sinking and tells him to get her in the mood quickly. So he asks her out on a date, but the gullible idiot thinks he is talking about the calendar. Meanwhile, Toka learns that it's dangerous outside while talking to some idiots who can't keep their mouths shut, and she immediately heads out in search of Shido. Yoshino stands on a high structure practicing acrobatics, and while Shido tries to convince her to come down, she slips and falls on him, kissing him in the process. Toka, standing not so far away, gets angry and asks Shido if this was what he came to do here, making him speechless as he was caught in the act. Meanwhile, Kotori informs Shido that Toka's powers have now returned to her. She gets angrier and rants on and on like a nagging housewife. The puppets start trash-talking her too, saying she is a nuisance, and Shido must be tired of her already, which is why he came to see another girl. Toka gets angry and grabs the puppet by the neck, intending to shut its loose mouth permanently. Yoshino moves closer to Toka and tries to take back her puppet, but she doesn't give her, asking Shido to choose between her and Yoshino. Kotori immediately informs Shido that Yoshino's mental state is dwindling. Shido tells Toka to return the puppet, but this only makes her feel he likes Yoshino above her. Suddenly, Yoshino summons Zadkiel, a terrible beast that controls frost, and it starts to attack them. But Shido manages to save Toka. Yoshino jumps out of the building on Zadkiel and runs off as the AST fires several attacks at her, but she manages to escape. Back at the building, Shido tries to touch Toka, but she refuses as she thinks that he prefers Yoshino. Following this, Toka continues to feel terrible and won't talk with Shido, and Raidni decides to visit her to give her a therapy session and find out what's wrong. Meanwhile, Kotori and one creep analyze what happened between Shido and Yoshino back at the building, and they wonder why Yoshino's power wasn't sealed even though they both kissed. At the same time, Shido is wandering in the streets in the rain, and he sees Yoshino looking for her puppet, which she lost while trying to escape from the AST. So he decides to be a nice guy since he's trying to get in her pants anyway. Still in the therapy session, Raidni tells Toka that the kiss between Shido and Yoshino was a mistake and says Shido cares so much about her, which is why he could put himself in danger just to save her back there. While Shido looks for the puppet with Yoshinon, her stomach suddenly growls, and he decides to take her home to give her some food. And after she is done eating, he asks her why she doesn't fight back when the AST attacks her. She replies that she doesn't like being hurt and scary things, just like AST. However, whenever it gets painful and she becomes scared, she goes crazy and ends up doing bad things to everyone. She then says this is why her puppet is her hero, because it always calms her down whenever she is agitated and is about to lose it. Shido rubs her head and promises to help her find her puppet, but then he adds that she won't need her puppet to protect her anymore because he will be her hero, surprising her. He immediately feels embarrassed and apologizes for kissing her the other time, but she doesn't know what kissing means, so he decides to show her again. However, as he is about to kiss her, Toka suddenly barges in, intending to apologize for snubbing him, but she sees them in this sus position, making her angry again. She heads back home to pass the aggression on her innocent pillow. Shido receives intel that Yoshino's puppet has been found, but it's in Tobiichi's residence, so he heads there immediately to pay a surprise visit. She welcomes him in, gives him some horrible-looking tea, and soon leaves for the bathroom. During this time, Shido quickly searches her house like a thief until he finds the puppet and returns to where he was seated. Tobiichi returns from the bathroom looking sus and sits down beside Shido, whose magnum has been disturbed from sleep, but he manages to ask her about her hatred for spirits. He tries to convince her that not all spirits are evil, using Toka and Yoshino as examples, but Tobiichi ain't buying his bullshit and says she will isekai all spirits because a spirit took her parents from her 5 years ago. Shido tells her that Toka's powers have been sealed so she won't cause any more disaster, but Tobiichi tells him they don't know what might happen anytime. However, he tells her he wants her to accept them and not isekai them since she is a nice girl. Tobiichi's phone suddenly rings, signaling an impending spacequake, and she quickly stands up to leave. But as she leaves, Shido asks her if she wouldn't attack a spirit that has lost her powers, and she replies that even though she would like to, it is left to her superior's commands. Meanwhile, the AST start to attack Yoshino as she tries to escape, and they manage to knock her to the ground. As they attempt to finish her off, she suddenly summons Zadkiel, which starts to counterattack as the AST continue to fire at her. As Yoshino escapes, Toka sees her and heads to the scene immediately. Meanwhile, Shido calls Yoshino from afar, stopping her. But as he attempts to bring out her puppet, Tobiichi fires a powerful laser gun at Yoshino, which causes Zadkiel to start charging up to attack immediately, not minding that Shido is there. Toka sees this and realizes that Shido is in danger, so she quickly tries to summon Sandolphin, but she struggles to do so since her powers are sealed. Zadkiel fires a massive attack from its mouth, but Toka manages to save Shido by eventually activating Sandolphin, which deflects the attack. Toka goes to meet Shido and apologizes for being so naughty, while the AST unleashes several attacks on Yoshino. Shido tells Toka he needs her help to save Yoshino, but Toka only thinks he likes her more. However, Shido explains that Yoshino is a spirit like her, and he had promised her he would save her, making Toka realize that it's the same thing Shido did for her too. She immediately pushes Sandolphin to the ground and tells Shido to use this to get to Yoshino. Meanwhile, the AST can't continue attacking due to the powerful force barrier Zadkiel has created, as they would be struck with millions of ice if they move any closer. Tobiichi immediately creates a huge force field and uses it to lift a building, intending to attack Yoshino with it, but Toka suddenly appears and splits it into two. On seeing her, Toka immediately charges at her and the others also switch their target to her. With their attention diverted, Shido heads into the force barrier created by Zadkiel, despite his sister telling him he could be freeze to death, and he manages to get through successfully, though exhausted. On seeing him, Yoshino heals his wound and he gives her her puppet, making her excited. He then tells her he needs to kiss her to save her, feeling embarrassed. And while the idiot won't stop talking, Yoshino shuts his mouth with her lips, immediately vaporizing her clothes as the sky restores to normal. Afterward, Kotori tells Shido Toka will no longer be staying with him as she unveils the new house built to accommodate spirits. One morning, Toka and Yoshino tell Shido they will like to visit a hot spring after seeing a TV ad about it, and he relays the message to Kotori, who has no choice but to grant the request since they don't want the spirits to go crazy. Meanwhile, at the AST base, the captain of the match team and her subordinates agreed to also visit the spring to have some same-gender time together. But Tobiichi objects, saying their ugly should rather be training. However, she receives a call from Shido, who requests permission to hold the book she gave him for 2 more days, because he has something important to attend to. Tobiichi suddenly hears Toka's voice in the background and she becomes pissed, crushing the innocent littlekin in her hand. Shadow, Reine, and the 2 other girls soon get on their way to the spring, but Toka soon destroys the car out of jealousy, seeing how Shido is acting toward Yoshino. Meanwhile, the match team also hopped on an underground train and started heading for the same spring, but masking it as them going to assess the terrain so their superiors won't rebuke them for it. However, their train soon breaks down and they have to continue their journey on foot. Shido and his chicks are also proceeding on foot anyway, since Angry Bird has successfully grounded their car. Toka feels terrible for causing the inconvenience, but Shido, trying to act like the cool guy he is not, tells her he is not mad at her. Soon, the group of idiots at Fraxinus detect that the AST are coming toward the spirits, and not knowing that the AST didn't come for war, one of the idiots orders that they hinder them from moving forward. So the Fraxinus start to create several barricades around the location to delay the mech team, making them wonder what the heck is going on. The Ratatosker team start to launch different unharmful attacks, making them realize an enemy is trying to stop them, so they begin to counterattack too, causing a massive wreckage to the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, as Shido and the girls continue their sojourn, a bomb suddenly explodes right above their heads, causing them to hug the ground, with Yoshino losing her puppet in the process. She starts to cry like a baby immediately, and everywhere starts to freeze as it suddenly starts to rain. But Shido pets her, promising to retrieve it for her ASAP, and the rain stops. He heads out on his ultimate search while the AST and the Ratatosker continue having a beef with each other, and after running through the explosions for a while, he sees the puppet. However, as he dusts the dirt off it, a terrible explosion comes flying at him from above, but just before it hits him, Toka creates a barrier that shields both of them. On seeing Toka in her astral dress, the AST immediately consider attacking, but before Tobiichi can make any move, Toka disappears with Shido, surprising them. Afterward, Kotori takes Shido and the girls to a low-budget hot spring her stupid assistant managed to discover while serving a punishment, and the AST team also head to the hot spring as they initially planned. Moreover, Tobiichi starts to look for Shido since she decided to come because of him, but she doesn't find him anywhere. Following this, Takemiya is introduced to the AST team as the girl who has once isekai'd a spirit, surprising everyone on the team. She sits beside Tobiichi as the captain shows them their previous fight with Yoshino. Tobiichi asks her about the spirit she isekai'd, and she replies that the spirit is different from the conventional ones they'd fought, which is why she was transferred to this unit. While she talks, she suddenly sees Shido on the screen and recognizes him, surprising Tobiichi. After the meeting, Tobiichi tells Takemiya that Shido never talked about having another younger sister, prompting Takemiya to ask if she knows him, and Tobiichi replies that they are lovers, shocking her. Following this, a new student, Kurumi, transfers to the school, and as she is introduced, she reveals that she is a spirit, surprising everyone. She then requests that someone will show her around the school after school since she is new. One brat raises his hand, but she stumps his ass and heads over to Shido's seat to tell him she is the one she wants. Meanwhile, the AS2 realize the girl is really a spirit and wonder why she transferred to the school. Takemiya tells them Kurumi is no ordinary spirit, as she has isekai'd over 10,000 people with her own hands besides the deaths caused by her spacewigs, and they are surprised. After school, Shido and Kurumi meet as planned, while Toka and Tobiichi spy on them out of jealous, as they wonder what the new girl is up to with her crush. Shido, following the guidance of the idiots at Fraxinus, mistakenly asks for the color of her plot armor, and while he thinks she might get mad, the girl is a baddie and tries opening her floodgate for him. But he quickly stops her and asks her what she meant when she called herself a spirit. However, she tells him not to play dumb, surprising him, and he asks her how she knows about him. But she refuses to tell him. She instead tells him that she has had feelings for him ever since she found out about him. She soon grabs his hand and Shido is feeling sus, but the two stupid spies suddenly fall out of their hiding, exposing themselves. A few moments later, while they part, Kurumi whispers in Shido's ears that she will ride his dragon next time they are together alone, and as she leaves, Shido can only thank his god that Toka and Tobiichi came just in time, cause who knows what she would have done to his little sausage. On Kurumi's way, she is crossed by some bullies who want to clap her, so she agrees to the group plot and deceives them away to a corner where she literally eats them up. Takemiya arrives just in time and prepares to fight her. 5 seconds later, Takemiya meets Shido as he goes home with his two side chicks, and she hugs him in excitement, calling him brother. But dude wonders who the heck is this. She follows him home feeling so excited that her brother is alive, but Kotori gets jealous and gets in a fight with her over who is real and who is fake. Later, Shido asks her where she has been, and she replies that she is working but refuses to tell him where she works and hurriedly leaves, making them wonder what she is hiding. The next day, while the homeroom teacher takes the class attendance, they discover that Kurumi is not in class, making them wonder why a new student will be defaulting from the second day of school. Tobiichi says she won't be coming again, but she suddenly appears in class, shocking her. During the class, Shido receives a message from Kotori asking him to come to the physics lab during lunch. Abito later meets Kotori and Rene, who showed him the footage of what happened with Kurumi the previous day. Takemiya, along with the AST, attacked her and brutally isekai'd her. However, she came to school today, leaving them confused about what she really is. Meanwhile, Tobiichi meets Kurumi in the changing room and asks her why she is still alive even though they isekai'd her yesterday. Kurumi immediately restrains her with some eerie hands that suddenly grow out from the floor. She then tells Tobiichi that they are only making futile efforts, prompting her to ask what she is after. Then, Kurumi reveals she enrolled in the school because she wants Shido and all his powers. Later after school, Shido approaches Kurumi to ask her on a date with him, because Kotori had instructed him to do so they can get more info about her, and she delightedly agrees. After she leaves, Tobiichi appears and asks what he was discussing with the devil, but he quickly avoids her and leaves. Meanwhile, Tobiichi thinks about all Kurumi did and said to her, and she becomes worried about him. Upon returning home, Toka dances in a sus way before Shido until he takes the ticket in between her balloons and discovers that she has fixed a date with him the next day. While he is surprised by this, Tobiichi also calls him, asking him to meet her the next day too, shocking him. The next day, he has to meet the three girls without any of them finding out he is seeing the other two, and the Ratatosker promised to assist him in meeting the demands of the three girls without fail. He starts off with Toka, and after spending some time with her in the aquarium, he pretends to have stomach upset, so he can excuse himself to the toilet. But he immediately heads over to Kurumi, who takes him to the lingerie shop to buy some sus clothes. While at the shop, some of his classmates see him, and as they attempt to come over to accuse him of cheating, he quickly pretends to have a stomach upset again and runs over to meet Tobiichi in a different location. They both then sit at the restaurant to eat. He asks Tobiichi why she wanted to meet him, and she tells him she doesn't want him to be alone, and adds that he has to go home with her after the date where he will be staying for a while, surprising him. As they begin to eat, he suddenly sees Toka running across, causing him to choke immediately, so he quickly excuses himself and goes to meet her. He continues to go around in circles among the three, even though he is exhausted from running around. At the same time, he tries to escape from his classmates who saw him earlier, but Yoshino managed to distract them. After a while, Shido sits alone by a forest and notices some messed up dudes testing their guns on a cat, so she heads there to make it more amusing for them. Meanwhile, the Ratatosker lose track of her as the surveillance system suddenly cuts off, shocking them. Tobiichi and Toka bump into each other and are surprised to see themselves. They soon realize that Shido is a Casanova, and Tobiichi, thinking he must have brought a third girl, which is why he is currently not with them, immediately runs off to look for him. As Shido returns to where he left Kurumi, and doesn't find her. He wonders where she is and Kotori informs him that they lost her. They instantly receive an alert warning of a massive spirit wave coming from the woods, and Shido immediately heads into the forest in search of her. However, he becomes terrified when he sees the whole place soiled in blood and a man's foot left on the ground. He sees Kurumi brutally shooting a man with a wicked smile on her face and a pre-installed hublot watch in her left eye. He quickly tries to escape, but Kurumi captures him with her horrible hands and approaches him. She grabs him and licks her lips as she plans to start eating lunch. However, Takemiya suddenly appears to save him and then unleashes massive strikes with her special weapon that severely injures Kurumi before she could make any move. Shido is shocked and asks her how she is so calm about this. After isekaiing someone, and she replies that it's a spirit and isekaiing them is what she does for a living. She further explains that Kurumi is a special kind of spirit, which no matter how they eliminate her, she keeps coming back to life. She adds that this is why she has to keep isekaiing her, since Kurumi is fond of sending people to nirvana. Dude still tries to defend her, but Takehima shuts his ass out with a barrier and approaches Kurumi, preparing to deal the final damage. Shido heads over to Frax and is feeling terrible, that he once thought all spirits are good, but that belief has changed since he met Kurumi. He then tells Kotori he wants to give up, but she smacks him on the cheek and tells him to stop being a coward as there is no quitting for him. Afterward, as he heads back home from school, Toka meets him and drags him away to have some fun time with her, and later that evening, Shido tells her how he needs to stop Kurumi from isekaiing more people, but he doesn't know how to talk to her since she seems really different from her in Yoshino. However, Toka tells him that Kurumi is a spirit too, and is in no way different from them. She adds that if not for him, she could have also turned out like Kurumi, and the only difference between her and Kurumi is that someone extended a caring hand to her. This boosts Shido's confidence, and the next day, he meets Kurumi to tell her he is going to save her and stop her from isekaiing people. You would think she would be touched by his kind gesture, but she goes to the rooftop and causes more chaos instead, trying to test if he meant what he said. She stains the cameraman's lens with blood, affecting the school building, and all the students fall to the ground immediately. Meanwhile, Takemiya confronts Kotori for putting Shido in danger by sending him off to spirits alone unarmed. She then tells her she will take care of him from now on, but Kotori chuckles and tells her she is never going to entrust Shido to a corrupt company like the Duas Ex Machina Industries, shocking Takemiya, who wonders how she knows about them. Kotori tells her she knows she works for them and was transferred to the AST, further shocking her. However, Takemiya tells her she's indebted to the company and can never repay them, surprising Kotori, who then reveals that they analyzed her saliva and found out that the company infused her body with excess amount of magic, which reduced her lifespan to 10 years. Shocking Takemiya, who wasn't aware. They both receive a call about the ongoing situation in the school, and they immediately head out. Meanwhile, Shido sees Toka also writhing in pain and wonders why he is the only one not affected, and Reini tells him it's because Toka and Yoshino's powers are sealed within him. Kurumi calls him from the rooftop and tells him to come over if he has business with her, so he leaves immediately. Tabichi activates her mech suit and heads for the rooftop too, but she is crossed by one of Kurumi's clones. Toka, realizing that Shido might be in danger going alone, manages to unseal her powers, but she is suddenly attacked by another Kurumi. On the rooftop, Shido asks Kurumi what the heck she is doing, and she replies that it's the time-consuming castle, a barrier that sucks the time out of those who tread her shadow. Shido is shocked, and she further explains that the hublot watch in her left eye represents her lifespan, and every time she uses her magic, it drains a lot from it, so she replenishes it, occasionally using this method. She then tells Shido he is the main reason she came here, as she desires to eat his meat in the traditional way. Hearing this, Shido tells her to leave the others out since he is the one she came for, but she tells him he has to take back the trash he said earlier about saving her, or something like that before she can. However, he pleads that she should remove the barrier, but he's not giving up on her, making her pissed. She then immediately induces a spacequake, which immediately triggers the spacequake alarm, shocking the guys at Fraxinus. However, Reidney informs Shido that Kurumi's mental state is changing, as though she is afraid of him, so he immediately climbs the railing and threatens to unalive himself since she really desires to eat him. She tells him to stop the cat, but Shido suddenly backdives from the building, shocking her, so she quickly jumps after and saves him before he hugs the ground. He tells her he will chew his tongue if she doesn't clean the blood stain on the cameraman's lens, so she immediately clears at the snap of a finger. Shido then starts preaching the good news, making her change her mind, and she attempts holding his hand to accept salvation. Another clone of Kurumi stabs her from behind, isekaiing her instantly. She then captures Shido with her horrific arms, and she attempts to touch him. Takemiya suddenly cuts off her arm, but she immediately summons a custom-made watch and a gun, which she uses to turn back time, restoring her arm. She shoots at Takemiya, throwing her off, and then suddenly appears behind her to shoot her again. Toka and Tobiichi arrives at the rooftop, but before they can make any move, Kurumi summons many of her Tan remnants. She tells Takemiya this is the reason she can never unalive her, because she has different versions of herself from different times. She restrains them and then activates another spacequake, but Kotori suddenly appears and cancels it with an equally powerful force, shocking everyone to see her in an astral dress. She then summons her weapon and prepares to fight. They begin an intense battle, and after several exchanges, Kurumi suddenly stops time and summons all her clones to rain fire at her, before approaching her and putting the final bullet in her skull, knocking her to the ground. Kurumi mocks her, thinking she has won, but Kotori's wounds heals instantly, and she returns to her feet, shocking her. Kurumi quickly summons her clones to attack her, but she blows them up as they gather around her. Then, Kurumi shoots herself to unleash more power, instantly weakening Kotori as she prepares another attack. Kurumi, mocking her, prepares to shoot her, but Kotori suddenly summons a very powerful weapon and blasts Kurumi's clones off as they try to protect her, also destroying her clock. Kurumi falls to her knees, exhausted, and Kotori prepares another blast. Upon seeing this, Shido fears that she might die, and he tries cautioning Kotori, but when she doesn't listen, he quickly runs to block the blast. Kotori fires at her cannon and immediately realizes that Shido is there. Shido later wakes up in the hospital from a dream where he sees himself and Kotori in the midst of chaos. On seeing Rei-ni, he starts to ask a lot of questions, trying to know if everyone, and Rei-ni suddenly puts his head on her soft pillows before telling him that everyone is fine, even though Kurumi managed to get away. Rei-ni takes him to where Kotori is, and upon meeting her, he asks if she is a spirit. She replies that she is human, even though the data says she is a spirit, confusing him. She further explains that she was born a human, but not until 5 years ago when she became a spirit, or better put, she became a human with a spirit's power. Shido immediately remembers the dream he had of what happened in the past, and he tells her about it, surprising her of how true that might be. He then asks her how she became a spirit, but she tells him she can hardly remember. Shido asks how the heck they forgot something so important, and she suggests that someone must have wiped their memories. He then asks how she has managed to suppress her powers since then, and she replies that he was the one who sealed them, surprising him. She adds that although no one knows why, he has the ability to seal spirits' powers, which is why the Ratatoskr chose him to be the one to contact them. Shido asks again how come he's got healing powers, and she tells him it's her powers, surprising him. She then calls him forward and punches him, telling him he would have died if not that she came back to herself, because whenever she regains her powers, she occasionally loses herself, and has the strong urge to destroy things and isekai people. He asks if her powers will return to him, and she tells him no except he seals again like he did with Toka and Yoshino. Since she retrieved 100% of her powers, he has to date her and make her fall in love with him, surprising him. Kotori suddenly collapses and Rei-ni comes to attend to her. Later, Rei-ni tells him that Kotori can only hold her spiritual energy for 2 more days, after which she will completely lose herself and will no longer be the Kotori he knows. So he has to have a date with her in 2 days where he will seal her powers. Afterward, Shido visits Takemiya in the hospital, but he isn't allowed to see her, so he meets Toka instead. And later, as he prepares to leave, she asks him about the spirit of flames that appeared while they fought Kurumi. He tells her he was knocked unconscious too, refusing to tell her. He then asks why she is concerned about her, and she replies that it was that spirit that burned her parents before her eyes 5 years ago. Since then, she has been looking for her, so she decided to join the AST and started hunting spirits to avenge her parents. Following this, Shido prepares for his date with Kotori by wasting a lot of time with the other girls, and later that evening, he meets the vice commander of Ratatoskr to tell him how clueless he is about how to seal Kotori's powers. The dude tells him he's got the footage of what happened on the Great Fire Day 5 years ago, and asks if he would like to see. Maybe it'd be of help in finding out how he sealed Kotori's powers then. As Shido later checks the footage, he sees a strange figure, besides himself and Kotori, that day, and reasons that it must have been responsible for Kotori's powers. He racks his brain, trying to recall what happened, but it becomes overwhelming and he collapses. The next day, which is the day of the date, he meets Kotori and the date begins. He tries all the rise techniques he learned on the internet, but they ain't working, and he wonders what the heck he is going to do, because if he continues at this rate, he will never be able to save her. After a while, Kotori excuses herself, and when she leaves, Shifo also leaves to talk to the guys at Fraxinus about some other lines he can deploy. And as he walks, he shockingly sees Rei-ni attending to Kotori, as she is currently feeling pains. He sneaks behind them to listen to what they are saying, and he discovers that Kotori has been using drugs to stabilize herself since she regained her powers, but she doesn't want him to know, so he doesn't date her out of pity. He returns to the beach side, and when Kotori returns, he throws away the covered earpiece he is using in communicating with Fraxinus, since they are a bunch of idiots too anyway. He decides to unleash his inner god-tier Reese and suggests they head to the amusement park. Meanwhile, Tobiichi meets her superior, who shows her the new equipment they just got. She asks if this can be used to defeat Ifrit, the spirit of flames, making her superior wonder if Ifrit was the spirit in the footage from 5 years ago. Tobiichi is surprised and requests to see the video, only to discover that the spirit of flames she has always been after is Kotori. Meanwhile, Shido and Kotori spend some fun time together, and after a while they sit to talk, but she is so in the mood that she expects that he will kiss her. Meanwhile, a report reaches Tobiichi's superior at AST that the new tech is missing along with some other ammunition, and she immediately recalls Tobiichi asking if the new equipment can defeat Ifrit, making her realize that she must have broken in to use them. Shido attempts asking Kotori about what happened 5 years ago, but someone suddenly blasts at her, terrifying him, and as he looks to find out who it is, he discovers it is Tobiichi. He asks her what the heck she was thinking, and she replies that she just isekai'd Kotori. However, Kotori suddenly reappears and calls her an idiot for thinking she could take her down so easily. Tobiichi starts shooting heavily at her from her huge cannons, and Kotori quickly changes into her astral dress and summons her weapon. Then they begin to exchange attacks, affecting the surrounding area. Toka and Yoshino, who are on the other side of the amusement park, notice the turbulence and reason that Kotori and Shido must be facing a powerful enemy. So Toka attempts to go and help, but Yoshino's puppet tries to convince her otherwise, since her spiritual powers are currently sealed. However, Toka says that as Shido is doing all his best to save Kotori, that she will also do everything she can to protect him. She leaves immediately in her astral suit, and seeing this, Yoshino decides to join her in protecting him too. As the battle continues, with Kotori blocking Tobiichi's powerful attacks by creating several barriers, she suddenly feels weak and realizes that she has used too much power. So Tobiichi quickly uses this opportunity by capturing her with 2 glowing ropes from her cannons before unleashing another brutal attack, but Kotori manages to protect herself. She then charges at Tobiichi and starts hitting her equipment until it becomes deactivated. At this moment, Kotori has already gone crazy and doesn't mind isekai'ing her, even though Shido is yelling at the top of his lungs that she stops. She summons her weapon again and attempts to erase her bloodline, but Tobiichi suddenly reveals that this was how she unalived her parents 5 years ago, shocking her. Kotori falls to the ground, and Tobiichi immediately charges up her weapon again and starts blasting at her, which Kotori manages to block with a barrier. Shido quickly intercepts them and tells Tobiichi to stop attacking, but she doesn't listen as she tells him she has lived solely for this purpose for the last 5 years. He suggests that she is only after the spirit of flames and not his sister, but Tobiichi is confused by the trash he is saying and replies that Kotori is the spirit of flames. She prepares to fire another attack, but Toka and Yoshino suddenly arrive and distract her, while Shido quickly takes Kotori away from the scene. As the 2 other girls combat Tobiichi, Shido confesses his feelings for Kotori, making her embarrassed, and she does the same before he finally kisses her, sealing her powers immediately, thus healing his wounds. He then turns to Tobiichi and tells her to isekai him, instead, since she is after Ifrit and the spirit is now inside him and not his sister. He tells her that it was Ifrit who took her parents 5 years ago and not Kotori. Tobiichi doesn't understand what he is talking about, and he explains that someone else was responsible for what happened to Kotori. Tobiichi soon maxes out her limit, and as she tries shooting with a normal gun, she collapses from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Kurumi appears again on the other side of town. Back at Fraxinus, Rei-ni tells Shido that his date with Kotori didn't make any difference, surprising him since he thought he was supposed to raise Kotori's emotional levels before he could see her powers. However, Rei-ni tells him that Kotori's emotional levels have always been at the max toward him because she has feelings for him. Kotori becomes embarrassed and quickly knocks Shido off with a kick, saying the machine must be broken. After this, Kotori tells them that she finally remembers the spirit from 5 years ago, but since they can't yet rule out the possibility that someone wipes their memories, they need to store the information outside their heads. Kotori prepares to leave the scene, and before she leaves, she asks Shido if what he said to her yesterday was true, and he confirms it was, just that he only loves her as a sister, pissing her off. After an eventful month, Shido wakes up to a huge explosion and wonders whose mom just waltzed inside his house. Concerned, he sprints Naruto style and finds Toka bawling her eyes out, cause she spilled juice all over his precious notes. She's convinced he's gonna hate her now, and with her emotions all over the place, she turns into a walking nuke. Not wanting his country to experience another kaboom moment, Shido uses his max chill approach and tries to calm her down. But then he hears Yoshino's screaming from the bathroom. He rushes in and sees the whole thing frozen solid, and Yoshino's they're wrapped in a towel, Pointing at the poor puppet that she'd accidentally drowned, he tells her to stop turning everything into Ice Age so he could take it out. As soon as he grabs it out of the tub, the whole house gets back to being less chaotic. Meanwhile, Tobiichi stands before the inquiry officer who is about to decide her fate. As he is about to punish her, the meeting is interrupted by a loser named Westcott, who appears to be a smug bastard just because he has white hair. Back at the Itsuka household, Toka and Yoshino eavesdrop on Shido and his sister Kotori talking with each other. Kotori scolds Shido for sleeping all the time, but Shido brushes his sister off by saying he has actual school to attend. He then walks over to the counter to make some breakfast for his two girlfriends. On the other hand, two ugly girls with their plots spilling out of their shirts discuss Tobiichi's suspension. They tell her that she is lucky they didn't toss her out of the regiment, and wonder why someone from DM came to help an unpopular loner like herself and tell her to get some rest, while they take care of the palace. As Shido is about to dig into his breakfast with his cuddle crew, he receives a text from Tobiichi saying that she is waiting for him outside his crib, ready for some deep meat grinding session. This prompts Shido to leave his breakfast as he goes to see her. However, before he could step out, Toka, being a love-starved rat, asks Shido to take her out, but Shido tells her to wait for him. Feeling disappointed, Yoshino and Toka decide to watch their favorite TV show, where the husband is leaving the house, ending his relationship with his wife, much like your own parents. When Shido walks out, he sees Tobiichi hiding behind a lamppost. He walks up to her, and she weirdly asks him why he called her here. He looks at her, wondering what the heck she smokes to act this weird. She tells him that they need to talk privately, and takes him to the women's toilet. Now in the toilet, Shido practically screams when Tobiichi lifts her skirt so he can dip his pinky in her stinky. However, seeing Shido's uncultured response, Tobiichi says she wants to show him why they call her Soul Snatcher. Sighing, Shido tells her that he came out to talk to her about the events that transpired a month ago, when she went batshit crazy and tried to kill his sister. Once Tobiichi is on board with what's going on, Shido insists that Kotori is not the spirit that turned her into an orphan loser. After vouching for Kotori's innocence, Shido pleads with her to believe in him, much like your lying ex who was definitely cheating behind your back. Feeling threatened by Shido's screen time, Tobiichi cuts him off and says she believes in him so he can stop yapping now. Hearing this, Shido thanks her, but Tobiichi insists that she should be thanking him for not sending her ass to the electric chair since she tried to cancel Kotori's life subscription. As they're about to leave, Tobiichi hits Shido with an unexpected question, asking if he's a human. Back at the Itsuka household, Toka, wanting to impress Shido, decides to get all wifey and starts cleaning his room. While she is about to start cleaning, she discovers a suitcase that resembles one she'd seen in her melodramatic drama serial on television. Connecting the drama with real life, Toka grows worried, and her anxiety levels rise, turning her into a destructive machine. As she runs to make sure Shido isn't leaving her bit ass, she comes across the female toilets and finds Shido with Tobiichi. Seeing them together, Toka is convinced she is about to get dumped, which causes her to fall on her knees. With pain laced in her voice, Toka asks Shido why is he picking a boring girl over her, who has multiple breakdowns in a day. Before he could answer, Toka runs off and Shido follows after her. Once he finds Toka, who accuses him of liking Tobiichi more, Kotori contacts him and informs him about Toka's fragile emotional state. Furthermore, Rin notices that Toka's emotional state is affecting the gradual return of her spirit powers. She speculates that the recurring restoration of Toka's powers might be linked to a weakening connection between them. Building on this, Kotori warns that if the connection fully disappears, another spacequake could occur. To prevent this, she instructs Shido to lift Toka's spirits. When Shido asks how, Kotori reminds him of their usual method, taking the spirits on dates and making them fall in love with him. With this in mind, Shido soon asks Toka on a date. However, when Toka is unable to eat her favorite bread, she becomes more unstable than a 90s housewife. Back at Fraxinus, Kanazuki returns with a handful of breads. Seeing this, Kotori orders him to hand some to Shido. With water under the bridge, a happy Toka returns home while munching on her bread. Later on, Shido packs his suitcase and takes it to meet with Tobiichi, as he had promised to help her get some supplies for the annual school trip. However, seeing Shido with a suitcase, Toka recalls how your dad left you and becomes more flustered. To ease her mind, she tails Shido and finds him at the station with Tobiichi. Believing he is about to leave her, Toka uses her spirit power to snatch away Shido's suitcase and runs off with it. With a spacequake now inevitable, the city falls into panic while Shido pursues Toka. After finding her at the park, Shido reveals the whole story to her. However, since her powers are now out of bound, Toka accidentally ends up hurting Shido. Meanwhile, Rin informs the group that Toka has reached the danger zone and that the overflowing power will destroy the town and even Toka herself. Knowing the stakes, Kotori orders everyone to stand on as she believes in her brother's ability to be a Rizzler. Back at the playground, Shido musters all his might and places a kiss on Toka's lips, sealing her spirit powers again. Elsewhere, Westcott receives an update from his secretary, Ellen, informing him that she has detected the spirit known as Princess, the same spirit who vanished from Tengu City 3 months ago. Ellen's report reveals that Princess is now attending Raisin High School in Tengu City under the alias Toka Yedogami. Intrigued by this discovery, Westcott decides to investigate the situation further in their own way. As the students of Raisin High prepare to board the plane, they're all stunned to find Toka in the boy's uniform. Meanwhile, Shido looks like he's about to pass from the sheer craziness of the trip. He can't stop thinking about how her huge plots are spilling out of her shirt. On the other hand, Toka remains determined to stay close to her beau, despite her not-so-convincing disguise. The teacher tries to explain that just wearing boys' clothes won't make her grow a pork sword, but Tobiichi jumps in, saying that Toka's dedication shows she has massive nuts. She argues that if Toka wants to switch genders to be with Shido, then Shido should switch to join the girls. Overwhelmed with so much attention, Shido jumps in and tells his teacher to cut it out or he'll call the Rainbow Army on her. In the end, the teacher compromises and lets Toka and Tobiichi sit next to Shido on the plane. Meanwhile, at Fraxinus, Kotori gets informed by her staff that the travel agency covering the trip cost is owned by Dim Industries, raising suspicions that they might be planning something sus with this school trip. On the flight, Shido finds himself sandwiched between Toka and Tobiichi, who are constantly bickering for his attention. Tobiichi nudges Shido, asking him to look at the scenery. Toka, not to be outdone, throws a tantrum when Shido refuses to look at the airplane carpet she's desperately trying to show him. Amid the chaos, a mysterious woman with specs bigger than her face snaps a picture of Toka. Shido is puzzled, but Tobiichi quickly explains that she's the photographer accompanying them for the trip, leaving out the part where Ellen works for Dim Industries and is spying on Toka. Ellen, the photographer, tries to return to her seat, but two overly lonesome attention-seeking students interrupt her with random questions about her camera. Not wanting to deal with someone's crotch goblins, she walks away. At a Ruby Island, Toka rushes toward the ocean, and Shido follows her. While they chat, their teacher announces that the group will be visiting a museum. Shido tries to get Toka back to the group, but she stops, saying she senses someone spying on them and takes off. Ellen notices them running away and is about to follow, but Mai, and Mai appear out of nowhere and distract her with their sudden interest in her, grabbing her arms and dragging her away as she struggles to escape. Meanwhile, Shido and Toka sprint away from the group, only to be caught in a massive hurricane that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. 3 trash cans crash into Toka, knocking her out cold. Shido attempts to carry her to safety but encounters 2 spirits locked in an intense battle, causing huge thunderclaps and chaos. Yuzuru, a spirit dressed in ribbons barely covering her huge plots, and Kaguya, dressed similarly, argue about who the true Yamai is. Ignoring the storm around them, they continue bickering while Shido, confused, tries to intervene. The 2 spirits question Shido's interference in their sacred battle. When suddenly, Yuzuru has an epiphany and points out that after centuries of fighting, they've achieved nothing but equal wins, losses, and draws. She proposes a new way to settle their rivalry. Whoever wins Shido's heart will be declared the true Yamai. The challenge is set. Back with the school group, Tobiichi grows worried when Shido doesn't return and prepares to go look for him. Just as she's about to leave, she sees him coming back with 2 new girls and an unconscious Toka. Tobiichi's jealousy flares up upon noticing that both Yuzuru and Kaguya have bigger plots than her. Back at the school, their teacher Tama-e makes space for the girls in Shido's class. Yuzuru and Kaguya quickly fixate on Shido, competing for his attention and begging him to choose between them. As Tama-e tries to settle the twins into the class, they reveal that they were once a single spirit to Mai, and that their contests are an effort to decide whose personality will remain when they fuse back into one being. Shido, overwhelmed with the chaos of the 2 Hello Kitty girls, tries to relax and walks over to the pool area, but ends up in the water strip with both of them by his side, each trying her best to get his attention by pressing his arms to their almost wet bare bodies. Kaguya asks Yuzuru to go on and try seducing Shido first, but Yuzuru senses that Kaguya does not have any moves and she is only trying to play mind games and refuses to go first. They start their mindless bickering again, this time over who has bigger plots. Shido tries to stop them so that no one hears them inside, but then the door opens and Toka enters with her plots on full display and jumps in the pool. She then notices Shido and the girls, but Shido tells her that they tricked him into being here. As they are talking, the whole block of girls enter the pool, causing Shido to run while hiding his precious jewels with his hands. As he hides behind a rock, Toka follows him and tells him that she will cover for him, making it easy for him to leave the pool area. While Toka is trying to hide Shido, Fate decides to be the B word, causing Shido to fall inside the icy water. Somewhere else, Ellen reports to the invisible airship and orders the deployment of a Bandersnatch unit, instructing them to remain on standby for further action. Both Kaguya and Yuzuru continue on with their fatherless attempts to seduce Shido by sneaking into his room at the resort. Shido, feeling utterly embarrassed, realizes why women are constantly pissed at the XI chromosome gang. Meanwhile, Toka and Tabichi argue over who will take care of Shido. Their bickering escalates until Mai suggest a better way to settle the dispute. As Toka and Tabichi head to the trio's room, Ellen orders 3 Bandersnatch units to be stationed outside. However, as Ellen opens the door to inspect the situation, a pillow unexpectedly smacks her in the face, exposing her presence to Mai and Mi. Back in Shido's room, he finds his honor in the hands of the twins and begs them to stop treating him like a piece of meat. Outside, Tamon, noticing the late-night commotion, wonders why everyone is so lively. Hearing that Shido is sick, she knocks on his door to check on him. Unfortunately, at that very moment, a naked Shido tries to make his escape, but ends up landing on Tamon, exposing his little friend to her. Above Orubi Island, James Paddington and his crew closely monitor the resort. When he receives no word from Ellen, he orders the immediate withdrawal of the 3 Bandersnatch units. The following day, Shido waits for the twins at the beach under Reen's guidance. As they discuss how to handle the situation, Shido considers letting the twins win him over, to which Reen agrees. This plan would involve the twins following her advice on how to gain his affection, giving her some control over their actions. Shido adds that this might create the opportunity to seal both of them. Though Reen cautions that due to their competitive nature, kissing one of them could provoke a negative reaction from the other. Still, Reen believes this might be their only chance and encourages Shido to proceed. Determined, Shido vows to do whatever it takes to save the twins. After Reen cuts off communication, Kaguya and Yuzuru arrive at the beach, and Shido compliments them on their swimsuits. The twins then ask Shido to rub sun lotion on them, which sparks another argument over whose skin is more appealing and which of them he prefers. While both of them continue to fight, Shido's pathetic mind breaks at the sight of so much skin. Their fight continues until Shido decides to solve the problem by rubbing lotion on both of them simultaneously. Meanwhile, Ellen keeps a close eye on Toka and instructs the Arbitel to track her movements. However, Ellen's surveillance is interrupted when she falls into a sandpit set up by Mai and Mi, who mischievously bury her in the sand alongside Tanamachi, who tells Ellen to not hit on him since he's loyal to his e-girl. Later at the beach, Toka and Tabichi join Shido, Kaguya, and Yuzuru. Shido quickly notices the familiarity between the twins and the 2 girls. Kaguya explains that she has befriended Toka and made her sensei, while Yuzuru sought advice from Tabichi and has decided to learn under her guidance. Tabichi curiously asks what they're doing at the beach, and as Shido fumbles to explain, Reen steps in, announcing that they are planning to play beach volleyball. In private, Shido asks Reen why she showed up so unexpectedly, and she explains that the plan had to change due to Toka and Tabichi's arrival. During the volleyball match, Reen partners Shido with the twins, giving them an opportunity to bond while playing together. Consequently, Reen teams up with Toka and Tabichi to face off against Shido and the twins in the volleyball match. Shido worries that neither Kaguya nor Yuzuru will be able to cooperate, and he's equally unsure about Toka and Tabichi's ability to work together. However, Reen assures him not to worry, revealing that she secretly told Toka and Tabichi that the winning team would know which hand Shido uses for his morning cardio. During the match, the twins initially struggled to coordinate, giving Toka and Tabichi an early advantage. The two opponents even begin teasing Kaguya and Yuzuru for their inability to work as a team, which provokes the twins into cooperating more effectively. Their newfound teamwork leads them to score against Toka and Tabichi, prompting them to celebrate together, only to quickly resume their usual bickering afterward. Later, behind a small shed, Shido consults with Rin, asking if their plan is really going to work. Rin admits she's uncertain herself. Just then, Kaguya appears and shyly asks Shido if she can speak with him privately. Surprised, Shido asks Rin if this was part of her instructions, but Rin denies it. Noticing Kaguya's nervousness, Shido tries to reassure her, though Kaguya attempts to play it cool. However, she quickly loses her composure when Shido looks at her with concern, causing her to blush and fumble. Kaguya then gets to the heart of the matter and urges him to pick Yuzuru instead of her. Later, Yuzuru approaches Shido with a similar request, asking him to choose Kaguya over her. Unbeknownst to each other, both twins selflessly express their desire for the other to be chosen, as they simply want the other to live happily. Shido, however, tells them that whichever one is not chosen will disappear, and both Kaguya and Yuzuru confirm this. When Shido asks for an explanation, they reveal that their wish is for the other to continue living and experiencing the world. Kaguya explains that this is why she initiated the Battle of Charm, while Yuzuru confesses that she accepted the challenge for the same reason. Each twin declares that the other is cuter and more deserving to be the true Yamai. With that, they warn Shido that if he doesn't choose, they'll blow up the whole island. With so much weighing on his mind, Shido shares everything with Toka that night, but to his dismay, Kaguya and Yuzuru end up overhearing everything. Pissed off, a fight begins between them. Elsewhere, Tabichi wanders outside the hotel in search of Shido, but instead encounters a lone Bandersnatch. Before she can react, Rin suddenly appears and questions why Tabichi is outside. Distracted for a brief moment, Tabichi is caught off guard as the robot lunges at both her and Rin. Meanwhile, aboard the Fraxinus, Kanazuki takes charge and deploys Idefolium. In a bold move, he deactivates the airship's stealth mode, briefly revealing their presence to the Arbitol before the Fraxinus disappears again. Paddington, recognizing the airship as belonging to Ratatosker, immediately commands his crew to prepare for an attack. Back on the island, Kaguya and Yuzuru's argument escalates as they confront each other over their mutual willingness to sacrifice themselves. Frustrated, they decide to settle the matter by resuming their original plan. A duel or the last one standing is the victor. As the two Psych Ward residents clash in a fierce battle, Shido tries to stop them by telling them to stop for him. As the Arbitel aggressively attacks on the Fraxinus, Kanazuki begins to vibrate with pleasure. Seeing this, Shizaki frantically contacts Kotori to ask her if Kanazuki has been touched by his uncle. Realizing something is wrong, Kotori asks what's wrong. Shizaki then informs her that the airship is under attack and that they may not be able to hold out much longer. Despite the urgency, Kotori remains calm and reassures Shizaki that she and the rest of the crew will be safe as long as they follow Kanazuki's instructions. On a Ruby Island, the fierce battle between the Yamai twins rages on. Watching from below, Shido wonders aloud why they are fighting despite their obvious love for each other. Suddenly, Toka warns Shido that she senses something nearby. As they peer into the forest, they notice lights shining from within and hear a familiar voice. The source of the voice is revealed to be Ellen, who steps out and explains that she had been waiting for an opportunity to confront Toka alone. However, Ellen is caught off guard upon discovering the twins, recognizing them as spirits, and addressing them by their codename, Berserk. Confused, Shido questions who Ellen is and asks if she is part of the ASD, but Ellen denies the allegations. She then gestures to the Bandersnatch units, ordering them to capture Toka. However, as soon as they lunge at her, Toka swiftly dispatches them with her angel, Sandalphon. Seeing Toka in her limited astral dress and wielding her angel, Ellen confidently confirms that Toka is indeed the spirit known as Princess, and calmly asks her to come with them. In response, Toka raises Sandalphon toward Ellen, but Shido quickly enters White Knight mode, urging Toka not to point her angel at an unarmed woman. Toka, however, remains firm, stating that she can sense something dangerous about Ellen. She explains that Ellen's aura feels similar to that of an AST member, but far more powerful and ominous. Just as Toka finishes speaking, Ellen swiftly equips her CR unit and prepares for battle. She orders the Bandersnatch units to stand down, stating that she wants to personally test if Toka is as powerful as rumored. Without hesitation, Toka charges at Ellen, Sandalphon in hand, ready to meet her head-on. Despite wriggling like a caterpillar in heat, Kenosuke proves himself as a good leader by successfully attacking the enemy while keeping the Fraxinus safe. Back on the battlefield, Toka and Ellen clash in a fierce duel. Ellen deflects one of Toka's attacks and tells her that she is a disappointment. To Toka's dismay, Ellen effortlessly breaks through her guard and shatters Sandalphon, leaving her momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Ellen lands another blow, knocking Toka down. Shido, filled with concern, calls out to Toka and rushes toward her, but is blocked by the Bandersnatch units. Ellen then orders them to subdue Toka and bring her to the Arbital. Feeling like a Victorian girl suffering from disgusting food, Shido refuses to let this cycle of helplessness continue. He cries out Toka's name, his eyes changing as he raises his hand. To his astonishment, the Bandersnatch units are suddenly torn apart. Ellen, equally shocked, watches as Shido manifests Toka's angel Sandalphon. On the other hand, Fraxinus and Arbital continue to fight like a social media couple. Meanwhile, down below, a smirk plays on Ellen's lips as she tells Shido he's coming with her too. She orders the remaining Bandersnatch units to capture Shido, even if it means hurting him where the sun doesn't shine. As Shido struggles to defend himself, Toka watches helplessly, unable to intervene. Just then, the Arbital sustains more damage to its starboard side, causing a fire to break out in the control room. As a result, the Bandersnatch lose their power source and collapse before they can reach Shido. Ellen quickly requests a status report from the Arbital and learns that their airship is under attack. This momentary distraction gives Shido the chance to grab Toka and make a run for it. Ellen attempts to chase them but ends up falling into a hidden pit, with the Bandersnatch units run a train on her. Before losing consciousness, she wonders who set the trap. Of course, it was all Mai and Mi's doing, who are now asleep peacefully. With their control room ablaze and communication with Ellen cut off, the Arbital is forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Shido and Toka make their way to the beach, only to find that the twins are still locked in battle. Shido desperately calls out for them to stop, but his pleas go unheard. In an attempt to get their attention, Shido summons Sandalphon and begins waving it around. Unsure of what to do next, he turns to Toka for guidance. Toka reminds him that Sandalphon responds to the will of its user, and that his desire to protect her earlier had caused it to manifest. Feeling nervous, Shido hesitates, but Toka places her hand on Sandalphon alongside his, reassuring him. Encouraging him to concentrate on his wish, Toka instructs Shido to swing Sandalphon with purpose, trusting that the sword will respond. Taking a deep breath, Shido channels his resolve, and with Toka's support, he swings Sandalphon down. The blade emits a powerful burst of energy, cutting through the storm created by the twins and clearing the center, finally capturing their attention. Wanting to resolve the issue, Shido tells them that he can seal their spirits so both of them can live. Initially, the twins are distrustful of Shido's words, since he is a man after all, but after envisioning a life for themselves, they decide to give it a try. However, suddenly, Arbital looms over them with Paddington, determined to capture the twins and Toka. As the twins catch sight of the airship, Kaguya exchanges a glance with Yuzuru, both silently agreeing to bring it down together. They summon their respective angels and merge their powers, forming a bow and arrow. With perfect synchronization, the twins aim at the airship and destroy it completely. Afterward, the twins decide to repay Shido by kissing him. As expected, their astral dresses begin to fade as their spirit powers get sealed within Shido. Suddenly, Toka appears behind them and furiously demands to know what Shido is doing with the twins. Shido tries to explain, but the embarrassed twins respond by saying that Shido has pulled the classic friendly Uncle Steve on them, prompting Toka to scream Shido's name in outrage. At Raisin High-eyed May, and Mai announced that Shido will be this year's organizer for the Tendu Festival, much to his shock. When Toka asks Tanamachi about the festival, he explains that it's a citywide event involving 10 schools, with each school selecting one student to organize its activities. Later that day, Shido, overwhelmed by his new responsibilities, complains about the heavy workload. He expresses his gratitude to Yoshino for helping him, to which she responds that it's no problem. Suddenly, the spacequake alarm blares, and Shido quickly contacts Kotori. Acting swiftly, Kotori informs him that Fraxinus will transport him to the location of the new spirit. As Shido arrives at the spirit's location, he is surprised to find the spirit performing and singing alone. Kotori confirms that the spirit Shido has encountered is Diva, who had only appeared once before, 6 months ago. She warns Shido to be cautious, as they have no information on her powers. As Shido approaches Diva, he accidentally knocks over a can, alerting her. The spirit calls out, asking if anyone is there, but then invites him to come forward and talk. Kotori reassures Shido that she and her team will help him decide what to say and encourages him to reveal himself. As Diva looks around, Shido finally steps into view. The spirit initially appears pleased that someone has come forward, but falls silent when she realizes it's not Henry Cavill. Shido apologizes for intruding and tries to risk her up. Meanwhile, on Fraxinus, Diva's affection status begins to drop rapidly. Kotori advises Shido to try different things, but in the end, Kotori reveals that Diva now thinks he is a curry muncher. Disgusted by Shido's compliment, Diva unleashes a powerful wave from her voice, knocking him back and almost off the edge of the high stage. Fortunately, Shido manages to cling on, but this upsets Diva, who is trying to build her street cred. She tells Shido to catapult himself like an angry bird. Just then, an explosion overhead interrupts their confrontation. Turns out it's the AST arriving on the scene. When Diva sees the AST, her mood shifts, and she asks them to be her audience. Unfortunately, nobody's in the mood for a cheap Lady Gaga concert, so the AST starts attacking her. As the situation escalates, Fraxinus teleports Shido and his magic mic to safety while Diva deploys a force field and vanishes, which visibly frustrates Ryuko over yet another failure. The next day, an exhausted Shido along with Tobiichi and Toka attend the festival's meeting and learn that the girl holding the meeting is none other than Diva. Later on Fraxinus, Kotori informs Shido that the spirit's name is Miku Ezioi, a renowned singer known for holding exclusive concerts for her female fans. She also states that Miku harbors hatred for testosterone tyrants and only loves women, of course, Henry Cavill being the only exception. Since Miku is allergic to men, Kotori sends Shido back to school, with all the things that'll help him become the best ladyboy Thailand has ever seen. After cross-dressing, Shido meets up with Ai, Mei, and Mi, and introduces herself as Shido's cousin, who is named Shiori Itsuka. Toka suddenly appears, and as she is about to reveal Shido's identity, he quickly intervenes, asking her to conceal his identity and pretend he's a girl. Toka agrees and greets Miku as Shiori, while Tobiichi snaps his pictures, much to Shido's embarrassment. Later, Shiori arrives at Tengu Square, where Kotori informs her that Renduji Academy will be setting up at Hall 1, where Miku will be. Shiori spots Miku walking with her classmates and approaches her. Miku notices Shiori and asks her name. Shiori almost slips up with male pronouns but recovers, making Miku remark that Shiori is a funny girl. On Fraxinus, the crew observes Miku's mood stabilizing and urge Shido to act more zesty with Miku. And so reluctantly, Shido as Shiori asks Miku if she'd sell her panties. Initially surprised, Miku tells Shiori that in return she wants her. This flusters Shiori, but Miku quickly reassures her that she was just kidding. Miku then notices Shiori's uniform and inquires if she's from Raisin High. Shiori confirms and introduces herself, and Miku reciprocates. With Miku's mood positively stable, Kotori advises Shiori to ask Miku a few questions. Shiori inquires why Miku is on the stage when it's off limits. Miku explains her love for performing and her desire for people to hear her sing. Miku then asks if Shiori has heard of her, confusing Shiori. Miku apologizes for the confusion and asks Shiori to keep their stage encounter a secret. As they're about to leave, Shiori ends up tripping, which prompts Miku to hand her a handkerchief for her bruise. Later that night, Shido realizes why women launched a movement called Free the Nipple and expresses relief over being a man. The next day, Shido returns to Renduji Academy as Shidori and gets invited by Miku for tea. After several cups of tea, Miku tells Shidori she fancies her and asks her to transfer to Renduji. When Shidori rejects Miku's request, the spirit tries to use her voice to control her mind. But since Shidori is no ordinary human, the voice manipulation doesn't work on her, which prompts Miku to ask her if she's really a human being. Since lying could be risky, Shidori tells Miku she's a human who can seal spirits. With that, Shidori asks the spirit to let her seal her powers so she no longer causes spacequakes. Hearing this, Miku coldly reveals she doesn't mind causing spacequakes, which upsets Shidori so much that she expresses her disgust for her. Arrogant as ever, Mikyu tells Shidori that if Raisin High places first in the singing competition, then she will let her seal their powers, but if not, then she will take all her spirits. This pisses off Shidori, who knows she will lose a singing competition against Mikyu, who is a professional singer. Takemiya wakes up from her coma, surprised to find herself alive despite having been shot multiple times by Kurumi a month ago. As she sits up and removes the drip from her arm, the door opens, and several people in black suits enter. They ask her to confirm if she is Mana Takemiya, to which she responds by questioning their identity. Moments later, a nurse enters the room, having noticed irregularities on Takemiya's electrocardiogram, but till then Takemiya had vanished like your dad. In the music room, Shido, Toka, and Tobiichi join Ai, Mei, and Mi's band after learning that they are losing members due to Ai's selfishness. Ai asks Shido what instrument he can play, and he responds that he can play guitar. Ai quickly decides that she will be the bassist, Mei the drummer, and Mi the keyboardist. Since Toka wanted to either get played like a drum or play the drum, she expresses her disappointment over the matter. Shido then convinces her to try another instrument, and so in the end, Toka resorts to playing a tambourine. Tobiichi, having a good voice, ends up as a vocalist. Later in the AST's hangar room, Tobiichi notices something off about the other members, who aren't acting as they usually do. Suspicious, she grabs Mildred by the neck and drags her outside, where she demands to know why everyone is behaving like an Ohio resident. At first, Mildred tries to deny, but soon she caves and is about to fill Tobiichi in when Jessica, a new member of the AST, interrupts them. Frustrated, Tobiichi enters the changing room where she meets up with Ryuko, who pretends to not notice Tobiichi, and blurts out the secret mission, which involves the capture of Toka and Shido. The next day at the festival, Shido transforms into Shidori, but wears a maid outfit since their class is doing a maid cafe. Just then, Mikyu walks over to her and demands a date. At first, the date goes on smoothly until Mikyu uses her power to get the prize without actually winning. This upsets Shidori, who confronts Mikyu, but the spirit casually tells her that humans are her playthings. Now furious, Shidori tells Mikyu that she will beat her in the competition, to which the spirit states that she would like to see her try and walks away. Shido initially didn't grasp the full meaning of Mikyu's words, but he finally understands when he discovers that Ai, Mei, and Mi have been brainwashed by Mikyu, preventing them from attending their performance. With their vocalist, Tobiichi, also missing, they are unable to perform until Kotori decides that Shido will need to lip-sync while she arranges for replacements. Shido and Toka head to the opposite side of the stage to watch Mikyu's performance. She begins with her first song, accompanied by back dancers, leaving Shido and Toka in awe of her powerful performance. As Mikyu prepares to start her second song, the stage suddenly goes dark, part of Kotori's plan to lower the hype and delay the performance. Unexpectedly, Mikyu manifests her astral dress before the entire audience and launches into her second song. After Mikyu's performance ends, Toka is amazed, while Shido is concerned about how they can compete with her. Moments later, the Yamai sisters arrive at the back and offer to be last-minute replacements for the performance. Meanwhile, Tobiichi dons the white licorice and is busy battling dem transfers to stop them from going after Shido and Toka. During the fight, Tobiichi quickly overpowers Jessica and her associates, which prompts her to seek backup, but Ryuko cuts the call, reminding her that she was told by them to not fight. Back at the concert venue, Shido finds out the lip-sync system isn't working, causing him to lose hope. Just then, Toka starts singing solo, reviving the band's energy and getting everyone back into the groove. They finish the song with a triumphant high five. While Shido and his gang have a jolly good time, Tobiichi is shown with blood running down her face, signaling that she's pushed herself to the limit using the experimental CR unit. As the 25th annual Tennu Festival stage performance results are announced, Tobiichi continues to battle the Dem Wizards outside Tengu Square using the white licorice. Inside, the results reveal that Raisin High School, where Shido, Toka, and the Yamai sisters are affiliated, takes second place in the stage portion. First place goes to Induji Girls Academy, where Mikyu is a student, thanks to her powerful performance. Following this, the total results from the first day are revealed. Mikyu taunts Shiori, claiming she lost because she relied too much on her friends, and arrogantly declares that she now owns Shiori and the 5 other spirits she has sealed. However, before Mikyu can continue, the announcement is made that Raisin High School has taken first place overall for the day. This surprising comeback victory is due to their maid cafe receiving the highest number of votes in the food booth portion of the festival. Frustrated and unable to accept her loss, Miku summons her angel Gabriel, unleashing a powerful sound wave that hypnotizes everyone who hears it. As Miku has Shiori restrained by her hypnotized minions, she begins to feel something off. Growing suspicious, she orders her followers to remove Shiori's underwear, discovering Mini Shido and his scared nuts. Enraged by the deception, Miku commands the hypnotized crowd to attack Shido. Desperate to get away, Shido tries to escape, but he's quickly confronted by Yoshino and the Yamai sisters, who, under Miku's control, summon their angels to attack him. Just as Shido is about to be overwhelmed, Toka, unaffected by the hypnosis due to wearing in-ear monitors, arrives in time to save him. While Shido tries to contact Kotori to arrange an extraction via Fraxinus, Kotori herself falls under Miku's hypnotic influence and prepares to fire the mistletoe cannon at Tengu Square. Fortunately, Takemiya steps in just in time, subduing Kotori before the command to fire can be issued. Above Tengu Square, Tobiichi is locked in battle with Jessica and her Dem squad. As her energy reaches its limit and she's on the verge of defeat, Fraxinus fires Mistletoe, targeting the Bandersnatch and DM wizards, allowing Takemiya to rescue Origami. Takemiya then destroys Jessica's armaments, forcing the Dem forces to retreat. Back on the ground, Toka continues protecting Shido while fighting off Miku and the hypnotized spirits. Ellen suddenly appears, intent on capturing both Toka and Shido. In a desperate move, Toka throws Shido to safety, but without access to her full powers due to being sealed, she's easily subdued by Ellen and gets captured. Shido, devastated by the loss of Toka and Miku's control over the city, is left with no choice but to retreat. While hiding from the hypnotized mob, he falls into despair, unsure of how to rescue Toka. At that moment, Kurumi appears, her trademark giggle filling the air as she remarks on how events have unfolded in an unexpected way. Pushed to his limits, Shido begs Kurumi for help in saving Toka. Since Kurumi is a menace to society, she becomes excited and agrees to help. Elsewhere, Toka wakes up in an isolation room within one of Dem's buildings. Ellen is there to greet her, restraining Toka's every attempt to escape with her territory. Ellen coldly informs Toka that she will now be interrogated, leaving Toka trapped and powerless. Kurumi and Shido arrive at Miku's house, with Shido anxiously urging the Gothic princess that they need to rescue Toka as quickly as possible. Kurumi, however, insists that they first have to deal with Miku. She then finds a photo and an old music album belonging to Miku, featuring her original stage name before she became a spirit. Using her 10th bullet, Yud, Kurumi peers into Miku's past to understand her better, hoping to find a way to influence her. Meanwhile, at Tengu Square, Miku is impatiently questioning Ai, Mei, and Mi about Shido's location. Although they inform her that several people have spotted him, they still haven't pinpointed his exact whereabouts. Growing more frustrated, Miku focuses her efforts on finding him so she can make him walk over a field of Legos. As Kurumi and Shido make a bold appearance at Tengu Square, Kurumi casually tells Shido that the simplest way to resolve the situation is to persuade Miku to stop her pursuit of him. Despite Shido's doubts about how that could work, Kurumi remains confident in her plan. Meanwhile, Miku, monitoring the square through her surveillance cameras, notices Shido's arrival. Smirking, she declares that she already knows his true name and identity, convinced that she holds the upper hand. As Miku orders her lobotomized pets to capture Shido, Kurumi laughs like Michael Jackson before activating her City of Devouring Time to incapacitate the civilians. Shido and Kurumi now make their way towards the center of the stage. Shido calls out to Miku, telling her that he wants to talk about Toka. However, Miku, still bitter and enraged, refuses to listen and uses her angel march to further empower the hypnotized crowd. Kurumi quickly responds by summoning the hands of her clones to hold back the crowd and keep them from advancing. Moments later, Yoshino and the Yamai twins, still under Miku's control, summon their angels and begin attacking. Kurumi, unfazed, summons more of her clones to counter their attacks, creating a chaotic clash on the stage. In the midst of the battle, Kurumi seizes an opportunity. She shoots Shido with her first bullet, Aleph, accelerating his movement toward Miku. Before Miku can react, Kurumi pulls both Shido and Miku into her shadow, isolating them from the chaos outside. Inside the Shadow Realm, the noise of the battle vanishes, leaving Shido and Miku alone for a one-on-one conversation. Now that they're face-to-face with no distractions, Shido realizes this might be his only chance to get through to Miku and convince her to stop mimicking the footsteps of Queen Elizabeth. He tries to bring her attention towards Toka, informing Miku about how DDM wizards have captured her, but Miku interjects. She tells Shido that he should find another chocolate starfish to stuff his baloney pony, but Shido insists that Toka isn't an object to him. Unable to believe this, Miku asks Shido if he would save Toka, even if it costs his love. Shido confidently asserts that Toka is more valuable to him, and begs her to not cause any damage while he goes to save Toka. Not buying Shido's act, Miku tells him that he's not a certified lover boy, but a PDF file. Just as Shido is about to speak to Miku, Kurumi suddenly pulls both of them back into the real world. She calmly informs him that their time is up, prompting Shido to apologize to Kurumi for wasting such an opportunity since he didn't get Miku to help Toka. Not giving a flying fudge about Miku, Kurumi forces Shido to pet her and then reveals Toka's location to him. At the DM building, Toka finds herself face-to-face with both Ellen and Westcott. Westcott, clearly displeased, complains to Ellen about how Toka sees him the way Sakura saw Naruto in the first few episodes. He then turns his attention to Toka, revealing his twisted plan to use her spirit powers to upend the world. Observing that Toka's current emotional state is stable, Westcott declares that they need to push her into despair in order to achieve their goals. He goes on to list various forms of torture, each more chilling than the last, before making a final ominous remark about harming those she cares about. This immediately shifts Toka's concern to Shido. Ellen, noticing Toka's reaction, confirms to Westcott that Shido is likely on her mind. In response, Westcott coldly states that they must now prepare for Shido's arrival. As Shido and Kurumi arrive at the location, Kurumi employs her clones to fight the Bandersnatch units and wizards sent after them. After heading towards the main entrance, Kurumi's head suddenly gets blown away. Takemiya reveals herself and informs Shido that she's now working with Kotori. As Kurumi returns, Takemiya prepares to fight, but Kurumi tells Shido and Takemiya that she's off to take care of her own matters. Once Kurumi leaves, Takemiya hands Shido an earpiece which connects him to Kotori, who is no longer under Miku's influence. Kotori tries to stop Shido from walking into a death trap, but Shido firmly states he can't leave Toka alone. Left with no options, Kotori agrees to back him up. Proceeding on, Shido and Takemiya encounter Jessica, who has equipped herself with scarlet licorice. Seeing Takemiya, Jessica becomes mad with vengeance, and Takemiya informs Shido they used to work together. While the girls have a catfight, Shido ventures deeper into the building and is eventually caught by the wizards. In an act of desperation, Shido summons Sandolphin and breaks free, ready to rescue Toka. Ryuko and her AST squad arrive at the DDM Japanese headquarters, only to find a group of Bandersnatch units locked in battle with several of Kurumi's clones. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters, Shido presses forward in his mission to save Toka, defeating a number of DDM wizards as he advances. However, his progress is halted when he is stopped by another group of wizards, who use their territory to pin him to the ground. Just as Shido seems trapped, Miku suddenly appears and uses her angel to rescue him. Seeing Miku in action, lobotomized Yoshino and Yamai twins ask her how they can be of service. Miku then commands them to remain outside and hold off the remaining DM troops, while she and Shido press on to find Toka. As they move forward, Shido asks if Miku is helping him because of the promise they made earlier. However, Miku sharply denies this, shouting that it's not the reason she's there. Outside, Takemiya faces an increasingly unstable Jessica and endures a brutal attack in the process. To her misfortune, Ellen joins forces with Jessica against her. Just when the threesome proves too much to Takemiya's petite body, Tobiichi arrives and shields her from further harm. After asking Takemiya about Shido's whereabouts, Tobiichi quickly shifts her focus to the DEM headquarters, but is stopped by Ellen before she can proceed. Meanwhile, inside the DEM headquarters, Miku manipulates one of the wizards into revealing Toka's location. She learns that Toka is being held on the 18th floor, and the wizard hands her an ID card to access the area when they arrive. As Miku and Shido continue on their way, they encounter another group of DEM troops. Miku uses her spirit power to fend them off, unaware that two others are approaching from behind. Shido steps in, eliminating the two with Sandolphin's power. However, by the end of his battle, Shido ends up feeling like Nicole Kidman during her marriage with Tom Cruise. As Shido pushes himself forward despite his exhaustion, Miku chastises him, urging him to give in to his fatigue. She cockily tells him to abandon his heroic efforts, suggesting that if he gives up now, they can escape without risking their lives. Frustrated, Shido snaps, telling her to shut up, insisting that no one could ever replace Toka. His words leave Miku momentarily speechless. Regaining her composure, Miku counters, saying that Shido's determination to save Toka is nothing more than a pointless act. When Shido asks why she despises people so much, Miku angrily declares that humans are nothing more than toys for her amusement, men are her slaves, and women are her playthings, and that's all they are worth. Unfazed, Shido presses on, reminding her that she was once human too, just like him, before Phantom turned her into a spirit. Surprised by his insight, Miku asks how he knew, to which Shido responds that an accomplice, referring to Kurumi, had informed him during their time at Miku's mansion. Furious, Miku retorts that Shido knows nothing about her. Shido agrees, but insists that he could understand her better if she would just open up and talk to him. Reluctantly, Miku begins to share her past. She explains that when she was still human, she was happy in her career as an idol. Her first album had just been released, and her manager had arranged a meeting with a producer who offered her a chance to appear on television. Of course, the deal involved with Miku getting under him. When Miku rejected the offer, the producer retaliated by fabricating a scandal, and to her dismay, not a single person, including her fans, came to her defense. Desperate to prove herself, Miku tried to perform at a concert but lost her voice under the immense pressure. Shido consoles her, but Miku angrily snaps back, accusing him of being just like the others. Shido calmly counters, telling her that she let her fear and anger toward people take control of her. Before Miku can respond, a group of Dem soldiers appears, but Miku's frustration boils over, and when she yells at Shido to shut up, the sheer force of her shout knocks the soldiers unconscious. She tells Shido that she's never going to seal her powers as nobody would listen to her without her hypnotic voice. Hearing this, Shido yells at her that he would listen to her. Of course, Miku refrains from budging. In the meantime, Tobiichi and Ellen continue their battle. Ellen makes it her personal mission to eliminate Tobiichi, but before she could do so, Westcott summons her, causing her to retreat. As Shido and Miku find Toka, Westcott arrived and applauds Shido when suddenly Ellen arrives and plunges a sword deep into Shido's guts. Seeing Shido in a dire state, the despair deep within Toka reaches its peak, triggering her to inverse. Westcott laughs with excitement as darkness takes over. He then announces the arrival of the Demon King. After regaining consciousness, Shido finds a dark energy swirling around Toka, who now appears to be a proper goth mommy. Seeing how Toka has changed along with her angel, Shido tries to get her attention, but he notices a complete shift in her demeanor. The bubbly spirit is now gone, and in her place is an emotionless, confused spirit who demands to know her whereabouts. In the meantime, Westcott, enjoying the show, orders Ellen to slay Toka. Elsewhere, crazy Jessica mindlessly attacks Takemiya. Despite being overwhelmed, Jessica expresses her strong hate for Takemiya by saying Westcott should have never chosen a monkey like her to be Adeptus too. Despite feeling sorry for Jessica, Takemiya finally inserts a sword inside her abdomen, defeating her. As Jessica succumbs to her wounds, Takemiya tells her a comforting lie, saying that Westcott is proud of her, allowing Jessica to pass away with a sense of peace. Meanwhile, back in the Dem headquarters, Toka and Ellen are locked in a vicious duel. Toka narrowly dodges Ellen's latest attack, leading Ellen to summon Rongomiant to finish Toka off. As Ellen believes she's won, Shido calls out Toka's name in desperation. To Ellen's shock, Toka survives the blow and in response unleashes her Demon King, Nahima. Ellen charges at her again, but this time Toka effortlessly blocks the attack with just her hand. Spotting Westcott, Toka directs her fury toward him and launches an attack. Ellen, realizing the threat, rushes to protect Westcott, taking the brunt of the blow herself. Miku quickly shields both herself and Shido from Nahima's devastating blast. As the dust settles, Ellen emerges, having successfully protected Westcott in time. Westcott, still relishing the chaos, asks Ellen what she now thinks of Toka. Ellen acknowledges Toka's newfound strength, noting that she has become far more powerful than before. Westcott, satisfied with the outcome, suggests that they retreat for now. As he bids farewell to Shido and Miku, Westcott ominously suggests they meet again if they manage to survive. Strangely, he addresses Shido as Takemiya, before quickly correcting himself to Itsuka, causing Shido to question if Westcott knows his true identity. Westcott, however, denies knowing anything, leaving Shido and Mikyu to face inverse Toka. Toka immediately launches an attack on the two of them. Just as the devastating blow is about to land, Sandalphon is summoned, shielding both Shido and Mikyu. At this moment, Kotori contacts Shido, urgently asking what is happening. Shido explains the situation, asking whether it's possible to seal Toka. Rin expresses doubts, explaining that in her current inverse state, Toka's mind may be too unstable for sealing. Kotori agrees, advising Shido to try his best to make Toka remember who he is and to proceed cautiously. Shido attempts to reach out to Toka, trying to remind her of their connection, but before he can get through to her, she blasts him away with the Hama, showing no signs of recognition. Mikyu, determined to help, uses her angel to restrain Toka, giving Shido the chance to get close. However, Toka breaks free, causing Mikyu to lose her voice temporarily. Inverse Toka then turns her fury on Mikyu, but just before the attack lands, Shido manifests Yoshino's angel, Zadkiel, creating an ice barrier that shields both him and Mikyu. Surprised that Shido protected her and kept his promise, Mikyu begins to change her opinion of him. When Mikyu calls out Shido's name, Inverse Toka experiences a brief pain in her head but quickly suppresses it by injuring herself with her Demon King powers. Determined to finish Shido once and for all, Inverse Toka summons the final form of her Demon King, Pavershlev. Mikyu, unable to use her powers to stop Toka, decides to protect Shido herself. However, just before Toka can unleash Paverslev's devastating power, she is momentarily distracted by Yoshino, who has regained her freedom from Mikyu's control. Unfortunately, Yoshino is swiftly blown away by Toka's power. Shido, resolute in his mission, assures Mikyu that he will save Toka, reminding her that he always keeps his promises. He then turns to face Inverse Toka, calling out her name. This catches her attention, and she momentarily feels a strange emotion but quickly dismisses it. She proceeds to unleash Paverslev's immense power towards Shido, resulting in massive destruction where the attack lands. Mikyu, witnessing the devastation, falls to her knees in despair, believing that Toka has finally rid herself of Shido. However, much to Toka's surprise, Shido emerges alive, having been saved by the timely intervention of the Yamai sisters. Grateful for their help, Shido expresses his thanks to the sisters. As he descends toward Toka, she suddenly experiences a flashback of Shido calling her name, a memory stirring deep within her. Confused and unsure of her feelings, she watches as Shido floats in front of her and then kisses her. As cottagecore Toka returns, Mikyu realizes Shido really is a man of his words. This prompts her to make Shido an exception, so the next day, Mikyu places a kiss on Shido's lips and calls him darling. Just then Toka walks in and angrily tells Mikyu that it's time for her concert. While Mikyu graces the stage, Shido and his roster watch from the backstage, totally in awe of Mikyu's voice. In the end, Mikyu publicly thanks Shido by calling him darling, igniting jealousy in the rest of the spirits. Shido sighs as he realizes more women mean more headache. Shido and the girls attend Mikyu's concert, which pulls a large crowd, even though she isn't Taylor Swift. During the concert, Mikyu sings and dances around the stage with moves that'll make Blackpink worship her. When she finishes her performance, she winks at Shido, causing the Simp Lord to blush. After the concert, Shido and the girls join Mikyu at a pool for an after-party with only them in attendance. Later that evening, Mikyu offers Shido and the girls a ride home, but they decline, stating they wouldn't all fit in her car. Soon after Mikyu leaves, they board the train home, and on the way, Shido notices something strange in the sky. He also notices a girl watching them when the train stops at a station, but he loses sight of her when the train begins moving again. The next day, Shido sees a large sphere hovering above the city when he wakes up in the morning. He calls Kotori's attention to it, but she doesn't see, making him wonder if he is tripping. Fortunately, Kotori believed him, so they went aboard Fraxinus and flew towards where the sphere was located. Eventually, the crew detects the invisible sphere, confirming that something is floating above the city. After analyzing it, Rin lets them know that the sphere comprises the spiritual energies of all of Shido's women. She says that the sphere could be a manifestation of the spirit's subconscious, and explains that some of their emotions might have mixed up and formed the sphere. Kotori asked what emotions she was referring to, and Shizaki responded saying it was jealousy. Kotori finds this absurd, but at the risk of losing her head, Shizaki explains that even though all the spirits unofficially agree to share Shido as a harem, they each still harbor the desire to have him for themselves. These feelings have stressed them so much that they unconsciously emitted them into the air, forming the sphere. The other crew members agree with Shizaki, and Rin suggests that Shido help the girls relieve their stress while the crew tries to learn more about the sphere. Shido asks if he can do that in 7 positions, but she tells him he can't and says he has to take each girl out on a date. That night, Rin follows Shido and Kotori home to inform the girls about the situation. But all Toka cares about is that she gets to go on another date with Shido. She even asks if they could go that night, but Kotori tells her to calm her melons. Rin then makes them pick straws to decide which order they would go on their dates to prevent World War III from happening. Kaguya placed first, Miku second, Yoshino third, Yuzuri fourth, Kotori fifth, and Toka sixth. Rin advises that they take time to plan their dates, and Kotori adds they were not to interfere with each other's dates. After that, the girls began discussing things they wanted to do to and with Shido on their dates. Being a gentleman, Shido decides not to disturb them and walks over to the window, where he sees the girl from the train station watching the house. The next moment, she disappears, making him wonder if his mind is playing tricks on him. Several days later, Shido meets Kaguya for their date, but unlike their previous dates, he doesn't wear his earpiece. As they begin walking towards the first stop on Kaguya's list, they are unaware that Toka, Yoshino, and Yuzuru are following them. Kaguya asks Shido if he came on an empty stomach, and he tells her that he did before asking what they would have for lunch. She tells him that there's a fancy French restaurant that she wants to try out, and stirs him into an alley where the restaurant is supposedly located. Unfortunately, they find a ramen shop, which leaves Kaguya disappointed. Shido tells her not to be and proposes they eat at the ramen shop to see why Naruto loves eating ramen. Kaguya agrees, and a little while later, they leave the shop with big smiles as the ramen was one of the best things they had tasted. However, Kaguya still apologizes for not taking Shido to the fancy restaurant and promises that the next place will blow his mind. When they arrive, they are surprised to learn that the bar Kaguya intended for them to visit was converted into an arcade. Just like at the ramen place, Kaguya is disappointed, but Shido convinces her that they will have fun playing in the arcade, which they do. While they are eating in a cafe, he spots the mysterious girl, but just like the last 2 times, she pulls another disappearing act. Later that evening, Shido walked Kaguya to her house, and while they were standing outside, she admitted that she had been following a guide all day. When she apologizes for the date not going as planned, he tells her that it doesn't matter because they both had a great time, which makes her happy. Meanwhile, aboard Fraxinus, the crew notices that Kaguya's spirit energy in the sphere is weaker, confirming their theory that the sphere was filled with the pent-up emotions of the girls. The next day, Shido goes on his date with Miku, but because she doesn't want rumors to spread that she has a boyfriend, she makes Shido dress up as Shiori. For their date, they went to the mall, where Miku had Shido try on different outfits, which he paid for since she had no problem acting like his sugar mama. She also bought a bunch of other stuff that had to be put in a delivery truck, because they were too much for them to carry. While some men worked to put the things in the delivery truck, Miku asked Shido if he enjoyed their date, and he told her he did. However, he admits that walking around dressed as a girl is stressful, and not something he wishes to do again. As he's speaking, he takes off his wig, but quickly puts it back on when he notices the mysterious girl watching them. His reaction makes Miku turn around, but the girl is already gone, so she laughs and tells him that he's seeing things because he's paranoid. Elsewhere, Yuzuru calls Tobiichi, asking for her help to plan her date, but Tobiichi refuses to help her, stating that she wants nothing to do with spirits. However, she changes her mind after hearing that the date will be with Shido. The next day, Shido meets Yoshino at the shrine where they first met, because the shy girl wanted to have their date there. Together, they offer their prayers and then play a few games before going to check their fortunes. When evening finally rolled around, Shido told Yoshino that he had a great time on their date and took her hand in his so he could walk her home. As the pair walk away from the shrine, the mysterious girl watches them before going into the shrine to try and do the things Yoshino and Shido did on their date. The next day, Yuzuru meets Shido for their date, unaware that Kaguya, Yoshino, and Tohaka are tailing them. The first place the couple visits is the restaurant Tobiichi recommended. However, after seeing Shido's reaction when they arrive, the mobile android decides to take him to an art gallery instead. After leaving the gallery, they go to a store where Shido buys a necklace for Yuzuru. The final part of their date involved Yuzuru taking Shido to the hospital where Tobiichi was receiving treatment as per Tobiichi's request. However, Yuzuru decided to change her plans and pulled Shido into the nearby building. Meanwhile, Mikey and Mildred arrive at Tobiichi's hospital room to visit her. But poor Mikey walks into the trap Tobiichi set for Shido. The confused girl's hands and feet were then bound with ropes before she was dropped beside Tobiichi on the bed. Mildred found it amusing, but Mikey demanded to know what in the 50 Shades of Grey was happening. Tobiichi turned away from her, grumbling that she was the wrong target, as she'd been hoping to capture Shido. At the same time, the mystery girl was at the same store Shido bought Yuzuri's necklace, and she picked the same necklace for herself. The next day, Kotori makes Shido go grocery shopping with her for their date. After shopping, they return home to cook dinner together like an old married couple, causing Toka to watch them with jealousy. The funny part is the bottomless food storage wasn't jealous because Kotori and Shido were spending time together, but because she wouldn't get to eat the hamburger steaks they were making. When the food was ready, Shido plated it, and while he was putting the pots away, Kotori noticed Toka and Yoshino watching them. To their surprise, she calls them over as Shido brings out 2 more plates of food he made for them. After tasting the food, the girls declare that Shido can give Gordon Ramsay a run for his money because of how good the food tastes. Shido thanks them for their kind words and goes to the kitchen to get some dressing, but he stops dead in his tracks upon entering the kitchen. Before him stood the mysterious girl, causing him to stutter as he tried to ask who she was and how she got into their house. Just then, Kotori calls him asking if he's lost his marbles because they assume he's talking to himself. Shido attempts to tell her about the girl, but when he looks in her direction again, he doesn't see her. He quickly rushes outside to see if he can spot her walking away, but sees that the streets are deserted. However, Kurumi emerges from her shadows and tells him that she only came to witness firsthand how the mysterious things around him were unfolding. How she spoke made him realize that the sneaky witch could see the sphere, so he asked if she knew what the sphere was and why no one else could see it. The only thing Kurumi tells him is that he is already on the right path with what he's doing to get rid of the sphere. She then turns her attention to the other side of the road where the mysterious girl is seated and tells Shido she will speak to him another time. After she leaves, Shido focuses on the mystery girl. Unfortunately, the girl runs off before he can question her, so he's left standing on the road calling out to the darkness. The next day, he meets Toka for their date, and to his surprise, she takes him to the food court for their date. When he questions her choice for their date, she tells him it's because no one else ate nearly enough on their dates. She said she wants him to be the Shaggy to her Scobby as they spend the rest of the day stuffing themselves full like your mom's famous Thanksgiving turkey. Shido is shocked, but because it's Toka, he agrees and they begin their food quest. Later that day, while eating at a restaurant, Shido noticed the mysterious girl sitting on the table next to theirs. Shocked, he gets up and begins to question her, but he is interrupted by Tobiichi, who suddenly walks into the restaurant. She asks Shido why he didn't come to the hospital for his checkup, but he says he has no idea what she's talking about. Toka tells Tobiichi to back off and stop trying to steal her man, but Tobiichi argues that Toka is the man stealing Ho. She then starts pulling Shido, but since Toka is also holding his other hand like her life depended on it, she couldn't move Shido. The next moment, Mikey and Mildred arrive at the restaurant, and they scold Tobiichi for running away. Realizing they want to take her back to the hospital, Tobiichi backflips out of the restaurant before running away Naruto style. The girls go after her, leaving Toka and Shido to wonder why the crazy Kaku had been left without supervision in the first place. Suddenly, Shido remembers the mysterious girl, but when he turns around to find her, he doesn't see her. Later, Shido and Toka go to the park to finish their date. Praxinus's crew members inform Kotori that the sphere's spirit waves are steadily decreasing. They predicted that the sphere would completely disappear in a few minutes, and Kotori was pleased. Back on the ground, Toka suggested they head home and Shido agreed. However, when he spots the mysterious girl, he asks Toka to give him a few minutes to speak to her. Toka is confused as she can't see the girl, but because Shido swore she was there, Toka agrees to wait. As Shido approaches, the girl congratulates him and introduces herself as Maidori, the operating personnel of the sphere, Cherubio. She explains that she is born to judge if a vessel can contain high concentrations of spirit energy, making him realize that he is the vessel. Mayuri shares that she has observed him and didn't need to activate Cherubio to eliminate him. Since her purpose is fulfilled, she states she will vanish and return to nothingness. Despite Shido's protests, she insists it is her destiny. As she began to glow, Mayuri revealed her curiosity was the reason for their conversation. When Shido tried to reach her, a powerful energy surge pushed him back. After Mayuri transformed and said goodbye, Cherubial started to glow. The other girls arrived just in time to see Cherubial change from a disco ball into an angel. It then attacks them before they can react. Fortunately, thanks to the girls, Shido is unharmed. Toka is the first to question Shido about what is going on as Mayuri becomes visible to them for the first time. He tells her that he will explain things later because they need to focus on Cherubial, who begins to attack them again. While the girls defend themselves against Cherubial's attacks, Kotori orders her people to disable the ship's invisibility and redirect the ship's magical power to the Hydrofolia. Once they had done that, the Hydrofolia was launched at Cherubial, and after they were activated, Cherubial was propelled upwards. This was because the Foila created a defense barrier above the city, so when Cherubial attacked again, the city remained safe. Kaguya whines about being in the defense, insisting she wants to fight, so Yuzuru agrees to go with her. Toka and Oshino also join the fight while Miku opts to stay with Shido so she can protect him. As the battle continues, the girls do their best to overpower Cherubial, but it is too strong, so Kotori orders them to move out of the way so that Fraxinus's cannon will get rid of it. Unfortunately, the cannon's blast didn't affect the angel, and while they're trying to figure out what to do next, Cherubial captured Mayuri using a smaller sphere. It then continues attacking the girls, ignoring Mayuri's commands to leave them alone. This makes her wonder what went wrong because Cherubial wasn't supposed to attack since the girls' emotions were stable. Inside the ship, Kotori and her crew wonder the same thing, and as they notice that Cherubial's attacks are becoming stronger, Takemiya leaves to join the fight. Just then, the ship picks up another spirit signal, and they realize that Cherubial isn't going berserk because of the girls. Outside, Mayuri deduces the same thing and realizes that the emotions causing Cherubial to go crazy are hers. As the girls continue their assault on Cherubial, Takemiya charges at it, but Shido stops her before she can attack. He begs her to hold off on destroying Cherubial until he rescues Mayuri, stating that she was created from everyone's spirit energy. He then makes one of those heroic speeches about saving a friend, and somehow it resonates with the girls. Immediately, they begin their Winx transformation, and once they are through, Shido begs them to save his new girl. Since they were all sausage-whipped and loyal to him, they agreed to help him save Mayuri. Kotori and Miku airlifted him outside to join the others, who kept fighting Cherubial. Eventually, an opening was created so Kotori launched Shido towards Mayuri's cage. As he approaches it, he summons his sword, which he uses to slash the cage open and reach Mayuri. Cherubial realizes this, so it repairs the cage, trapping Shido and Mayuri inside it. However, Shido refuses to stay put and destroys the cage, causing them to fall. Thankfully, Mayuri saves Shido and flies to the safety of the other girls. Since Shido and Mayuri are safe, Kotori says it is time to destroy Cherubial for good. Before they can attack, Cherubial transforms into Rahathalev and unleashes a more powerful attack. Its beams destroy the area surrounding the city, and as they observe this destruction, Rin informs Kotori that a normal attack will not affect the angel. She said the only solution was to gather all their spirit energy into a single point and use it to attack. This leaves them confused as they have no idea how to do that. As Cherubial prepares to fire another beam, Mayuri grabs hold of Toka's hand and both begin to glow. Not only that, but the energy from the other girl also begins to converge in a circle above them. Unfortunately, they weren't finished when Cherubial fired its second beam, so Takemiya decided to play hero. She blocked the attack with her suit, but since it was a cheap knockoff of the Mark I prototype, it got damaged and she was knocked out of the sky. Cherubial began heading towards Shido and the girls, so Shido grabbed Sandalphon from Toho and charged at the angel. The girls called out to him, begging him to return, but Shido was determined to prove that his plot armor was solid. However, Cherubial was stronger than he was and would have fried him to a crisp if Toka hadn't come to his rescue. What happened was that the energy ring hit Toka, and she had another transformation, so she went to help Shido. She told him to leave Cherubial to her, and handed him over to Mayuri before turning her attention to the angel. As Toka fights Cherubial, Mayuri explains to Shido that the only way to stop Cherubial is to physically destroy it and disrupt its supply of spirit energy simultaneously. As soon as she finishes her explanation, she kisses him so he can seal her, and by doing so, she gives Toka an opening to destroy Cherubial. With Cherubiel destroyed and Mayuri sealed, she slowly begins to vanish, which surprises Shido. Mayuri then explains that she's made of spirit energy, and unlike the others, sealing her makes her disappear. She tells him she is happy she met him, and thanks him for everything before vanishing, leaving behind her necklace and lollipop. Shido was still in disbelief, and he screamed Mayuri's name with all the strength he could muster. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to bring her back. Days later, Toka and Shido visited the park, and as they stood together, Toka asked Shido if he was doing alright. He tells her that he's fine since he now knows that Mayuri is still with him, even though he can't physically see her. While they were still discussing, the others showed up and told Shido that they decided to hold a contest to see who would go on a date with them. Shido attempts to talk no jutsu his way out of the contest, but the girls refuse to listen, so he does what any guy facing girl trouble would do: run. Weeks later, the girls presented Shido with a pot of what they claimed was stew. However, it resembled something that had been scooped out of a witch's cauldron. Shido hesitates to taste the so-called stew, as it contains foods that each girl loves the most. He also knew that if Sanji were to discover what they put in it, he'd have a heart attack. While he contemplates ingesting what might be his last meal, Kaguya tells Kotori to add something she loves to the stew, so she adds a lollipop to the stew. After she does this, Shido reluctantly tastes the stew and is surprised when it doesn't taste like hot garbage. Kotori is also surprised, but the other girls are happy and proud that their stew is delicious. They then sit down at the table with Shido to enjoy the meal, and as they eat, the door suddenly flies open and Mikyu enters the room. This surprises everyone, so they ask how she can be in two places simultaneously. Mikyu reveals that the show they are watching on television is a recording made to look like it's live. After a revelation, she joins them at the table and they serve her a bowl of stew which burns her lips when she tries to taste it. A worried Shido asked if she was alright, and the stinky vixen told him that if he kissed her, her lips would be healed. When she begins leaning in for a kiss, the other girls burn their lips and request that he give them kisses too. Upon hearing this, Mikyu brightens up and tells the girls that she will kiss their boo-boos, but they reject her offer. Just then, someone rings the doorbell, and when Shido goes to check who it is, he finds Tobiichi standing in the hallway with a steaming pot. She tells him the pot contains a stew made from turtles, scorpions, and seal body parts, all boiled in an energy drink. Before leaving, she tells him she would love to know his thoughts on her stew the next time they see each other. As soon as the door shuts behind her, Shido falls to his knees, wondering why the plot gods had chosen to surround him with so many unhinged psychos. Suddenly, the spatial quake alarm goes off across the city, so Kotori tells Shido it's hero time. A little while later, Shido is teleported to an abandoned amusement park. As he walks around, Kotori aboard Fraxinus urges him to locate and make contact with the spirit before the AST shows up. Just then, the spirit calls out to him from atop an attraction. When he looks up, he sees a young woman dressed in a witch's costume, and after she floats down to meet him, she asks what he's doing in a place like that. Immediately, 3 possible answers appear on the big screen on Fraxinus Bridge, so the crew members pick their choice, which ends in a tie between the first 2 options. In the end, Kotori tells Shido to go with the second option but instructs him to use his best puppy dog eyes when he says it. Shido does as he's asked and it works like a charm, so the spirit asks what his name is. After he tells her his name, she introduces herself as Natsumi and insists he doesn't add any honorifics when addressing her. She then asks him if he thinks she's pretty, to which he tells her yes, so she hugs him happily. While they hugged, Kotori informed Shido of the AST's arrival just as they opened fire on them. Natsumi assures Shido that no harm will come to him, and then summons Haniel, her angel, and slams it into the ground. As magical waves surge around them, the missiles the AST fired at them suddenly turn into cartoonish-looking carrots. Natsumi then turns the AST gear into animal costumes, causing them to fall out of the sky. Since all their enemies are incapacitated, Natsumi tells Shido it's time they blew that joint. However, their escape plan is halted by one of the transformed missiles, which goes off nearby. This caused a large gust of wind and smoke to blow in their direction, and the moment Natsumi inhaled it, she sneezed and transformed temporarily. Since Shido's eyes were closed, he didn't notice what happened. However, Natsumi asks Shido if he saw anything, but since the confused idiot has no idea what she is talking about, he doesn't answer her question. This further enraged her, so she declares that his life as he knows it is over before flying off on her trusty Nimbus 2000. The next day, Shido arrives at school during lunch break because he was held up in a strategy meeting concerning Natsumi. When he gets to his classroom, his classmates glare at him while Mai and I approach him and begin calling him names. Confused, Shido asks what he did to deserve their wrath and anger, so they list what he supposedly did. First, he shamelessly made lewd advances towards Ai. Then he ran past Mai and me at full speed, causing their skirts to lift and expose their plots, and as if that wasn't enough, he groped Toka's plots. Shido denies all their allegations and tries to defend himself, but the girls refuse to listen to the trash he is spewing. Suddenly, Tobiichi appears behind him, so he asks if she is also a victim of his harassment, and she confirms that she isn't. However, before he can thank his stars for that, she grabs his hand and places it on her exposed plots. Shido was too stunned to react until Toka got between them and slapped his hand away from Tobiichi's milk jug. He then asks Tobiichi why she did that, and she tells him it is because she wants him to do the same thing he did to the others with her. Just as he's telling her to stop saying such things, Kaguya and Yuzuru run into the classroom and demand that Shido be punished for what he did to them. It turns out he used Kazuma's steal skill to swipe Kaguya's underwear, and then threw water on Yuzuru's shirt because he'd suddenly developed a wet shirt fetish. As the girls promise to retaliate, Tama-sensei pops her head into the classroom and says she can no longer be a bride. Tanamachi also arrives and asks Shido if he is serious about the things he said to him earlier. Realizing he is in deep shit, Shido makes a run for it, but his angry classmates go after him. Fortunately, he gives them the slip by hiding in an empty classroom, and only comes out when he is sure the coast is clear. As he tries to figure out what is happening, he spots his evil counterpart and chases him to the rooftop, where he demands to know who he is. The imposter reveals himself to be Natsumi, and she tells him that she plans to take over his life. While she's sharing all the unnecessary details of her plans, Toka and Tobiichi burst through the door. Natsumi tries to convince the girls that Shido is the imposter, but they see through her lies, which pisses her off even more. She then summons Hanio and flies off after promising to get revenge on Shido for humiliating her. Exactly 5 days later, Kotori hands Shido an envelope addressed to him from Natsumi, and when he opens it, he finds 12 photos, each a picture of those closest to him. There is also a note inside the envelope, and in it, Natsumi has written that she is among the 12 persons, and asks if he can guess which one she is before they all disappear. Kotori deduces that Natsumi is using her ability to impersonate one of the 12 people, herself included, and is trying to get him to play her twisted version of Among Us. She advises her brother to jumpstart his brain as he needs it to find Natsumi before they all disappear for good. Meanwhile, in London, the board members of DEM held a meeting to discuss what Westcott did in Japan. During the meeting, Murdoch requests that Westcott be dismissed from his position as managing director of DEM Russell. The board chairman then asks all those in favor of Westcott's dismissal to raise their hands. More than half of the board members raise their hands, but surprisingly, he declares that the dismissal request has been rejected. Murdoch immediately asks Russell if his eyes and glasses are decorative pieces. Suddenly, his right arm is cut off, and as he clutches what is left of it in pain, he realizes that all those who voted to dismiss Westcott are also missing an arm thanks to Ellen. Westcott then tells them they can save their arms if they rush to the infirmary. He also assures them that he will step down from his position once he has fulfilled his desires. Back in Japan, the Otsuka siblings invite Rin to discuss Natsumi's threat. After they brief her on the matter, Rin tells Kotori to stay away from command until the situation with Natsumi is solved and tells Shido that he has a lot of work to do. Together, they come up with a date plan for Shido, and she says that during each date, he has to be vigilant so he can spot anything that seems off. The first person is Toka, and during their date, he asks her about the last time they went out. Toka answers correctly, but this doesn't convince him. He accuses her of pretending and says he knows she is Natsumi, causing Toka to get mad, but not for the reason you think. It turns out that the only thing the dim-witted girl picked up from what Shido said was Natsumi, so she demanded to know who Natsumi was. Realizing that he just shot himself in the foot with his statement, he quickly spins a tale about Natsumi being a form of greeting from an island down south. It's a dumb lie, but Toka is dumber than most people, so she believes him and asks what Natsumi means. Once again, Pinocchio's star pupil tells her that the word Natsumi means I love you, causing her to blush. However, when she tries to question him further, He quickly draws her attention to a restaurant doing a lunch buffet. He tells her they can't pass up the opportunity to eat there, and Toka reluctantly agrees, which he finds odd. Toka further raises his suspicion by returning to their table with a plate that barely had any food on it. Even Fraxinus's crew members were surprised when they saw her plate, as they couldn't believe that Toka, weighed just as much as Goku if not more, had chosen not to fill her plate. As Shido watches Toka eat, he wonders if she is the real Toka, but still asks if she's feeling alright. This makes Toka admit that she saw on television that girls who eat like gluttonous pigs are a turnoff for guys. She tells him she doesn't want him to be turned off by her, but he assures her that it will never happen, as he likes girls who have healthy appetites. His words instantly lift Toka's spirit, and she wastes no time getting more food. Later that day, Yoshino shows up at Shido's front door dressed in a witch's costume. She shyly tells him trick or treat, stating that she will trick him if he has no treats for her. He then takes her to the kitchen, where he serves her pancakes since he has no treats. While she is eating happily, he asks if she remembers the food she ate the first time she visited him at home. Yoshino tells him that he made oyakodon for her, but Yoshinon says she does not recall that day. However, she wonders if it is because on that day, she was at Tobiichi's place. Shido recalls that day and recounts how he invaded Tobiichi's place to retrieve the puppet. Yoshinon whispers something in Yoshino's ear, and almost immediately, she offers Shido a bite of her pancake. After he eats the pancake, Yoshino notices syrup on his cheek and surprises him by licking it off. However, she suddenly becomes shy and runs off after claiming it was a prank, leaving Shido to wonder if she is the real Yoshino. The next moment, Rin informs him that his next date is with Tanamachi. Sometime that evening, as Shido makes his way home after concluding his date with Tanamachi, Rin informs him that Yuzuru is waiting for him, as she is his next date. When he arrives at the spot Yuzuru is waiting for him, it's already late, so he apologizes. Yuzuru accepts his apology and asks why he called her out so late at night, and he says it's because he wants to talk with her alone. As they enjoy the view before them, Yuzuru comments on its beauty, and Shido agrees. However, she calls him a dense fool and says that in such a situation, he is expected to do the cliché K-drama thing and tell her that she looks more beautiful. They then continue conversing, and somewhere along the line, Yuzuru lets it slip that she loves him. The moment she realizes that she's shared too much, she becomes embarrassed and runs off, leaving him alone. Later at midnight, Natsumi appears above the city and uses Haniel to claim her first victim. The next morning, a frantic Kaguya bangs on Shido's front door until he opens it, and tells him that Yuzuru is missing, which surprises him. Soon after she leaves, he contacts Rin, and she comes over to discuss what happened with Kotori. Rin tells him that he'll have to lie to Kaguya about her sister's whereabouts. She then shows them the surveillance footage of how Haniel appeared in the twins' room and abducted Yuzuru. She points out that whoever Natsumi is impersonating might have also been kidnapped the same way. Later that day, while on their date, Kotori and Shido discuss Yuzuru's disappearance, and Shido says he has to find Natsumi before more people disappear. Kotori then asks Shido if he thinks she is the real Kotori. Shido confidently states that she's the real one, but she tells him not to get cocky and suggests that he either ask her questions or kiss her to confirm. Shido agrees and holds her face in his hands, causing her to close her eyes as she nervously awaits his kiss. However, it doesn't come because Shido uses the chance to take her ribbons instead. Kotori insists that he return them, making him say that only the real Kotori would behave that way. However, his little trick earns him a punch, as Kotori didn't like that he made fun of her. Later, Shido goes on a date with Miku, who makes him cosplay with her so that people won't recognize her as an idol. However, their costumes were from a popular show, so some bystanders asked if they could take pictures of them. After his eventful date with Miku, Shido goes on an ice cream date with Ai, Mei, and Mi, and after that, he goes to see Sensei Tame. Afterwards, Shido goes on a date with Kaguya at the bowling alley, and after a game, they sit on a bench. Kaguya surprises Shido by resting her head on his lap and tells him to pat her head. When he starts to do so, she suddenly wraps her hand around his waist and hides her face in his stomach. As she holds onto him, she begins to cry and tells him that she's aware that they lied to her about Yuzuru's whereabouts. She admits that she chose to believe his lie because she trusted that he would bring her sister back to her. Later that night, Haniel appears in Shido's living room and acts as a channel of communication between Natsumi and the siblings. Shido demands that she return Yuzuru, but she refuses and asks Shido who she's impersonating, so Shido guesses that she's impersonating Yoshino. Natsumi looks disappointed by his answer, and before Shido can react, Haniel disappears. The next moment, Rin contacts them and informs them that Haniel has taken both Yoshino and I. 2 days passed after this, and in that time, Mei, Mi, Tanamachi, and Tami-sensei were taken by Natsumi, because Shido failed to guess correctly. He then goes on his final date with Tobiichi, and he takes her to the movies where starts acting like a shameless cultured person. This makes Shido uncomfortable, and helps him confirm that Natsumi is not impersonating Tobiichi. That night, when Shido returns home, he meets Toka outside, and she tells him that she's worried about him because he has been so busy lately. Shido apologizes, but she tells him not to and says if what is keeping him busy is something she can help with, he should let her know. Shido thanks her for her offer, so she bids him goodnight and runs back home. When Shido finally enters his house, Kotori meets him at the door and tells him that Toka has just disappeared. Immediately, he rushes to Toka's apartment, but no matter how hard he bangs on the door, no one answers. Haniel soon shows up and Natsumi tells him that she will give him another chance to guess who she is correctly. But if he fails, she will never return the people she took. Shido then invites Mikyu, Tobiichi, and Kaguya to a secret room where he and Kotori reveal everything that is going on. While they are discussing, Haniel appears and Natsumi addresses them. She tells Shido that she will grant him 3 chances to guess who she impersonated, but she will take someone from the room every time he guesses wrong. Shido doesn't like her conditions, but accepts them anyway, and for his first guess, he says she impersonated Yuzuru. Kaguya immediately comes to her sister's defense, stating that Yuzuru was herself before she vanished. Shido explains his reason for choosing Yuzuru, but Natsumi cuts him off, saying he guessed wrong and takes Tobiichi. For the next guess, Kotori holds up Tanamachi's photo, saying he's the one. Natsumi tells her she's wrong and takes Kaguya, causing Mikyu to panic as she doesn't want to be taken. The drama queen begs Shido to take her brooch, saying she wants him to have it because if she has it on her when she's taken it, will also vanish. Her words strike a chord in Shido's mind, making him realize that the answer has been under their nose the entire time. He then picks Yoshino's photo and shows it to Natsumi. He says she's impersonating Yashinan, which surprises Natsumi. Shido keeps insisting that he is right, which annoys Natsumi so much that Haniel starts cracking. Suddenly, all the people she took reappear in the room, and after ensuring that they are okay, Shido approaches Natsumi, who he spots in a corner. He demands to know why she did what she did, so she turns around to face him. To everyone's surprise, she doesn't look like the Natsumi they know. When Natsumi realizes that everyone can see that she's not the big melon baddie she pretends to be, she screams and quickly changes back. However, she angrily tells them that they will pay for discovering her secret, and before she makes a dramatic exit, she turns the girls into children. The following day, the girls nearly drove Shido crazy with how much they bugged him for unnecessary things and how much they argued with each other over stuff. Fortunately, Rin shows up with cookies, which they give to the girls to distract them while they discuss. Shido asks if they have found Natsumi's whereabouts, and she tells him that they haven't. Later that night, Westcott tells Ellen that her new assignment is to capture Natsumi before Shido can seal her like he did the others. At Shido's school the next day, Sensei Tame comes looking for him in his classroom to inform him that he has visitors. Before she can complete the sentence, the girls pop out from behind her like confetti. Shido's classmates ask who the girls are, and Tobiichi responds, saying he's their father. Everyone is surprised by this, but Shido swears that it isn't true, and claims the girls are the children of his relatives. Fortunately, they believe him, so he tells the girls it is time to go home, but an unexpected thing happens the next moment. Toka's dress is suddenly transformed into a swimsuit, and she screams, demanding to know what Shido has done to her clothes. This makes his classmates accuse him of being a disgusting sicko like Ahsoka, but Shido ignores them. He soon realizes Natsumi is responsible for what happened, so he gathers the girls in his arms and runs home. However, when they arrive home, they see Natsumi has extended her tricks by turning their house into a giant beckoning cat. She doesn't stop there and dresses the girls up as animals. She locks them in a cage and swaps Shido's clothes with that of a ringmaster, making it look like the girls are his playthings. All this helps Fraxinus pick up her energy, so Rin informs Shido that she's nearby. Natsumi's spidey senses activate from her position on a nearby rooftop, letting her know that someone is closing in on her, so she flees. as soon as she makes it to the forest. She's attacked by Ellen and a group of DEM wizards. Natsumi defends herself by turning their missiles into sweet treats, after which she turns Ellen into a kid. Still, Ellen attacks Natsumi, slashing her side with her blade. Natsumi is surprised by this, and as she clutches her side in pain, her powers start failing, allowing Ellen to return to normal. Ellen then prepares to finish Natsumi, but she's stopped by Toka, who suddenly arrives. The twins knock the DEM wizards out of the sky while Shido rushes to check on Natsumi. He assures her they will help her, but Ellen says she will not allow them to do that. To prove her wrong, Mikyu uses her angel to control the bodies of the DEM wizards. She makes them body pile Ellen, which gives Shido and the girls enough time to escape before Ellen throws them off her. Meanwhile, at the DEM headquarters, Murdoch and the other board members who Ellen cut off their arms meet to discuss. Murdoch informs them that Westcott is in Japan, so it is time for them to get rid of him. He says the company plans to dispose of the satellites they are no longer using. Murdoch proposes they drop them on Tengu City to ensure that Westcott crosses to the other side. Back in Japan, Tobiichi receives a call that she's about to be punished, and the next moment, she sees some low-budget men in black entering her apartment. Instead of trying to defend herself, she escapes through the window and keeps running for her life. At the Ratatosker base, Shido and Kotori observe Natsumi from a monitor as she is confined in a room. Kotori tells Shido that the injury Ellen gave Natsumi affected her powers, so she can't use her angel. Shido asks if he can see Natsumi and Kotori says yes, but warns him to be on guard. As soon as Shido walks into Natsumi's room, she throws a pillow at him and tells him to leave. Shido refuses to listen and asks why she impersonated him and kidnapped his friends. Natsumi says it's because he saw her true form, so he asks why she hates it and goes to lengths to ensure that no one sees it. She angrily admits that it's because no one pays attention to a plotless shrimp, and says that she hates the way she looks because of it. Shido tells her that there's nothing wrong with being a flat-chested lolly, which annoys her, so she scratches his face. He then returns to the control room and asks Kotori about Natsumi's mental state. Kotori explains that it's unstable, so sealing her is out of the question until they get it under control. Later on, while Natsumi is eating in her room, the lights suddenly go out and a sack is thrown over her head. She finds herself in a massage room with Mikyu and Shido when it is removed. Mikyu tells her they brought her there to help, but Natsumi argues that they just want to make fun of her. Kotori, who appeared out of nowhere, hits her on the head before telling her to stop whining like a spoiled brat and instructs her to lie down. Shido then proposes a deal, saying that if they can change her opinion about herself after they are done with her, she is free to go wherever she wants. Natsumi agrees and Mikyu gives her a massage before she heads to where the twins work on her hair. After that, Yoshino and Kotori help her pick out an outfit before sending her to Shido, who is dressed as Shiori. Shido promises to show her the power of makeup, and when he reveals himself to her, Natsumi calls him a cultured freak since she assumes he has some sort of weird fetish. However, she lets him do her makeup, and when she sees herself in the mirror, she is stunned. She can't believe that she looks pretty and more, so the same people she hurt helped her see this. Overwhelmed, she screams and attempts to run away, but bumps into a wall instead. That night, Ellen gets in touch with Tobiichi, who is still on the run and asks her if she would like to work for DEM. Tobiichi tells her she wants nothing to do with people who wish to harm Shido. Tobiichi continues running until her pursuers surround her, so Ellen tells her she can help. Before Tobiichi can refuse her offer, she promises to give her the information she needs to avenge her parents. This is enough for Tobiichi to accept her offer to work with them, and the next minute, her pursuers drop to the ground like flies. Ellen then shows herself and welcomes her to DEM Industries. Back in the Ratatosker base, Shido tells Kotori and Rin that he hadn't expected Natsumi to react as she did earlier. Rin then shows the siblings Natsumi's stats, and they see that her mental state, happiness, and mood have improved. Meanwhile, Natsumi finds it hard to fall asleep and decides that she will find out what Shido and the others truly think about her. She uses her powers to transform into Kotori and approaches Toka and Yoshino. After tapping into her inner Regina George, she asks the girls what they think of her while purposely saying mean things about herself. This makes Yoshino and Toka ask if she's feeling alright. They tell her that they like her as she is, but Natsumi thinks they are lying. When Mikyu and the twins walk in, she turns to them and tells them that Yoshino and Toka are saying they like Natsumi. The girls ask why she doesn't believe what they said, and even get mad at her for belittling Natsumi. This annoys Natsumi further, so she storms off and accidentally bumps into Shido in the hallway. Shido apologizes to her, and since the clueless dumbass has no idea she's Natsumi disgusted as Kotori, he asks if he can let Natsumi out of her room. He says Natsumi might warm up to them if they let her interact with people, which surprises her. The next moment, she starts crying, and when Shido notices, he asks if he did anything to upset her. Natsumi calls him an idiot and runs off, so he tries to chase after her but only finds her lollipop. Just then, the real Kotori calls him and informs him that Natsumi has escaped the facility, making him realize that she is the person he spoke to earlier. Shido looks for Natsumi at his house, hoping she went there, but he finds Ellen waiting for him instead. Ellen demands that he tell her where Natsumi is, but Shido refuses. She then points her laser sword at him and threatens to hurt the other girls if he doesn't tell her what she wants to know. Meanwhile, Fraxinus detects the DEM satellite heading towards the city, which makes Kotori very worried. Back at the house, Ellen receives a phone call, so she leaves Shido after telling him that he's lucky. Soon after she leaves, Kotori calls Shido and warns him about the incoming satellite. She urges him to head to the nearest shelter, but Mr. Knight in shining armor says he has to find the girls and take them with him. Kotori assures him that the girls will be fine because where they are, the debris from the satellite won't touch them. She plans to blow the satellite to bits using Fraxinus' cannons and advises him to keep searching for Natsumi for as long as possible. However, if he can't find her, he must head to the shelter before it's too late. As night falls, the citizens rush to get to the shelters, but Shido heads in the opposite direction since he's looking for Natsumi. Shido soon realizes he's out of time since the satellite has almost reached the city, but he refuses to give up and keeps calling out to Natsumi. Suddenly, Fraxinus' cannon is fired at the satellite, but the satellite is protected by Bandersnatch territory, so the cannon fire bounces off it. Kotori then leaves Kanazuki in charge of the ship and goes outside to blow the satellite up using gunner. However, she sees another satellite heading for the city, but she can't stop it because she's exhausted. Feeling helpless, she contacts Shido and begs him to get to the nearest shelter, as she doesn't want him to go the same way the dinosaurs did. Shido doesn't move, which frustrates her even more. However, the other spirits arrive, so Kotori begs them to save her idiot brother. At the same time, Shido summons Sandalphon and uses it to send a wind slash towards the satellite, but it bounces off the Bandersnatch territory. He attempts to do it again, but discovers that he has overexerted himself and falls to his knees. As he tries to get up, Toka, who just arrived with the others, helps him, and they tell him that Kotori sent them to help him. Meanwhile, Ellen finds Westcott in his hotel room and tells him that they need to leave because the board members who wanted him gone sent the satellite heading towards the city. Westcott tells her that he's not going to tuck tail and run away because of some pathetic cowards, and assures her that their plan won't succeed. Ellen doesn't seem to share his opinion, so he asks her to send Tobiichi to the scene as a countermeasure. Back at the scene, the Yoshino, Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Mikyu use their power to try to slow down the satellite. Shido then asks Toka to help him take out the satellite, but she says it isn't possible because the satellite is rigged with explosive magic. She adds that the best way to get rid of it will be to do it higher up in the sky, so the twins use their wind powers to push the satellite as high as possible. However, they are interrupted by the DEM Bandersnatch unit. Toka goes to help them, but no matter how many they destroy, more keep coming, making the girls wonder if someone had used the multiple shadow clone technique to create them. As Shido watches the battle helplessly, one of the Bandersnatch tries to attack him, but Natsumi saves him. She then transforms Haniel into a replica of Sandalphon and uses it to destroy the satellite. With the threat eliminated, Natsumi attempts to leave, but Shido calls out to her. Natsumi asks what he wants and he tells her that he's glad that she's safe, which prompts her to ask why he cares. She soon starts crying and apologizing for all the trouble she's caused, but Shido assures her that they bear no grudges against her. He then asks if she would like to stay and be his friend, which makes her cry even harder, so the girls scold Shido for making her cry. They tell Natsumi they also want to be friends with her and promise to defend her from Shido's teasing. While the girls discuss among themselves, Natsumi shyly asks Shido to seal her, and he tells her that they have to kiss, so she pulls him closer and kisses him. However, her clothes disappear, so he gives her his jacket to hide her body, but that doesn't stop her from scolding him for not telling her what happens after the sealing kiss. The others also tease Shido, but stop when he draws their attention to the bomb heading for the city. Shido attempts to stop it, but someone arrives and destroys the bomb. Looking up, they are surprised to see Tobiichi dressed in a new DEMCR unit looking down on them. The next day at school, Sensei Tame enters the classroom and announces that Tobiichi is transferring schools. Upon hearing this, our lover boy stands up and demands to know what school Tobiichi will transfer to, so Tame tells him is a school in England. This makes him realize that Tobiichi will be working with DEDM, so he gives his usual stomach ache excuse and leaves the classroom. After leaving school, Shido calls Tobiichi's cell phone, but he gets redirected to voicemail, so he goes looking for her in her apartment. He rings the doorbell, but nobody answers, so he tries to open it, and is surprised to find it unlocked. He then walks in, hoping to find Tobiichi, but is met by an empty house, leaving him feeling disappointed. Suddenly, someone covers his mouth and nose with a cloth, causing him to pass out, and when he wakes up later, he's tied up in a chair. As he attempts to pull a Houdini, Tobiichi walks into the room, so he asks her to untie him. She refuses, so he asks if she joined DEM, and if Westcott was the one who ordered his kidnapping. Tobiichi tells him that she joined DEM, but says that the Gojo wannabe has nothing to do with her kidnapping him. She explains that she did it to keep him away from her fight with the spirits. Shido argues that the girls have nothing to do with her parents' deaths, but Tobiichi says that all spirits are the same and she will not allow them to keep on existing. Still, Shido talks about how the girls have been living normal lives, hoping it will sway Tobiichi. But it doesn't work, and she swears to eliminate all the spirits, as that is the only purpose she has in life. Meanwhile, in Pretty Boy Westcott's room, Ellen asks if he's fine with Tobiichi acting on her own, and he tells her that he is. He admits that he is curious to know how far she is willing to go to achieve her goal, so Ellen agrees to watch her from the shadows. Westcott tells her not to bother as he wants her to get rid of Fraxinus using Gosha, her ship, as he knows Kotori and her crew will try to intervene when Tobiichi's battle with the spirits begins. Later on, as Toka and the twins walk home, they discuss Shido's abrupt departure from school after he learned that Tobiichi was transferring schools. When they get closer to Shido's house, they see Miku standing outside, and when she sees them, she comes running towards them. The girls immediately part like the Red Sea, so Miku is unable to wrap her arms around them to hug them. However, Miku is relentless and tries to trick them into hugging her, but they don't fall for it. Toka asks why she's there, and she tells them that she came to visit Shido, but since no one is home, she decided to leave. The girls are surprised since they had assumed Shido would be home because of his supposed stomachache. Their reaction makes Miku question them, but before they can respond, the spatial quake alarms go off around the city, making them assume a new spirit has appeared. Just then, Tobiichi shows up and reveals that she requested that the alarms be set off because she wants to eliminate all of them once and for all. She then suits up in her new gear and begins attacking them without any warning whatsoever. Toka tries to reason with her, but Tobiichi refuses to listen, and that is when she realizes that Tobiichi is back to her ruthless self. While Miku and the twins fight Tobiichi, Toka summons Sandalphon and charges Tobiichi, but she repels her with her territory. Aboard Fraxinus, Kotori watches the battle unfold and orders her crew to assist the girls. But before that can happen, Ellen attacks the ship. Soon after this, they receive a transmission from Ellen, and she tells them to leave the ship because in 3 minutes she will destroy it. Kotori asks her crew to leave if they are scared of Ellen's threats, and they tell her that they are willing to become meat shields if it means they no longer have to be NPCs. Kotori then orders a full assault on Gocha, but it swiftly moves out of the way, surprising them. Suddenly, Gocha attacks them again, but Fraxinus is protected by territory, so when Gocha stops to recharge its cannons, Kotori orders a counterattack. However, Gocha's recharge doesn't take long, and Ellen launches another attack. Fortunately, the attack doesn't destroy Fraxinus, but it does leave it severely damaged, so Kotori orders them to deploy territory and recharge the cannon. When they fire the cannon, Gocha moves out of the way again, but the cannon fire returns like a boomerang and hits Gocha. However, Gocha didn't go down and started making a beeline for Fraxinus before opening fire on the ship. Meanwhile, poor Shido calls out for help, hoping someone will find him so he can stop Tobiichi's plans. Suddenly, Tobiichi enters the room, which surprises him, so he asks if she has carried out her plans. Instead of answering his question, Tobiichi starts laughing and doesn't stop even when Yoshino shows up. Shido tries to warn Yoshino to stay away from Tobiichi, but she looks at Tobiichi and tells her to cut it out. It is then revealed that Natsumi is disguised as Tobiichi, and after she changes back, Shido asks how they found him. Yoshino explains that they had seen him and Tobiichi together, so they decided to follow them to see if they were going somewhere to bump uglies. Shido then asks them to untie him, so Natsumi forces herself to remember something bad that happened to her to regain her powers and free him. Once they are outside, Shido attempts to contact Fraxinus, but he can't, so he asks the girls if they know where Toka and the others are. Back in the forest, Toka wakes up after being knocked unconscious and sees an injured Mikyu approaching her. Unfortunately, Mikyu is too weak and collapses before reaching her, and that is when she notices that the twins are also unconscious. Enraged, Toka asks Tobiichi why she's attacking them, and Tobiichi tells her it's because they are spirits. As she speaks, she grabs a defenseless Yuzuru by her neck and begins to choke her, but not in a pleasurable way. Kaguya attempts to save her sister, but is easily knocked down, so Toka tries to go to her, but is prevented by Tobiichi's territory. Realizing she's too weak to fight Tobiichi, Toka contemplates using her inverse form. Almost immediately as the thought crossed, she pushed it out as she knew it wasn't the right decision. As she watches Tobiichi attempting to fast-track Yuzuru's visa to the afterlife, Toka calls on Shido to lend her more power. Suddenly, she begins to glow and transforms into her full astral attire, surprising Tobiichi. Before Tobiichi can react, Toka enters Superman mode and saves Yuzuru before declaring that she is willing to fight Tobiichi to death the same way gladiators do. Tobiichi wastes no time and immediately attacks Toka, who fights back. As the battle royale intensifies, Tobiichi starts to weaken and is eventually knocked out of the sky. The defeated Tobiichi remains on the ground as she laments that her weakness is why she can't avenge her parents. She's angered that no matter how hard she tries, she can never be as powerful as a spirit. Just as she is about to give up, she hears a voice asking if she wishes for more power, and she tells it that she does. The next moment a crystal appears before her, and the voice urges her to take it, so that's exactly what she does. Almost immediately, she starts transforming. At the same time, Toka returns to help the twins and Yuzuru inquires about Tobiichi. She tells her that she smacked Tobiichi into the forest using the flat end of her sword, but assures her that she's still alive thanks to her territory. They then rush to check on Mikyu, who is still knocked out and are relieved to see that she's fine with sleep. The twins tell Toka that Mikyu protected her while she was unconscious earlier, and suggest that she thank her when she wakes up. Toka agrees, but is surprised when the twins tell her to wake Mikyu up by kissing her, as though Mikyu were Sleeping Beauty. She's even more surprised when the twins swear that they never said anything like that. Eventually, she realizes that Mikyu is awake, and has been mimicking the twins as she hopes to get a kiss from Toka. This leads to the twins scolding Mikyu. But Mikyu isn't bothered and even gropes their watermelons as she begs them to forgive her for her deceit. Suddenly the girls see a bright light which upon closer inspection is revealed to be Tobiichi, who is now a spirit. Immediately, Toka instructs the others to run, saying that she can't fight Tobiichi and protect them at the same time, so they skedaddle, leaving her alone with Tobiichi. The next moment, Tobiichi summons her angel, Metatron, who takes the form of floating cannons around her. Toka angrily asks Tobiichi why she became a spirit, which makes Tobiichi realize what her new powers mean. However, she tells Toka that it changes nothing because her goal is still to annihilate the spirits, adding that when she's done, she'll do the same to herself. She then attacks Toka, and as the two battle, Toka asks Tobiichi to reconsider her decision. Tobiichi refuses, reaffirming that her resolve and mission will not change, so Toka tells her that she will punish her. Just as the battle reaches its peak, with both girls about to blast each other off the face of the earth, Shido arrives and screams at them to stop fighting. It works because they turn to look at him, but Tobiichi is too embarrassed to face him and flies off. Later that night, while Shido is at the school's infirmary with the girls, he decides to reveal Toka so the AST doesn't detect her. He draws the curtains around her bed closed and then whispers in her ear what needs to be done when she starts asking questions. Toka is nervous but agrees to let him do the needful. However, he stops when he realizes they are being watched by the others. Just as he pulls the curtains and makes them fall like dominoes, Sensei Tomei appears at the door. When she notices their state, she immediately runs off, saying she wants to call the hospital to send an ambulance over. Meanwhile, Tobiichi finds Kurumi on the roof of a building somewhere in the city and asks if one of the 12 dials on her angel has a bullet that can shoot her into the past. In response, Kurumi points her pistol at Tobiichi and asks Tobiichi why she wants her to use Yodbet on her. Tobiichi says she wants to return to the day her parents died so she can stop it from happening. Kurumi's curiosity to find out if history can be rewritten is what pushes her to accept Tobiichi's request and shoot her with Yodbet. Tobiichi soon finds herself in Teng City exactly 5 years ago, so she summons Metatron. As she flies above the city, she sees the younger versions of Kotori and Shido. Not too far from them is Phantom, so without thinking, Tobiichi attacks Phantom. Confused, Phantom approaches Tobiichi, asking why she is attacking her when they have never met before. Tobiichi doesn't respond and tries attacking her again, but Phantom moves out of the way and reappears behind her as she points out that Tobiichi is from the future. Tobiichi keeps attacking, but Phantom dances around the shots and tells her that she can't die yet because she has a wish she wants to fulfill. This statement feeds Tobiichi's rage, and she swears that she will never allow Phantom to fulfill that wish because she murdered her parents. Phantom tells her that she has the wrong person, which pisses her off even more, so she traps Phantom in a sphere of light and hits her with a powerful energy blast. Of course, Phantom escapes, but before she disappears, she praises Tobiichi for efficiently wielding Metatron. Now alone, Tobiichi feels relieved that she prevented her parents' deaths. However, she soon realizes that her parents are gone. The worst part of it is that she is the one responsible for their deaths because they were casualties of her rampaging attacks against Phantom. As she watches her younger self swear revenge on her, she lets out an ear-piercing scream. Back in the present, Kotori informs Shido over the phone that Fraxin has suffered damages during the fight against Goisha. She assures him that she and the crew are safe and tells him that she sent people to pick him and the girls up. Just then, Shido notices the moon turning black before pitch-black beams begin to rain down on the city, shaking the foundation of the building. Toka rushes to Shido's side asking what is going on, and Kotori informs them that it is the work of an inverse spirit. While she's still talking, the building Shido is in gets destroyed, but thanks to Toka and the others, he's unharmed. When he looks up and sees the spirit, he realizes that it's Tobiichi and wonders what happened to make her go in first. Toka tells him that he's the only person who can bring Tobiichi back, and the others tell him not to worry as they will ensure he gets to Tobiichi. Shido thanks them, and together they fly towards Tobiichi, but Ellen suddenly arrives and begins attacking them to prevent them from saving Tobiichi. Shido loses his balance and starts to fall, but Yuzuru saves him with her chain. She then flings him towards Tobiichi, and once he gets closer to her, he attempts to shake her back to her senses. He soon realizes that the Tobiichi he knew is gone and falls to the ground because he's too shocked to remain in the air. Fortunately, his injuries are healed by Camille's flames, so he stands up and tries to return to Tobiichi. Before he can, Fraxinus arrives at the scene, and just as Kotori tells Shido they will transport him to Tobiichi, Metatron's cannons open fire on the ship. Shido watches helplessly as the ship goes down, but before he can attempt anything, Kurumi appears and holds him in place with her shadows. Shido begs her not to interfere as he has to save his friends, but she tells him it's a hopeless dream. She says Tobiichi is beyond saving and then shoots him with the Yodbet, and when next he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a peaceful Tenji city. He spots Sensei Tame and tries to talk to her, but she has no idea who he is and walks away. That is when he hears Kurumi's voice in his head, telling him that she sent him to the past to reverse the disaster that is unfolding in the present. She then explains that she sent Tobiichi to the past as per her request, making Shido realize that whatever happened, there is the reason Tobiichi went in verse. Shido decides to find Tobiichi and takes a shortcut through his house, but is seen by his neighbor, who mistakes him for a thief. He quickly runs away, but she chases after him, so he uses Natsumi's powers to change into his younger self. When the woman sees him, she doesn't suspect he's the one she was chasing and tells him to be careful as a thief is lurking about. Soon after she walks away, an explosion occurs on the other side of the city, indicating that Kotori has just become a spirit. He rushes to the scene and arrives just in time to witness Tobiichi's attacks on Phantom. He attempts to get Tobiichi's attention by calling her name, but she doesn't hear him as she is too focused on Phantom. Still, he continues chasing after her until he arrives at the street where her parents meet their demise. The force of the beam that incinerated them pushed him back, causing him to hit a wall. However, he gets up and rushes to Tobiichi, but stops short when he realizes that the spirit responsible for her parents' death is her. He watches as the younger Tobiichi swears to find and eliminate her older self without realizing it. After the future Tobiichi disappears, Shido notices that the building beside the younger Tobiichi is about to collapse and crush her. He immediately rushes to her and pulls an Avengers-level save, after which he engulfs her in a hug. He tells her that she isn't alone and says he's willing to carry all her sadness and hatred. His words made Tobiichi burst into tears, and when she finally settled down, she asked what his name was. When he tells her, she says she will let him carry her sadness and joy, but will continue holding on to her hatred. She also swears never to smile or laugh again until she's had her revenge on the spirit who isekai'd her parents. After she walks away, Shido changes back to his older self as he accepts that all is lost, but Kurumi says it isn't. She explains that she got a visit from his future self, who gave her an idea of how to fix the problem. She instructs Shido to locate her past self and have her shoot him with Yodbet so he can return to the past again. Shido finds Captain Kurumi, the one-eyed pirate, on a rooftop and asks her for her help, but she threatens him with her pistol instead. Future Kurumi then tells Shido to ask her younger self to hold his hand so she can communicate with her. Eye Patch Kurumi reluctantly agrees to touch him after Shido makes the request, and she is surprised to hear her future self. However, she listens to what she has to say and agrees to shoot Shido with the Yodbet, because she can't refuse a request from herself. After getting shot, Shido arrives in the past a few minutes before Tobiichi, and decides the best thing is for Phantom not to be around when she arrives. He then goes to the park where Phantom gives Kotori her spirit crystal, and waits there until he sees Phantom. When he approaches her, she recognizes him and runs away, so he chases her. When he catches up to her, she apologizes for running and explains that she ran because she didn't want Kotori to overhear their conversation. Phantom then takes the form of a pink-haired girl, which she tells Shido isn't her true form. He asks if she knows who he is, and she says that she knows him very well before asking what he wants from her. Shido says he wants her to disappear, making her ask if that is a Shakespearean way of saying he wants her dead. Shido explains that he wants her to hide, and she tells him that she can't comply with his wishes because she has something important to do. She then uses her powers to hold Shido in place and moves closer to him as she promises to meet him again. She also says that when that happens, she will not make the mistake of letting him go again. As soon as she flies away, Tobiichi arrives and begins attacking her like before, but Shido is determined not to let history repeat itself. He runs to the street where the younger Tobiichi and her parents are and pushes her parents out of the way before the blast occurs. When next he opens his eyes, he is in his bedroom and everything is back to normal. Shido wonders if his actions are the reason he now stands in a peaceful world, but his thoughts are interrupted by Kotori, who enters his room. Shido starts questioning her about Fraxinus and everyone else, but Kotori has no idea what he's talking about. When he suddenly hugs her, she wonders if he's been body snatched by aliens, but he assures her that he's the real Shido and says he's glad that she's safe. Later that day in school, Shido stares at Tobiichi's empty desk wondering if she's late. Sensei Tame soon comes in and starts the roll call, but Shido cuts her off when she doesn't call Tobiichi's name when she's supposed to. He asks why she didn't call Tobiichi's name, which leaves her confused. This makes Shido assume that Tobiichi no longer stays in Tengu City, because her parents are alive and well. At home later, Kotori, Natsumi, and Yoshino notice Shido isn't acting like his usual self and begin to wonder if it's his time of the month. Natsumi tells them that Shido's gloomy mood is because of a girl, and explains that it is normal for boys to feel that way after a girl treats them badly. She then suggests that they try to cheer him up and make him forget the girl responsible for him acting like a rejected love-starved puppy. Unaware of their plans, Shido continues cooking until Yoshino and Kotori walk into the kitchen looking like his wet dreams. He immediately asks why they are dressed the way they are, and they tell him it isn't important, insisting that all they want to do is help him. They then grab his arms and begin pushing their padded melons against them, and that is when he realizes that Natsumi is behind it. He calls out to her demanding an explanation, and she comes out of hiding wearing a normal maid outfit. Upon seeing her, Kotori becomes annoyed and calls her a backstabbing bitch, because they had all agreed to wear swimsuits under their aprons. Natsumi tells her that she is too embarrassed to strut around in a swimsuit that highlights her non-existent curves, so Kotori tries to claw her face. Yoshino holds her back, but somehow, all three girls fall on top of Shido with Kotori lying spread eagle on his face. After changing to their normal clothes, the girls apologize to Shido, who in turn apologizes for making them worried. Kotori reminds him that he needs to be in a good state of mind because they never know when Kurumi and a spirit named Devil will appear. Confused, Shido asks who Devil is, and Kotori tells him that she's an inverse spirit known as the Spirit Hunter and has been confirmed to be stronger than Kurumi. She further explains that Devil only shows up when a new spirit appears and always attacks them. She adds that if Toka and the others hadn't arrived on time to help Natsumi, she would have been toast. She then shows him a recorded footage of Devil, and Shido is surprised to see that it is Tobiichi. The next day at school, while Shido tries to deduce the reason Tobiichi became an inverse spirit, even though he saved her parents, Sensei Tame walks into the classroom. She announces that there's a new student, and Shido is surprised to see that it's a happier-looking Tobiichi. When she makes her way to the empty desk beside him, she stops and stares at him in surprise, which confuses him. During lunch break, Shido calls Kotori and informs her that Devil has just transferred to his school. Kotori asks how he's sure the person is Devil, and he promises to explain everything when he gets home. When he gives her Tobiichi's name, Kotori tells him that Tobiichi was once a member of the AST. However, it was around the time she retired from the AST that Devil started appearing, which makes her believe Shido is telling the truth. When Shido returns to class, he leaves a note for Tobiichi to meet him on the rooftop. During their discussion, she reveals that he resembles the person who saved her parents 5 years ago. When Shido mentions the date, Tobiichi mistakenly believes it was his brother who saved them, and she expresses gratitude for him. She shares that her parents died in a traffic accident 4 years ago, but she appreciates the time spent with them. When Shido asks why she joined the AST, she explains it's to protect others from spirits and prevent similar tragedies. She gets confused when Shido asks why she became a spirit. Before he can explain, the bell rings, signaling the end of the lunch break. Tobiichi starts walking away, but he calls out to her and says he wants to talk to her another time. Tobiichi assumes he's asking her out on a date and tells him she will think about it. During class, she slips Shido a note saying she's free on Saturday. Later, he finds himself asleep on Kurumi's lap and quickly moves away, startled. Kurumi then reveals she remembers everything from the old timeline. When Shido asks about the new Tobiichi's inversion, she suggests shooting her with a yad to uncover her past. At the same time, Tobiichi is searching for her hairpin on the stairs to the rooftop and hears Shido's voice, so she goes investigating. Upon seeing Kurumi, her eyes darken and she mindlessly walks to the rooftop. Shido tries to talk to her, but she remains unresponsive. When Kurumi greets her, she transforms into her inverse form and commands her angel to attack, disregarding Shido's safety. After Tobiichi defeats Kurumi and she fades away, she returns to normal, but is unable to recall the events. However, she quickly composes herself and apologizes to Shido, saying that her mind has been going blank lately. She assures him that it's nothing to worry about and tells him that she will meet him on Saturday before running off. Soon after she leaves, Kurumi emerges from her shadows. She tells Shido that because of Tobiichi's reaction to her, it will be impossible for her to get close enough to shoot her with her yad. That night, Shido comes clean to Kotori and Rin, explaining everything that happened in the old world that led to the creation of the new world they were in. Rin analyzes the footage of Tobiichi's fight against Kurumi and says that she is certain that Tobiichi isn't aware that she is a spirit. She theorizes that when Phantom gifted Tobiichi her powers in the new world, her memories of the old world returned to her. The only reason she can't remember them now is because her memories were split in two as a self-defense mechanism. That is why whenever she senses a spirit, she loses her memories and turns into Devil. This prompts Shido to ask what can be done, and Kotori tells him that he has to make her fall for him and seal her. When she tells him to come up with a plan to convince Tobiichi to go on a date, Shido reveals that he and Tobiichi have plans to meet that Saturday, which surprises her. On Saturday, Shido and Tobiichi meet while Kotori and her crew observe from aboard Fraxinus. Although the crew presents Shido with 3 options, he decides to take Tobiichi to a love motel, prompting Kotori to scream at him to take her shopping. Ignoring Kotori's suggestion, Shido brings Tobiichi to a quirky store that the old Tobiichi would love. She initially wants to leave but is shocked to find she has picked up a few items without realizing it. Shido offers to buy Tobiichi a dress to apologize for their weird outing. However, he hears her scream in the dressing room, so he rushes in and finds her on the floor in a suggestive animal costume, embarrassed and unsure how she picked it. Later, at a restaurant, Shido leaves for the bathroom, and when he returns, he finds Tobiichi resisting the urge to lick his spoon. She claims she picked it up off the floor because she's worried he might think she's a freak. During her explanation, Tobiichi accidentally knocks over Shido's cup of water, causing him to expose his stomach. She quickly takes photos of it, claiming her body moved on its own. Later at the park, Tobiichi apologizes for her earlier behavior and discusses her feelings about spirits, expressing that she doesn't think it's right to eliminate them. Shido empathizes with her, stating that even his brother who died because of a spirit wouldn't want to see any spirit harmed. Her mood lifts, and Kotori tells Shido to kiss her to seal her powers. When he starts leaning in, Tobiichi panics and tries to back away but accidentally bumps into the railing. The railing breaks and she's about to fall to her death, but Shido grabs her hand, injuring his in the process. After he pulls her to safety, she falls on top of him, and as she starts thanking him for saving her, she notices his injury being healed by Camille's flames. Immediately, her eyes go dark, and she begins to transform into her inverse form. Kotori tells Shido to flee, but he refuses, saying he needs to save Tobiichi and attempts to break through her territory. It doesn't work, and he gets pushed back, so Kotori attempts to use Fraxinus' cannons to help him. This results in Satan surrounding the ship and shooting it down, causing Shido to scream. As he helplessly watches Fraxinus fall, Tobiichi tries to attack him, but Toka arrives at that moment and saves him. The others are also with her and Shido begs them to help him save Tobiichi. The girls agree and create a path for him to reach Tobiichi by using their powers to force her territory open. Meanwhile, the new Tobiichi finds herself in an empty void inside her subconscious. As she walks around, she comes across the old Tobiichi, who ensures that she shares her real memories with her. The new Tobiichi refuses to accept them, but the old one tells her that no matter what she does, it will always be her reality. As her body slowly becomes engulfed in the darkness, the new Tobiichi cries out for someone to help her. Just then, a crack appears in the void and they hear Shido's voice urging them not to give up. He reminds them of the promise he made to always be there for them and carry their burdens. He then begs them to reach out to him, and both girls oblige, merging into one as they do so. Shido holds her in his arms as she cries her heart out and apologizes to him for burdening him with feelings she assumed was love. Shido tells her that he doesn't mind, and as her inverse form changes, he kisses her lips, sealing her once and for all. Days later, during their physical tests, Shido exhibits unusual physical abilities and suddenly passes out. The girls take him to the Ratatoskr base to have him checked out, and it is discovered that all the spirit power in his body is causing it to overheat. It is also responsible for his sudden power boost, and if they don't do something about it, he will go on a rampage. Rin tells the girls that the only way to help Shido is for all 8 of them to kiss him, so that all the spirit power in his body will flow accordingly. While they are discussing, they are informed that Shido has escaped, so they rush to the infirmary and find that the place has been wrecked. The girls are surprised as the place looks like it was smashed up by the Hulk. Fortunately, Kotori locates Shido, so they head out to retrieve him. Meanwhile, Shido comes across Ellen, who he attempts to rizz up by turning on his charm and saying all the right words. Ellen tries to act like Shido's words aren't making her floodgates shake, but he sees right through her. In a desperate attempt to escape him, she tries to attack him, but her plans fail and she ends up in his arms instead. Shido then lets go of her and continues on his way, leaving Ellen all bothered and hot for reasons she can't explain. As he walks around town, he suddenly starts singing like he's in one of those Disney musicals and somehow ropes the people around him into it. The girls soon find him and tell him that they have come to save him, but he tells them that if they want to do that, they have to make him fall for them. In other words, they have to rizz the Rizzler, and after he says this, he leaves, asking them to let him know when they're ready. Determined to save Shido, the girls invite him to a private pool, where they compete to win his affection. Kanazuki referees while the crew monitors Shido's excitement. The twins start by licking the same ice cream cone, which gets him excited. Next, Natsumi uses her voluptuous body to entice him, but when her powers fade, Shido is unexpectedly excited by how baggy her swimsuit looks. When it is Yoshino's turn, her massage fails to excite him until she spills lotion on her dress and takes it off. Kotori easily excites him by calling him Oni-chan and using her puppy dog eyes. Tobiichi attempted to drug Shido, but after mistakenly drinking from the wrong glass, she became sweet and declared her love for him. Just as Toka is about to start, Shido loses control of his spirit power. Immediately he flies off. Rin warns that if he isn't stopped, he will cause a spatial quake worse than the one that occurred 30 years ago. The twins, Mikyu, Yoshino, and Natsumi go after him, but Kotori stays behind and attempts to eliminate him with a remote-controlled cannon orbiting the Earth. Before she can push the button, Toka and Tobiichi stop her and tell her to have faith that they can save him. As the others try to catch Shido, Kurumi shows up and uses her shadows to restrain him, but he breaks free. The twins then combine forces to capture him, and as they hold him in place, each girl kisses him. Once again, Shido breaks free, but the other girls find a way to kiss him. When it was Toka's turn, he summoned Sandalphon, and the both of them began fighting. The others try to intervene, but she tells them not to as she walks up to him and kisses him, because she finally realizes that she loves him. Kurumi's clones invade a DEM research facility where a spirit codenamed Sister is being experimented on and helps her escape. A month later, Shido is at Ratatostra's base getting examined by Rin, who informs him that the path connecting him and the spirits has been normalized. Shido expresses relief after hearing this, and just as he begins to thank her for helping him recover, Toka and the other spirits walk in. They ask Shido how his examination went, and he tells them that he's no longer at risk of turning into an atomic bomb, which relieves them. Shido notices that Kotori isn't with the group and asks where she is. Rin tells him that the captain is busy with something in the second exam room, and says if he hurries, he might catch up with her. Shido then bids the girls and Rin goodbye and heads to the exam room to find Kotori. Upon entering the room, he is surprised to find Kotori trying to strip mana. He quickly looks away and apologizes for barging in on them. However, he tells Kotori it's unacceptable to try and force someone to be her scissor buddy. Kotori tells him to go clean his filthy mind, just as Manat explains that Kotori is trying to force her to get a checkup. She insists she doesn't need one as she's as fit as a horse, but Kotori disagrees and says they must perform a proper examination because of all the body enhancements DEN carried out on her. When she pushes the struggling Mana back on the exam table, Shido walks out of the room as he wants nothing to do with their quarrel. On the way home, Shido finds an unconscious woman lying in an alleyway, so he tries to help her. When the woman comes to, she weakly admits that she's starving, so Shido offers to take her home after buying some groceries. When they arrive at her apartment building, Shido learns she's a mangaka. He also learns that she's Hanju Suji, the author of one of his favorite mangas, Silver Bullet. However, her real name is Hanju Nia. When he points out that he read the last volume of Silver Bullet years ago, Nia tells him she stopped writing for personal reasons. However, she's back and preparing to release a new volume, which she assures him would be worth his while. Just then, Nia's stomach grumbles, and she begs Shido to make her something to eat, so he does. Nia eats the food with tears as she has not had a home-cooked meal in weeks. Shido tells her to always remember to eat, and Nia stops him when he stands up to leave. She asks if he wants to earn some money, and then recruits him to be her assistant for the day. While they work on her manuscript, Shido asks Nia why she is dressed in a very revealing maid's outfit. She tells him it for reference purposes, and admits that she's hoping he would get excited seeing her body because her runway plots were a turnoff. Shido ignored her statement and handed her the completed page he was working on. A little while later, they finished the manuscript and Nia tried to pay Shido for the help he rendered. She placed the envelope between her unripe oranges, hoping to entice him, but it fell to the floor, reminding her that she was built like a wall. While she lamented her lack of melons, Shido tried to leave, saying he didn't want the money, but she latched onto his back like a leech to stop him. She then proposes they go on a date that weekend to pay him for the work. Shido politely declines her offer, but Nia insists and says accepting her offer would be in his best interest. The next moment, she starts glowing and transforms into Sister, her spirit form. The most shocking part is that she tells Shido that she knows it's his job to date spirits and make them fall for him. When Shido snaps out of the shock, he asks how she knew about him. Nia summons her angel Razio, explaining that it allows her to see everything in the world. She reveals their meeting was no coincidence, she had staged it. She shares that she escaped from DEM after 5 years, and has been using Raziel to learn about the world. Shido asks what else Raziel can do, and she mentions its ability to foresee the future. She explains that everything written in Raziel comes true like with the Death Note. She then demonstrates how it works by drawing a picture of him raising her dress. To Shido's surprise, his body moves independently. Still hoping to prove Raziel's superiority, Nia shows Shido the images he drew when he deluded himself into thinking he was the next Oda. Shido begged her never to let those drawings see the light of day, so Nia agreed to keep them a secret if he went on a date with her and tried to make her fall for him. The following weekend, Shido meets Nia in Akihabara for their date while Kotori and the Fraxinus crew watch from the command room. They give Shido 3 options to boost Nia's happiness and vote for the naughtiest one. Although hesitant, Shido goes along with it, and Nia surprises him by laughing and playing along. However, she knows he's getting advice from Kotori and poses for the cameras. Later, she drags Shido to a bookstore, buying all the manga she wants and simping over a cardboard cutout of her favorite character. On their way home, the crew notes it's the first date without complications, and Kotori hopes Shido can wrap things up soon. However, a twist occurs when Nia trips while walking backwards. Shido catches her, and as they share an intense gaze, he leans in for a kiss. Unfortunately, Nia says he's not her type and only wants him to seal their powers from DEM. Shocked by her revelation, Shido hides in the cafe bathroom they visit and asks Kotori and the crew for help. They tell him the only way to go about the situation is to cosplay it as the character she simped over at the bookstore, so he uses Natsumi's powers to change his appearance. When he approaches Nia, she almost loses her mind and immediately changes her behavior towards him. Shido mimics the character so well that Nia's happiness meter increases tremendously, so Kotori tells him to kiss her. This action angers Nia and causes her happiness meter to drop. She tells Shido that the character he is acting as would never come onto a woman as his mission in life is to avenge his lover. Shido tries to calm her down, but she's beyond pissed and refuses to listen. She tells him not to show his aesthetically repulsive face around her until he learns how to be a 2D character, and then kicks him in the face. Hours later, Nia returns home and reflects on her actions, wondering if she was wrong to have ditched Shido. She admits he's a good guy but can't see herself falling for him, which worries her. Just as she begins whining about her problems to no one in particular, someone rings the doorbell, so she goes to answer the door. After collecting the package, she sees it is a demo video game from a company she supposedly worked with. Since she's bored, Nia decides to play the game and becomes suspicious when the main character looks just like Shido. Nevertheless, she keeps playing and gets excited by it, not realizing that she's been communicating with Shido the entire time. It turns out that Ratatosker plans to make Nia fall for Shido's 2D character, and then have him appear before her when she's done playing the game. Unfortunately for them, Nia is more curious than a cat and uses Raziel to learn more about the game's publishers. When she discovers that Ratatosker and Shido are behind everything, she more or less becomes an angry bird and screams at them. Since their video game plan is a burst, Shido and Kotori meet with the other spirits to ask their opinion on what to do. During the meeting, Toka asks Shido if he knows why Nia only likes her men in 2D, and he admits that he doesn't. Kotori tells them that Rin is digging into Nia's past to see if they can find her old friends who can tell them more about her. Natsumi then proposes to turn Shido into a manga page using Hanyo, if that would make him more attractive to Nia. Shido points out that her proposal is a bit extreme, so Tobiichi proposes they create a manga with Shido as the main character. As the other girls agree with her plan, Nia contacts them and tells them she knows what they are plotting. She says they couldn't pay her to read their manga, as she has a lot on her plate with Kamiko coming up. The mention of Kamiko gives Kotori an idea, so she tells Nia that if their manga sells more copies than there is a Kamiko, she will have to read their manga. Nia laughs at this, but decides to humor her and accepts the challenge before ending the call. Later, she sits in her bedroom, thinking about how absurd it is that Shido and the girls think she'd fall for a real guy. She attempts to distract herself by looking through Raziel, but is interrupted by Kurumi, who suddenly shows up like a wraith. Nia recognizes her as the one who engineered her escape from DEM, but doesn't let down her guard as she knows Kurumi is the Loki of all spirits. Kurumi assures her that she came in peace and says she came to find out about the spirit of origin and how to get rid of her permanently. Meanwhile, at Shido's house, Kotori tasks everyone to make drawings and says the person with the best drawing will be responsible for drawing their comic. Shido and the girls make their drawings and show them to Kotori, who looks at all the drawings and announces that Natsumi is their main artist. Since the twins, Tobiichi and Shido, had okay drawings, Kotori makes them Natsumi's assistants, while she and the remaining spirits work on something secretly. That night, Kurumi and her clones meet on a rooftop to to discuss what she learned from Nia about the spirit of origin. It turns out that even though she gathered enough spirit power, she still didn't stand a chance against the spirit of origin. However, Kurumi believes she will have the upper hand because she has the power over time. The next day, Shido, Tobiichi, Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Mikyu stay up late to work on their manga, and when they finally finish, Natsumi passes out from exhaustion. Kotori and the others soon come into the room to announce that they have also finished what they were working on and are ready for Kamiko. The next day, the battle between Shido and Nia begins at Kamiko, and Nia mocks Shido when it becomes obvious that no one wants to buy manga made by an unknown low-budget mangaka. Kotori tells her not to get too cocky and orders the girls to get ready, so they reveal the bunny girl costumes they had underneath their clothes. The girls then worked like sirens, using their beauty and charms to draw people to their table. Shido was impressed by their strategy and even more impressed when he realized they invited their friends and Fraxinus's crew to purchase their manga. Despite all these efforts, people flocked to Nia's table like sheep, and she remained in the lead. When Mikyu sees this, she posts a message on her social media account, informing her fans that she is at Kamiko doing a handshake event. Almost immediately, their table is surrounded by Mikyu's adoring fans. Ultimately, they both sell out their manga, resulting in a tie. Nia agrees to read their manga and is impressed, though she feels the main character didn't get enough pages to win her over. Curious as to how they managed to create something above average in 2 days, Nia uses Razio. What she discovers makes her cry as she realizes that they turned their story into a manga to prove that Shido is a good person. When she returns to find Shido and the girls, she tells them that although their story proves they are amateurs, it moved her and she is willing to go on a second date with Shido. This makes them happy, but just as they start celebrating, Nia suddenly turns inverse and a spatial quake warning is issued. As the citizens rush to evacuate to the shelters, Westcott and Ellen sit in a car discussing Nia's inversion. It is revealed that Westcott had planted a micro-realizer in Nia's brain while she was at the DEM facility to make her forget everything they had done to her. During that period, Nia's faith and trust in humanity were non-existent, so she never remembered the torture they put her through. However, after meeting Shido, her trust in humanity returned, causing her memories to return. Those memories made Nia turn inverse, so Westcott ordered Ellen and the blonde girl with them to do what they must. Meanwhile, Nia summons her Beelzebub, her demon king, and begins attacking Shido and the girls. The girls quickly transform and defend against the attacks, but as they discuss their plan to subdue Nia, Ellen arrives. She tells them that she will take Nia down and moves in to attack her, but Toka gets in her way. Kotori then instructs Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Mikyu to help Toka, while the others help her and Shido deal with the inverted Nia. When she and Shido try to approach Nia, she forces them to stand in place using future entry and sends her shadows towards them. Tobiichi, Yoshino, and Natsumi defend the siblings using their powers, but Nia uses future entry to turn their powers against them. Just as she's about to sever shadows on Shido and Kotori, Shido taps into his inner Jack Frost, using Zadkiel to turn them into ice blocks. This action disrupts Nia's riding, allowing Shido and Kotori to move again. So Shido summons Sandalphon and cuts the frozen shadows into pieces. When he notices Nia slipping further into her dark side, he uses Gabriel as a megaphone and screams Nia's name, momentarily bringing her back. Unfortunately, before Shido can move in to play knight in shining armor, the blonde girl Westcott ordered to help Ellen arrives and stabs Nia. Tobiichi recognizes the girl as Artemisia Ashcroft and wonders why she's working for that dirty snake Westcott. Shido and the girls watch helplessly as Artemisia retrieves Nia's inverted spirit crystal, Cliffa. After Nia falls to the ground, Westcott appears, takes the crystal from Artemisia, and absorbs it into his body. He then summons Beelzebub and creates more of Nia's shadow monsters before saying how remarkable it was that he knew exactly how to use his newfound power just by touching the Demon King. When Ellen joins him and Artemisia on the ground, he shows her the demon flame in his hand and says that although the power of Beelzebub will help their cause, they still need more Demon Kings to fulfill their ambitions. The next moment, the shadows move to attack Shido and the girls, but Toka, Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Mikyu arrive in the nick of time to save them. They then turn to face Westcott, Ellen, and Artemisia, but when Ellen moves to engage them, Westcott tells her to stand down. He says his body needs more time to absorb Beelzebub's power fully, so taking more will be unwise. After they leave, Shido rushes to Nia to see if she can be saved and Toka tells him she can sense Nia's spirit power. Kotori deduces that because Shido had momentarily pulled part of Nia's consciousness back before she was stabbed, there is still a fragment of the Saphira left in her body. She urges him to seal that power, so Shido begs the barely conscious Nia to open her heart to him before he kisses her. Nia opens her eyes a few seconds later and weakly thanks Shido before passing out again. A few weeks later, Shido and the girls take Nia to the hospital's roof to watch the sunrise. Nia thanks Shido for saving her life and admits that now that her powers are gone, she feels relieved for the first time in almost 30 years. Out of curiosity, she asks the girls how long they've been spirits, and in response, Kotori says she has been a spirit for 5 years, Miku says 1 year, Tobiichi says recently, and Kaguya says the rest of them are pure spirits. This baffles Nia, as she's always believed that spirits were humans from the start. When she mentions this to the girls and Shido, they are all speechless. The next day at school, while class is going on, an asteroid crashes on the sports field, causing Tama-sensei to faint from shock and the students to speculate if they would live as long as Vandal Savage if they went near it. Shido soon receives a call from Kotori, and she asks him to head to Ratatosfer's command center. Upon reaching there, she informs him that objects have fallen simultaneously in different parts of the world. This was caused by a new spirit codenamed Zodiac, who had been enjoying her Sleeping Beauty era up in space until DEM tried to capture her. Using her angel Michael, Zodiac destroyed the DEM ships and Vandersnatchers and threw them down to Earth by creating warp gates. Kotori tells Shido that she wants him to talk to Zodiac, and provides him with a VR headgear which projects a 3D image of him into space using cameras. When Zodiac sees Shido, she attacks him but is surprised that he won't die, so he explains that he is not really in space. He then asks what her name is, and Zodiac tells him that her name is Mukuro Hashimiya, and introduces himself to her as Itsuka Shido, her future husband, per Kotori's instructions. He does this, but Mukuro doesn't react, leaving them confused. Shido then tells Mukuro that his job is to help spirits, and tells her all about the girls in Ratatosker, before asking her to return to Earth with him so he can seal her, and she can live the rest of her life as the 10th concubine in his ever-growing harem. Mukuro refuses his offer, saying she prefers to be in space than on Earth, sharing his overused pole. Shido tries to convince her by saying she'd be alone and sad, but Mukuro reveals that she had used her angel to lock up her emotions, so she felt nothing. This admission makes Shido more determined to bring Mukuro back to Earth, but she refuses to budge and asks how sure he is that she will be safer on Earth after he seals her powers. She points out that all the spirits he claims to have saved are at risk of being hurt, because their powers are limited, and tells him that she doesn't want that. When he keeps staring at her like an idiot without saying anything, Mukuro asks him to leave and threatens to stop the Earth's rotation if he dares to return. Using Michael, she shuts off the camera projecting Shido's image to her, and Shido takes off his headset. Kotori notices he's acting like a puppy which has just been kicked and tells him to man up as they need to act quickly and save Mukuro before she falls into the hands of that useless waste of space known as Westcott. Just then, they overhear Toka and the others who have been eavesdropping outside the room, arguing, so they unlock the door and tumble into it. They apologize for their failed attempts at being spies and tell Kotori and Shido they want to help them bring Mukuro back to Earth. Rin tells them the only way to do that is to unlock Mukuro's heart using her angel. To get to space, they board the upgraded Fraxinus, which now has its very own Alexa named Mariah. However, before they can prepare for takeoff, Maria informs them that the chairman of Ratatosker, Elliot Woodman, was requesting a meeting. When Elliot arrives, he asks if he is the same Elliot Woodman who co-founded DEM and manifested spirits 30 years ago. Elliot confirms that he is and deduces that she got that information from Razio. However, he assures her that he no longer has ties with DEM. Elliot admits their goal was to utilize the power of spirits, but he changed his mind after seeing the spirit of origin and falling in love with her. He says he left DEM after that with his assistant Karen, who happens to be Ellen's little sister, and started Ratatosker to prevent other spirits from suffering. Just as Elliot thanks Shido for helping him achieve his goal, the alarms in the building go off. The group soon learns they are under attack from DEM, and Kotori realizes that Westcott has used Beelzebub to find their secret base. Elliot orders Kotori and the others to escape the base with Fraxinus and assures them that he will flee once he deals with their pest problem. As the group rushes to Fraxinus, they encounter Westcott, who traps them using Beelzebub, so he can concentrate on fighting Elliot. When Shido opens his eyes later, he sees that he's dressed as a pig and panics. He rushes outside and sees that he is in a straw house, making him realize he is the dumb piggy who built his house with straw. The next moment, he almost gets jumped by the wolf but runs away as fast as his bacon legs can take him. The wolf chases him until he finds shelter in a nearby house. To his surprise, Yoshino and Yoshinan are in the house and she's dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. Yoshinan tells him that her powers don't work, so they decide to go along with the instruction to deliver the basket to her grandmother. This makes Shido realize they are locked in with the wolf pretending to be Red's grandmother. On cue, the wolf jumps out of bed and charges at them, but fortunately, Nia, dressed as a character from her manga, breaks through the window and shoots it. Toka, dressed as Momotaro, bursts in through the door, and Nia tells her to feed the wolf one of her millet dimples, which it takes. The wolf apologizes for trying to eat them, after which they leave the house. On the way, Green explains that they are trapped in a world created by Beelzebub. She tells them that the only way to return to the real world is to find a character with the power to help them. Elsewhere, the twins find Kotori unconscious in the snow in an alleyway and try to wake her, but she's unresponsive. The twins then switch tactics and pretend they are Shido trying to resuscitate her, which causes her to wake up. She screams in annoyance that he'd put his hands on her flat plots, but shuts up when she sees it's the twins. Since it's freezing, she uses her matches to start a fire, which creates an illusion of them being in a cozy house with Shido. The twins are amazed by this and ask how it's possible, so she explains that she's the little match girl. She then asks them what their story is, and they tell her that they woke up in a forest where they found a house made of candy. They snacked on the house because they were hungry, but ran away when a suspicious old hag tried to talk to them. From their story, Kotori deduces that the twins have now assumed the appearance of Hansel and Gretel. Just as their fire runs out, a group of people walk by and overhear her talking about the Emperor finding a mermaid that repeatedly sings, "Darling, darling." In the real world, the Fraxinus crew cannot contact Kotori as they realize DEM has attacked the base. When they panic, Maria tells them that panicking would be more dangerous than the enemy and urges them to relax. This makes Kanazuki complain that Maria is stealing his thunder as the temporary commander, but no one pays attention to the rants of the dumb idiot. Rin reports that Elliot is safe and has instructed them to use Fraxinus to head to Mikuro. Hearing the instruction, Kanazuki decides to defend the ship until Kotori and the others return. However, an explosion signals the enemy has breached the hangar. Kanazuki commands Maria to use the territory to jam the incoming Bandersnatch units, but the DEM wizards enter the bridge and take the crew hostage. As the crew pretends to surrender, Maria deploys a hologram of a white tiger, distracting the wizards long enough for Kanazuki to knock one down. The reigning wizards are defeated by Munichika, who becomes enraged after one shoots his beloved Misty figure, and Shizaki, who uses her voodoo doll to incapacitate a wizard. In the fairy tale world, Shido's group arrives at the castle gates and meets the twins and Kotori trying to get in. However, the guards deny them entry as they are dressed too shabbily to grace the castle halls. Just then, a carriage pulls up, and Natsumi emerges, playing the role of Cinderella. She approaches the guards and pleads with them to let her friends in, and they agree, since they are suckers for pretty big melon women. However, before they can open the gates, the clock strikes 12 and Natsumi's clothes revert to the rags she's originally wearing. Annoyed, the guards chase them away, so they run and hide behind a wall where they devise a plan. Kotori uses her matches to create an illusion of beautiful dresses for everyone, and also turns Shido into Shiori, much to his dismay. To keep the illusion going, Toka carries a lit candle, and after they are granted access to the castle, they discover Mikyu is the singing mermaid. Turns out that she's playing the Little Mermaid, but unlike Ori, Elle, who was dumb and knave enough to trade her voice for legs, Mikyu smacked Ursula in the face with her tail and ran away. She was then captured by fishermen who brought her to the castle. The reunion is soon interrupted by the Emperor, who turns out to be Tobiichi, but the group notices that the only thing she has on is her robe. Toka immediately questions why she's strutting about in her birthday suit, and Tobiichi says she isn't. She says she bought her clothes from a passing merchant, who told her that the clothes can only be seen by those with love for Shido. This makes them realize that Tobiichi is what they call a beauty without brains, as she is the only one who played her role to the T. In her case, she is the foolish emperor from the story, the emperor's new clothes. Pushing her lack of clothing aside, Kotori asks Tobiichi to use her power as the emperor to search the lands for someone who can send them home. Suddenly, the castle is invaded by the villains from their various fairy tales, and since they can't use their powers, the group realizes they are helpless. This makes Shido recall what Mukuro said about him sealing the girls' powers and turning them into Kleitch damsels in distress. Deciding that he will protect the girls at all costs, Shido asks them to run, hoping his plot armor will work in this world and help him defeat the villains. The wolf charges at him but is swiftly cut down by the fictional Shido from their manga, who also dispatches the other villains, transforming them into storybooks. Recognizing Westcott's role in their predicament, fictional Shido offers to send the group back, using Sandalphon to open a portal. The girls thank him and step through, while Shido stays behind to share his fears and dilemmas with his fictional counterpart. The fictional Shido tells him that he's not wrong for wanting to save Mukuro, and says that for Mukuro to have locked her heart, she must have been very sad at one point in her life. He urges Shido to unlock her heart and help her face whatever it is that she's scared of. Shido thanks his fictional self and then passes through the portal back to the real world, where he and the girl teleport into Fraxinus, and Kotori gives the order for the crew to launch into space. As Fraxinus leaves the base, Elliot and Karen take an elevator down and encounter Westcott. The cocky son of a gun says he came to take Elliot and Karen back to DEM. Elliot tells him he is not so starved for love that he'd return to his toxic ex, so Westcott says he'd take him back by force and summons Beelzebub. Despite Karen's protests, Elliot stands up from his chair and tells Westcott that he will teach him to respect his elders. Meanwhile, Fraxinus has already reached space, and when Mukuro sees it, she attacks it, but Kotori deploys territory and protects the ship. She also expanded the reach of the territory so that Shido could go outside without a spacesuit. Just then, Fraxinus detects 4 DEM ships, one of which is Ellen's Gosha. Kotori expresses her joy at getting a shot at revenge after what Ellen did to them before the world was reset. They teleport Shido outside to speak with Nukers, but she attacks him. Fortunately, Kotori uses territory to help him evade the attacks. However, she warns him not to rely on it too much, because it won't protect him if Mukuro hits him with her angel. This encourages Shido to summon Haniel and uses its mimicry ability to turn it into a replica of Michael. Simultaneously, Fraxinus prepares to engage DEM. When Tobiichi spots Artemisia among the Bandersnatch unit, she volunteers to fight her, so Kotori provides her with an emergency arming device. The next moment, Goitia opens fire on Fraxinus, but the ship remains unharmed because of the territory. Ellen then sends a transmission to Fraxinus asking that they surrender or she will destroy their ship again. This statement makes Kotori realize that Westcott had used Beelzebub to learn about Shido recreating the world. She says having Beelzebub has made Westcott feel so invincible that he decided to invade Ratatoskir's base. This surprises Ellen, who has no idea that Westcott planned an attack, so Ellen taunts her, saying she thought she and Westcott were besties like Gon and Killua. Ellen doesn't fall for her taunts and says she will confirm the truth after she has destroyed Fraxinus. Kotori then orders Tobiichi and Toka to go out and handle Artemisia and the other DEM ships. She tells the others to remain on board, and when they protest her decision, she tells them she has a plan. Outside, Shido and Mikuro face off against each other, and he defends himself using the powers of the spirits he'd sealed. However, Artemisia interrupts them and tries to attack Shido so she can take Mikuro, but Tobiichi defends him. Shido is so distracted by the girls that he doesn't realize that Mikuro is about to send him to the other side until Toka pulls him out of the way. The Bandersnatch unit opens fire on them, so Shido uses Zadkiel's ice to shield them from the attacks. As they fight them off, Mukuro attacks them again, so Shido tells Toka to leave Mukuro to him. Meanwhile, Artemisia and Tobiichi's fight intensifies, and Tobiichi acknowledges that Artemisia is a better wizard than her. She combines her CR unit with her spirit powers to give herself a chance against Artemisia. When Artemisia realizes that Tobiichi is a spirit, she tells her that she won't regret Ice King her. On the other side, Fraxinus and Goitia exchange fire, but Fraxinus has the upper hand as its upgrades allow the ship to utilize more spirit power. Kotori had asked the other spirits to stay on board, because her powers wouldn't have been enough to fire the cannon. Back where Shido and Mukuro are, Shido attacks Mukuro by mimicking her attacks, but she anticipates it and defends herself. She retaliates by firing at Shido, but he moves out of the way and transforms into Natsumi. The real Shido appears beside Mukuro and unlocks her heart using Hanyo. As Artemisia and Tobiichi keep fighting, they witness Fraxinus shoot down Goisha. Tobiichi advises Artemisia to surrender, but she refuses and says she has to complete the mission they came for. Artemisia launches an attack against Mukuro, but Shido defends her using Zadkyo. The force of the blast sends the duo falling towards Earth, but Shido refuses to let go of Mukuro and holds her as if his life depended on it. When he blacks out, he dreams of a young Mukuro being adopted by a family, who seems happy to have her. Later, he wakes up in Fraxinus' infirmary and asks the girls about Mukuro's whereabouts. They tell him that Mukuro got separated from him during their fall, but suddenly Mukuro appears behind Shido from a wormhole. She hugs Shido and tells him that she's glad he's safe. Her behavior surprises everyone, but they realize she's that way because her heart has been unlocked. Mukuro tells Shido she will visit him the next day since he needs more time to recover, and then leaves. Meanwhile, at DEMH2, Ellen confronts Westcott, who is undergoing treatment, and asks why he didn't tell her about his plans to raid Ratatoskr. He tells her it's because she would have cut Elliot down without asking him any questions, and he didn't want that. The following day, Mukuro kidnaps Shido from aboard Fraxinus and takes him to the city for their date. As they walk around the park, Mukuro asks Shido where they are going, and he tells her there are many places he wishes to show her. This makes her happy, and as she continues walking, he points out that her hair is sweeping the floor and getting dirty. He suggests that she cut it, but Mukuro harshly rejects the idea, and even though she admits that she can't remember why she prefers to wear her hair like Rapunzel, she tells him she will not cut it. Shido apologizes for his suggestion and asks if Mukuro is okay with doing something to her hair. She agrees, and Maria suggests 3 options. The crew decides, and Kotori tells Shido to tie Mukuro's hair up. Shido takes Mukuro to his house and braids her hair with Kotori's accessories. Afterwards, he suggests she change into something from Kotori's wardrobe. Mukuro tries on one of Kotori's dresses, but it fits tightly in the chest area because she is well endowed. This makes Shido ask her to reproduce the clothes using her spirit powers. Hence she does, and Kotori calls Shido the most stupid character to exist, because he could have done that from the start instead of reminding her that she was flatter than a surfboard. Shido and Mukuro then head out for their date, which goes well as they visit various places. Towards the end of their date, Mukuro asks Shido if he loves her, and he tells her that he does. This makes Mukuro happy, but she tells him that he can only love her and no one else. Shido tells her he can't grant her request because he's not a one-woman kind of man. He asks that she understand this and learn to leave with the other spirits, so she agrees and then leaves, promising to see him again. The following day, Shido is cooking breakfast when Kotori walks into the kitchen and screams when she sees him. She demands to know who he is, which confuses Shido. However, Kotori begins to throw things at him and tells him to get out or else she'll call the cops, so he takes his things and leaves for school. When he gets to school, he discovers that no one knows who he is, and even when he tries to get them to remember him, they'd all assume he's an escaped asylum patient. Confused, she goes to Nia's apartment but mistakes him for an obsessed fan who tracked her down. He decides to call Miku, but she freaks out and ends the call when she hears the voice of an unknown boy speaking to her. Hoping to find someone who remembers him, he searches for Yoshino and Natsumi, but they treat him like a stranger. Ultimately, he goes to a park to think, and eventually, the slow-brained idiot realizes that everything is Mukuro's doing. He tries to undo it using Hanyo, but Mukuro appears before he can and seals Hanyo's power, preventing him from undoing her work. Shido demands to know why she made everyone forget him, and she says it's because she wants them to be alone, which stuns him into silence. Later, the spirits gather at Shido's house to discuss their encounter with Shido. While they discuss, Tobiichi's head suddenly starts to hurt, and when it stops, she begins speaking to them unfamiliarly. It turns out that the Tobiichi speaking is the one who was created after Shido changed the world. She deduces that Mukuro is behind the spirits forgetting who Shido is, and tries to make them remember him by talking about him, but it doesn't work. Instead, it triggers something in Toka's mind and causes her to turn inverse. This prompts Tobiichi to go looking for Shido, and she finds him at the park with Mukuro. Shido is pleased to discover that the new Tobiichi remembers him, but Mukuro isn't happy. She doesn't understand how Tobiichi still has her memories and attempts to reseal them. Tobiichi tries to warn her against using her powers as it will allow Inverse Toka to find them, but it is too late. Inverse Toka arrives a few seconds later and attacks them with Nemuth. Mukuro uses one of her worm bowls to absorb the attack, which pisses Toka off, so she floats down. As she and Mukuro engage in a heated stare-off, Tobiichi talks them out of fighting and convinces them to compete for Shido's heart. She tells the girls to go on a date with Shido and says that whoever steals a kiss from Shido wins. At first, they are shocked by her absurd proposal, but eventually agree to compete against each other. They go to a maid's cafe where Toka and Mukuro try to feed Shido, but they go about it in a manner that causes them to clash against each other. After they get kicked out of the cafe, Tobiichi suggests that they visit Tengu Tower for the second part of the date. While there, Mukuro begins to feel sick and sees flashes of herself with her sister visiting the tower, but she can't remember who she is. When she says being in the tower gives her a bad feeling, Tobiichi takes her to the restroom to recover. While they are there, Shido asks Toka what inverse spirits are, and she explains that what he refers to as inverse is the true form of a spirit. She tells him that the spirit of origin made sapphire crystals, and she refined them to be compatible with humans. Confused, Shido asks why the spirit of origin would do something like that, but Toka takes offense to his tone. She lifts him by his shirt and tells him that she answered his questions because she felt like, however, he was starting to piss her off. She observes him a bit before stating that he looks like a pathetic weakling, and she could end the competition by forcefully stealing a kiss. Mukuro returns at that moment, and when she sees Toka holding Shido, her green-eyed monster claws its way to the surface. Enraged, she calls Toka the Queen of Desperation, causing Toka to attack her and accidentally cut off a lock of her hair. This action further enrages Mukuro, so she unlocks her power using Michael and charges at Toka. Tobiichi contacts Kotori to use Fraxinus's territory to slow the girls down so she and Shido conceal their powers. Despite believing Shido is powerless, Kotori eventually agrees to trust him. Tobiichi dons her CR unit to fight Toka, while Shido approaches Mukuro to convince her to unseal everyone's memories. Mukuro refuses, fearing isolation if someone takes Shido from her. Just as Shido questions her reasoning, the other girls arrive and Mukuro becomes angry. She infuses magic into the earth and tells Shido that in a matter of minutes, the magic will reach the core of the earth and stop its rotation. Once that happens, she will take Shido to space and they will live there forever. However, before she does that, she intends to destroy Toka, so she flies off to attack her. Shido pleads with the other spirits to help him save the planet, and they agreed because Yoshino tells them that she doesn't feel Shido is bad. Just as Mukuro is about to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on inverse Toka, Shido gets in the way and she cuts one of his arms off. In that instant, Mukuro suddenly remembers how she got her spirit powers and used them to make everyone forget her family because she was jealous and scared of losing them. Her family had questioned her and said things that made Mukuro feel overwhelmed and sad, so she locked her heart and sealed her memories. In the present, Mukuro is horrified by what she's done to Shido, and this causes her to start turning inverse. Thankfully, Shido embraces her and tells her that no matter what happens, he will never leave their side because they are family. He convinces her to trust him, and eventually, she allows him to kiss her and seal her powers away, just as the others stop her magic from destroying the earth. As Mukuro lies unconscious in Shido's arm, Toka floats down, so he leaves Mukuro in Tobiichi's care and approaches Toka. Toka still thinks of him as a weakling, however, she forcefully kisses him and then faints after returning to normal. The following week, when Shido and the girls return to school, they are surprised to see that Kurumi has returned. During break time, Kurumi reveals to Shido that she will allow him to seal her powers under one condition. Shido asks what the condition is, and she tells him that she will tell him after school when they are alone. Meanwhile, at DEM headquarters, Westcott tells Ellen and Artemisia they will use Shido to turn the spirits he sealed in verse. He summons Beelzebub, and from its pages emerges his daughter Nabil Cole. And Westcott tells Ellen and Artemisia to take the girls with them to retrieve Shido's head by the end of the day. Shido meets Kurumi on the rooftop after school that evening, while the spirits secretly observe them. Shido asks Kurumi what her condition is so that he can seal her, but just as she begins to respond, Shido is hit by a feeling he can't understand. At the same time, Ellen is heading to the school to find Shido, but Mana intercepts her in midair. Ellen is surprised that Mana knew of their plans to harm Shido and tries to contact Artemisia to tell her that they need to regroup, but she can't because her radio is jammed. She then summons Nabil Cole to assist her in getting rid of Mana and leaves to find Artemisia. Surrounded by Nabil, Mana feels helpless, but Kurumi's clones appear and offer her assistance. Back at the school, Kurumi explains to Shido that her goal hasn't changed, and she still wants to devour the spirit's powers stored inside him. She proposes that they compete to make the other fall in love, and whoever achieves that would be the winner. Shido agrees and promises Kurumi that she will fall for him, and he will seal her powers, but Kurumi is confident she will win. That night, Shido, Rin, and the girls gather at his house to discuss his bet with Kurumi. The girls speculate Kurumi's reason for wanting the power Shido possesses, and Neo reveals what she knows. She tells them that Kurumi once came to her asking about the spirit of origin and how to beat it, which shocks them. As they try to understand why Kurumi wants the spirit of origin dead, Mana shows bruises from her fight with Nabil. She shows them a video of when Kurumi's clones came to assist her during the battle with Nabil and explains that it was Kurumi who informed her of the attack on Shido. Kotori doesn't appreciate that Mana kept that information away from her, but decides to deal with her insubordination later. Shido questions why Kurumi informed Mana about the attack, to which Tobiichi responds that she was likely trying to prevent DEEM from obtaining his powers first. The next morning, as Shido attempts to leave the house, he is surprised to find Kurumi waiting outside the door. Kurumi tells him she wants to walk to school together, so Shido contacts Rin to inform her about this development. Rin tells him she'll inform Kotori while he walks Kurumi to school, so he asks Kurumi to come with him as he wants to show her something. They end up in an alleyway filled with stray cats, and as Shido pets a cat, Kurumi attempts to do the same with another, but it walks away. Shido chuckles but urges her to pet another cat. However, she pouts and complains it'll run away again. Shido promises her it won't, so Kurumi decides to pet and treat him like a cat instead. During lunch break, Shido and Kurumi sit together on the roof and try to entice each other with their bentos. Shido had a cat-themed bento, which Kurumi couldn't resist, while she had a properly packed bento, which Shido found impressive. After they exchanged food and complimented each other's cooking, Kurumi offered Shido some miso soup. After eating, they agreed to call it a tie, but Kurumi pulls a fast one on him by licking the rice off his cheek. As Shido stares at her in shock, she asks if he is free next Wednesday, and he responds by saying he has a date with the girl in front of him. Kurumi acknowledges his smooth rizzing skills and tells him she's looking forward to their date on Wednesday. After she leaves, Toka and the others who had been watching the two the entire time approach Shido, and Kaguya asks why Kurumi chose to go on a date on Wednesday. Tobiichi checks her phone's calendar and confirms that Wednesday is Valentine's Day. After school, they go to Shido's house where Kotori explains Valentine's Day to Toka and the other pure spirits. This makes the girls think that Kurumi has something planned to ensure her victory over Shido, and they become worried. Kotori then suggests they try to entice Shido first so that whatever Kurumi's plan is, it won't sway Shido. The following day, Shido wakes up to find Tobiichi, Nia, and Mikyu in his bed dressed like they were about to model Victoria's Secret's newest collection. He asks why they are dressed that way in his bed, and they tell him that they want to give him some experience so he won't fall for Kurumi's advances. Before they can proceed with his manhood lessons, Shido kicks them out and shuts the door in their faces, ignoring their complaints. Suddenly, he hears something rustling outside and assumes it is Kurumi. But when he looks outside the window, he is surprised to find Nabil. Before he can react, they reveal he is going to die and pull him into his room. When they stab him, they see that he has Camille's healing powers, but that doesn't deter them, and they keep stabbing him until Shido awakes in his bed screaming. Believing what he experienced was a nightmare, he heads downstairs and is surprised that all the girls except Naya, Mikyu, and Tobiichi are sprouting mature looks. He questions why they are like that, and they reveal that if he cannot learn to control his urges around them, he will fail to do the same when Kurumi tries to get in his pants. When their approach becomes too forceful for his liking, Shido attempts to run but trips over his feet and falls face first into Rin's plots when she opens the door. Since the operation to seduce Shido failed, the girls decided to make Valentine's chocolates for him. While they work, they learn that Tobiichi intends to make a life-size chocolate for Shido, so Rin advises her against it, saying that the excess sugar will do Shido more harm than good. Yoshino observes that Rin refers to Shido as Shin and asks why, so she explains that she initially believed Shido's name to be Shintaro. She then tells Kotori that she wishes to make some chocolates, so Kotori asks if she has someone special she intends to give the chocolates. Rin says the chocolates are for her colleagues, the girls in Shido, as she no longer has a special person in her life. The girls ask that she tell them about the special person, and Rin says he is kind and loving. She tells them that he was her first and last love, as no one can replace him in her heart. Just then, Kurumi appears in the room and asks Kotori if she can join the chocolate-making session, as she also wishes to give Shido chocolates, and Kotori agrees. When they begin, Yoshino asks Kotori how to melt chocolate, but she doesn't know. This makes Kurumi tease her, so Kotori tries to prove she knows what she's doing and places a chocolate bar in a pot before turning on the heat. This causes the chocolate to burn, and when Kaguya attempts to take the pot off the stove, she burns her hands. Kotori turns to Tobiichi for help but changes her mind when she sees the girl using a 3D printer to sculpt her chocolate mold. Fortunately, Natsumi knew something about making chocolates, so she offered to guide them, and Kotori tearfully accepted her help. On Valentine's Day, the girls present Shido with their chocolates before he heads to school and tell him not to lose against Kurumi. After classes, Shido takes Kurumi to an underwear store for their date, and Kurumi teases him, asking if he's so desperate to get laid that he's trying to fast-track the process. Shido becomes embarrassed, but Kurumi laughs and tells him she was also considering bringing him to that store. He asks if it's because she remembers he brought her clone there before, and Kurumi says yes. She admits that she wants to understand why her clone fell for him after going on a date with him, so Shido tells her that he will recreate that date and make her fall for him. They then proceed to enjoy their date, and towards the end, they stop at the park and exchange chocolates. The crew observes that Kurumi's happiness meter is high. However, Rin points out that something is holding her back, and until they learn what it is, Shido can't seal her. Shido asks Kurumi why she's after the spirit of origin, and she responds by asking if he's prepared to know the truth. Shido says yes, so she shoots down the cameras, transmitting their date to Fraxinus before destroying his earpiece. She then takes him to the abandoned building she's been living in, and as they sit on her bed, she shoots herself with Yod, and the bullet passes through her head to Shido's so he can see her memories. In the past, Kurumi rescued a kitten from a tree for a little girl, and after that, she and her friend Saul began walking home. Saul invites Kurumi to her house to play with her cat, and she happily accepts the invite. After leaving Saul's place, she stops on a bridge to look at the pictures they took, but is suddenly drawn into a magical dimension and is almost attacked by an ice monster. Fortunately, a girl who introduces herself as Mio Takemiya destroys it and saves her, after which she explains that the creature is a spirit. She tells Kurumi that spirits are dangerous and they attack humans, so she works to stop them. She offers to give Kurumi a Saphira crystal so she can help her on her quest to rid the world of spirits. When Kurumi touches the crystal, she transforms into a spirit, and Mio shows her reflection in a mirror. Excited about making a difference and saving the world, Kurumi agrees to work with Mio. From that day forward, she helps Mio fight spirits during her free time like a real hero, and whenever she's at school, she covers her left eye with an eye patch. One day, Saul approaches Kurumi and invites her to hang out at her place, but Kurumi turns her down, saying she has a prior engagement. Later, Kurumi fights and defeats a spirit on a rooftop, leaving Mio to clean up. She decides to head to Saul's house, but before going far, she decides to invite Mio to go with her. When she returns to the rooftop, she is surprised to see Mio standing over Saul's dead body. The realization that she murdered her friend causes Kurumi to begin inversing, but she uses Zafkiel's fourth bullet Delido to stop it. Mio is impressed that Kurumi avoided inversion and says if she did it would have been a pain to have the Saphira return to its original state. Seeing Kurumi's confusion, Mio explains that for a Saphira to become compatible with humans, it must be refined by giving it to humans repeatedly until that happens. She reveals that the humans who aren't compatible with the Saphira go berserk and have to be put down, so she's been having Kurumi do that for her since she had a strong affinity with the Saphira. Kurumi questions Mio's reasons for hurting innocent people and admits that she holds no grudge against humanity. However, she will not stop until she achieves her goal. She thanks Kurumi for all the help she's given her before hitting her with her spell that makes her faint. In the present, Kurumi reveals that the spell caused her to lose her memories, but thanks to Zafkiel, she remembered and swore revenge on the spirit of origin since then. Kurumi admits that with everything she's done, she doesn't deserve to be forgiven. However, she won't stop until she finds the spirit of origin and undoes everything she's done. She pleads with Shido to understand why she needs the power inside him and strips him, so she can offer him her body in exchange for that power. Before Shido can turn her down, Nabil Cole suddenly appears in the room and tries to attack Shido, but Kurumi stops them with Zafkiel. Her clones soon emerge and drag the frozen bodies of Nabil Cole into the shadows with them. Soon after this, Kurumi faints, leaving Shido worried. But one of her clones shows up and explains that Kurum fainted because she was stressed out after traveling to the past to save him. She reveals that Shido has died many times, but the first time he died was on the day he met Kurumi on the rooftop after she returned to school. The clone tells him that Ellen was responsible for his death, and when Toka and the other spirits saw his lifeless body, they turned inverse. Kurumi had lost her arm trying to save him, but after his death, her clones retrieved her arm and his body. She fixed her arm, but couldn't bring Shido back to life, and that made her cry out in pain as she knew her only hope to destroy the spirit of origin was lost. In her moment of despair, she kisses Shido goodbye, but notices that her sixth bullet, Vav, was restored. Kurumi realizes that the first time she kissed Shido, it sealed the bullet, but kissing him again unsealed it. She then uses Vav to send her mind to the past and save Shido. The clone admits that Shido has died 204 times since then, but each time Kurumi goes back in time to save him, and that has put a strain on her. Shido asks the clone why Kurumi didn't devour him the first time she returned, and she says it's because of her feelings for him. The moment the words leave her mouth, the real Kurumi wakes up and shoots the clone, but she misses and tells her she is wrong for running her mouth. Kurumi then gets up and tells Shido that she will speak to him another time, after which she leaves with the clone. Kurumi and her clone join the other clones on the rooftop, and Kurumi berates the clone for telling Shido the things she did. The clone doesn't apologize for what she did, and she tells Kurumi not to act as though she doesn't care for Shido. Overwhelmed, Kurumi tries and fails to admit it, so the clone laughs and teases her about it. With the issue of her feelings aside, Kurumi's clones tell her they need a new plan to keep Shido alive, because her body can no longer handle the strain of fighting non-stop. Just then, Phantom shows up and tries to advise them on what to do, but they reject her help and open fire on her. They successfully hit her, and when she falls, her true form is revealed to be Reen, which shocks Kurumi. However, it helps her understand many things, so she orders her clones to drag Reen into her shadows. Meanwhile, Shido teleports to Fraxinus's bridge and informs the spirits and Reen, who is surprisingly at her desk, that he needs to tell them something about Kurumi and all she's done to save him. Back with Kurumi, she tells her other clones that while they managed to defeat Phantom, their main goal is still the Phantom, who took the life of her best friend. One clone asks why the Phantom would divide herself into different parts, making herself weak, and that makes Kurumi think. Now with Shido, the girls are all asking him questions about Kurumi, and how they feel sad about her past of having to save Shido hundreds of times just so she can save her best friend. However, despite this sad story, Kotori says that she refuses to hand Shido's power to Kurumi, saying that there are no guarantees that she can defeat the spirit of origin. Mana then asks who this Mio Takamiya is in Kurumi's story, believing that she is related to her and Shido, considering that they have the same last name. Kurumi also wonders why she created all the spirits and has different names like Phantom and Spirit of Origin, not knowing she's right behind them in Rain. Shido feels it would be easier if he could just access his sealed memory, but that Mukuro steps up and says that with her Mekel, she can unlock anything, including his sealed memory. The others worry that something bad might happen to Shido, but he assures them that he will be fine and that he himself wants to know about the past more than anyone. Mukuro assures him that her Mekel would do the job, so Shido calls upon it, and, using the key, he presses it into his own head and unlocks his sealed memory. For a few seconds, he sees a city in ruins and Phantom flying above him, but before he gets to see her face, he collapses and wakes up seeing Rain in the infirmary. The others are there and get worried about him, but he assures them that he's fine. Kabichi suspects that it's because of her magical kiss, and the other are wondering what she's blabbering about. But she explains that since they are all in the same room, the germs and particles from their lips practically touch each other, making it a kiss between all of them combined. Mukuro then apologizes for suggesting using Mekel, but Shido assures her that he's all fine, which calms her down. Mana asked him what he remembers, and Shido says that while he remembers seeing things, he can't remember what he saw. Hearing that, Mana suggests that he also used Mekel on her so she could remember her sealed memories. But before she gets to do so, Kotori jumps in and says that they should wait for Shido to get well first. Meanwhile, Westcott is discussing with Ellen and Artemisia about Kurumi, and how she managed to interfere with every one of their attacks. It was then that Westcott tells the girls that Kurumi has time-traveling powers that she uses against them to save Shido every time. The girls suggest that they might have to wait until Kurumi gets tired, but Westcott suggests that they keep going to force Kurumi to surrender, knowing that even a spirit like her can get tired and overwhelmed. He then summons Nabil, and they present to him the head of one of Kurumi's clones, whom Westcott knows has been eavesdropping on them. So Westcott declares to Kurumi, knowing that she's listening, that he will murder Shido, and he is ready for an all-out war against her to achieve that. The next morning, Shido and Kotori are discussing what to do next, when suddenly a Kurumi clone pops up from the mirror. Shido thanks her for her help the other night, but clone Kurumi tells him that he shouldn't thank her first, as she needs to tell him something. Kurumi warns them about Westcott's plan to go all out in order to murder Shido, but then she reveals that the real Kurumi is planning to handle this by herself, even preparing to rewind time as many times as it takes to save Shido. However, clone Kurumi knows that the real Kurumi will have trouble against Westcott, and that she will break in no time. Hearing that, Kotori and Shido decide to help out, and when clone Kurumi is about to head off, Shido tells her to tell the real Kurumi to thank her for always saving him, and that he will look forward to their next kiss. The next day, Kotori informs the others about Westcott's plan, and she states that now their only choice is to defeat Westcott and DEM. Just then, Elliot and Karen join in their discussion, and Elliot informs them that the key to their victory is defeating Westcott and Ellen. Suddenly, Maria shows up to inform them that she also has a method to nullify Nabil, but before she continues, Naya stops her from speaking too much. She reminds the group that Westcott can use Beelzebub, meaning that with that power, he can learn everything in this discussion, so they should keep it quiet if they have any more ideas. The next day, Mana and Tabichi visit the anti-spirit squad to tell them about Westcott's plan, and they suggest that their squad not get involved. Their captain, Kyuko, says that it will be considered treason for them to do that and that they will end up in jail. Kyuko sternly says that they can't follow what they ask of them, so Tabichi fires a warning shot and asks them to stay far away during the battle, as she doesn't want to murder them. Meanwhile, Kurumi meets up with her clone, and she scolds her for telling Shido about Deem and Westcott's plan. She points her gun at her and shoots, but purposefully misses, knowing she needs all of her clones for this battle. Then, to prepare for the battle, she creates more clones for herself. The next day, the girls tried their best to help Shido and Kotori's weight, and Toka and Mukuro do so by making rice balls for them when they get home. Yoshino and Natsumi pop up, also wanting to help out, so Toka invites them to make rice balls together. Meanwhile, Meku, and the twins are discussing words that sound freaky, but are not actually freaky. The others are suggesting words like balls or sacks, but Kaguya jumps in with the word Machu Picchu. They ask her what it means, and she gets flustered over it. But after they push her, she admits that Machu Picchu sounds like the sound of people kissing, which makes her seafood roast beef tingles. They then talk about Shido and the moment he rizzes them all up, and they all admit that without him, they wouldn't be here, so they tell themselves that they have to prevent him from dying. Just then, they get a call from Toka and the others, inviting them to join them in making rice balls, and they all agree. Meanwhile, Kotori is busy making plans with Maria on how to handle their upcoming battles. Seeing her stressed out, Shido hands her a drink and says that he wishes he could help her in any way. Kotori tells him that he's already helping her, as he will be the one who takes on the most difficult mission, which is to survive against Kurumi and Westcott's TM. She adds that the Phantom might also show up, and it frustrates her that they don't know her motive or her real identity. Just then, Rain jumps in, saying that the Phantom's motive might be something silly. Suddenly, the girls teleport into Fraxinus with the rice balls they just made, and they hand one for Kotori to eat. Kotori happily takes a bite, but she quickly gets disgusted when she realizes that cilantro is in it, and says that it's the thing that she hates the most. Toka explains that they made the rice balls filled with things that all of them hated the most, from celery to mustard, thinking that it would be beneficial for them to strengthen their minds by eating things they hate. They then hand Shido his rice ball, and when he asks what's in it, they say that it's the thing that he hates the most, and he is forced to eat it without knowing what it is. That night, Toka is unable to sleep, and she joins Shido, saying that Mecha has a bad sleeping habit of crawling like a caterpillar, and tries to sleep beside her. She asks why Shido is still awake, and he says that he's thinking about Kurumi. He expresses how he used to think that all he needed was to see our economy's power and stop her for all of her crimes. But now, after knowing what she went through and how she tried to save her best friend, Shido doesn't know how to save her anymore. Hearing that, Toka sits next to him and suddenly pulls his head into her smoother-than-butter thighs. She says that it helps relax his mind, and Shido thanks her for always helping him. But Polka says that he's wrong and that she wants to apologize to him, saying that if it weren't for her at the start, he would be living a peaceful life, not having to hunt down spirits like her. She, though, stops her thought process and says that he never regretted meeting her, and that if he could rewrite history, he would do the exact same thing and help all of the spirits he met all the way. The next day, normal civilians hear the spacequake warning, and they all head into the shelter, not knowing a huge battle is about to begin. Inside the spaceship, Kotori is ready to start the battle, and she addresses her soldiers about the upcoming battle and how they have to give everything to win, which motivates her men. Kotori then reassesses their situation and sees that Westcott's team has released their full power, including thousands of Bandersnatches and 30 battleships. So she turns to the spirit she once caught and asks them to help her win this battle, not as their commander, but as Shido's little sister who is begging them to save her older brother. They all rejoice and say that they are willing to do anything for Shido, and accept her as their commander, which makes Kotori even tear up. Mia then tells them that she has managed to block out Beelzebub's influence, so they can now talk about strategy freely without being watched or influenced. The twins suggest they use Mukuro's Mekale to unlock space travel and quickly eliminate Westcott and Alan. But Mukuro says that ever since Shido sealed her powers, she can't use Mekale to that extent, and Kotori says that the enemy has probably prepared traps for that. Tabichi then jumps in to say that the Bandersnatchers are created based on Artemisia's brain, which surprises them. So Tabichi asks Maria if she can use Artemisia's brainwave to jam the Bandersnatchers, which Maria says that she can. Mana then pops in with information that Artemisia has always disagreed with Westcott's plans, so she suspects that Westcott has altered her memories. Hearing that, Tabichi suggests that their first target is to capture Artemisia, and Maria says that she has a plan for that, which will defeat the Nibial, but in order to do that, she will need Shido to risk himself and be on the front lines. Kotori quickly refuses her plan, considering that this whole battle is about protecting him. But Maria tells her that they can't win this battle if they don't defeat the Nibial first. Shido quickly says that they should go with the plan, as he is willing to risk everything to win this, so Kotori has no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Westcott and Ellen watch closely as the battle unfolds, and they already know that Ratatoskr and Kotori got the information from Kurumi about their plans for an all-out attack. Westcott tells Ellen that their main target is him and her, knowing that if they are both eliminated, Dean will fall. Ellen suggests that Westcott and hide, but he refuses, saying that it was them who started this revolution, so he wants to be here to watch it unfold. He then orders the captain to start, and the captain first launches all the Bandersnatches to fly and attack Kotori's battleship. But before they even get close, all the Bandersnatches blow up, and when they look closely, it is Kurumi and her clones who have joined the battle. Kurumi looks at them through the Bandersnatchers and warns them that she is coming for all of their heads. The captain orders for other ships to help the Bandersnatchers, but suddenly, they also get shot down from the surface, which they realize that the city has also turned on them. The captain starts panicking, but Westcott stays calm and says that they are willing to accept the challenge. Kotori then deploys the spirits to join the battle, and they waste no time flying towards their enemies. In front of them, Kurumi continues to demolish the Bandersnatchers, completely dominating the sky with the number of clones she has. But then she gets attacked by Nibial, who has clones of her own, and they waste no time talking smack and calling each other Team Naruto. From far away, Kyoko and her anti-spirit team join in the party, and they realize that this is the battle Tabichi told them about. Just then, they receive orders from the Deem High Command that they have to target the spirits in front of them, and while they are reluctant to attack their own friends, they follow orders and target Yoshino. But while they are not looking, a Deem officer launches an attack on them, and Mizuko jumps in just in time to save them and return the attack on the enemies. Mizuko warns them that they were used as a decoy just now by their own commander, and Yoshino tells them that since they are Tobichi's friends, they should get away. However, Kyoko refuses to stand down, and after getting saved by a spirit, they decide to join and help them against TDM. Elsewhere, Tabichi is fighting against Artemisia, and she is trying to convince her that DM has altered her memory and made her forget about the other spirits. But Artemisia refuses to believe that Westcott manipulated her, saying that she's a spirit who lies. Other Dem soldiers try to jump in, but the other spirits quickly intervene and defeat all of them, keeping the battle between Tabichi and Artemisia between them. Suddenly, Tabichi gets a warning from Kotori that Ellen is flying her way, and when Elliot sees this, he tells Karen to get involved. But as he's walking away, Karen suddenly makes a joking suggestion that they should run away together, clap hard, and live in peace. Elliot just laughs it off, and Karen quickly says that it was a joke, putting an end to her attempt to run away with him. Back with the battle, Ellen is about to jump in to eliminate Tabichi and Mana when suddenly, Elliot pops up in his spirit form, shocking her. Near the city, Nabil Cole is rampaging through Ratatosk's soldiers, outnumbering and outpowering them through her clones. But then Toka and the twins jump in to intervene, and they face Nabil Cole to even the odds. Nabil Cole mocks them, saying that they have no chance against her as long as Beelzebub is still here, as it prevents them from dying. But Toka informs her that her opponent is not them, but it is someone else who is capable of defeating her throughout. Walking casually in the city is none other than Shido, who presents himself as Nabil Cole's opponent. She looks at him, amused, thinking that they presented the main prize on a plate for them, and is excited to murder him and please Westcott. Nabil Cole attacks, and while the spirits take care of most of her clones, one of them manages to get close to Shido. But suddenly, Shido tells her that he loves her, completely catching her off guard and making her fluster before he kisses her deeply, which defeats her. Kotori and Maria watch happily, knowing that Nabil Cole is also a spirit, and that Shido can seal her powers as well. Maria adds that since Nabil Cole is created from Naya, her feelings are also affected by how Naya feels for Shido, meaning that she's nothing but a cheap hoe who wants his glizzy. Back with Shido, he flies up to confront the other Nabil Cole clones, and using his manly Chadley Riz, he kisses a few of them, and when the others try to fly away, he deploys his godly charms to conquer them, impressing Toka and the twins with how powerful he truly is. They then spot more soldiers and go to handle them while leaving Shido to keep chasing all the Nabil Cole clones. But suddenly, one spirit pops up behind him, and to his surprise, it turns out to be Kurumi. Elsewhere with Tabichi, she still faces Artemisia in battle, and in the middle of it, Kyoko and her anti-spirit team show up, and Artemisia assumes that they are here to help her. But to her surprise, they open fire at her, and she trades blows with Tabichi, managing to make her bleed. Artemisia thinks that she has already won, but Tabichi says that victory is theirs, and to her surprise, Mukuro pops up beside Artemisia and uses her Mechale to defeat her. Tabichi thanks Kyoko and her team, and they tell her that they are now completely jobless because of what they did. Jump back with Shido. He quickly recognizes this Kurumi as the real one, and she is both surprised and flustered that he can tell the difference. She joins him in battle and starts blasting Nabil Cole, while Shido keeps kissing to defeat them. During it, Shido expresses how thankful he is for her to keep saving him all that time, and Kurumi asks him to give her his spirit power in return, but he refuses, knowing what she's planning to use it for. She assures him that with his power, she can go back in time to save her best friend and defeat the spirit of origin Phantom to prevent all of this from happening, including his deaths, and create a new world, one where he will live happily. But Shido sternly rejects her and loudly tells her that because he loves her, he doesn't want to delete the history between them. That makes Kurumi get flustered, and Shido continues, saying that after he experienced her memories, he knows exactly how much she loves him, making her even more flustered. He then proposes another suggestion to Kurumi, saying that with his spirit power, he will go to the past himself, seal the spirit of Origin's power, and stop all the other girls from getting their spirit powers. He adds that he will also save her best friend, and that he will meet all of them all over again, creating the perfect, happiest life they could ever imagine. Kurumi doubts that he can do that, but Shido reminds her that he is the only person who has successfully changed history. Suddenly, Nabil Cole transforms into her ultimate form, annoyed for being ignored, and charges at Kurumi with Bloodlust. She stabs her, but when she looks closely, it turns out to be one of Kurumi's clones, the same one that told Shido about today's battle. They quickly defeat Nabil Cole and tend to the clone. Before her final moments, the clone tells the real Kurumi to stop lying to herself and be honest with her own feelings. After the clone disappears, Kurumi expresses her frustration about how right the clone is about what she said. Her mind Shido about their old competition on who can get the other to fall in love first. After what just happened with the clone, she tells Shido and promises that after this battle is over and they end up victorious, she will kiss him and give him her spirit powers completely. Shido is happy to hear that from her and offers her his hand, but as she's about to shake it, something suddenly crawls out from her stomach, making her scream in agony, and when it pops up, it turns out to be the spirit of Origin herself, Phantom. Right after seeing her face, Shido remembers the memories that were taken away from him. Years ago, he was walking home when suddenly a dark outburst of power blew up the entire city, and when he woke up, he saw himself unscathed despite the destruction around him, and above him, a white-haired girl, the spirit of Origin, popped up. Later, Mana got home and was surprised to see Shido with the white-haired girl. Thinking he had gotten himself some sweet cheeks for some freaky activities, he explained how he found her in the middle of the ruin and didn't know what to do with her, considering that she doesn't talk. Mana suggested that they put her in Mana's clothing, but suddenly the girl started glowing, and the next thing they knew, she was wearing Mana's clothing. A day later, the girl started studying books and languages, and within one day, she mastered the Japanese language, which amazed the siblings. Mana then asks who she really is and whether she is involved in the explosion that just happened in their city. The girl apologizes and says that she doesn't know or remember what happened, except for how she remembered another explosion and that there were 3 people she saw. She started getting a headache, so Shido quickly told her not to push herself, and she told him thank you, which made him flustered. Mana then asked what Shido was planning to do with her, and suggested that they hand her over to the authorities, but Shido quickly told her that they should keep her here, considering that the authorities were busy handling the damage that had happened after the explosion. They introduced themselves to the girl, and Shinji introduced his real name before everything that happened, Shinji. But the girl told them that she didn't remember her own name, so Shinji started thinking of one, and when he saw the calendar showing the month of May, he suggested the name Mio. Mana jumped in and said that from now on, Mio would stay as their family member as Mio Takamiya, and hearing that, Mio started tearing up out of happiness, and the siblings had to comfort her. She stays with them for a while, and one day, Shinji won Mio a stuffed toy from a crane machine. She asked why he gave it to her, and he told her that she kept looking at it like she loved stuff like that. Hearing that, Mio processed the word love and realized that the same way that she loved the stuffed toy, she'd also love Shinji, so she told him that she loved him, which surprised him. Days later, Shinji found himself in front of a mirror, practicing how to ask her out on a date, and in the middle of it, Mio popped up behind him, accepting his invitation. She later told Mana about it, and she was completely shocked hearing that her pathetic loser of an older brother managed to bag a baddie on a date. Mio expressed how she couldn't understand how a date is supposed to be different than being with him normally, but Mana explained to her that a date meant that Shinji wanted to get to know her more and get closer to her. Mio felt exhilarated hearing that and seeing her excitement. Mana declared that she would now help her achieve her best look. She called up her best friend, Haruko, who is a makeup expert, to help Mio dress up, and Haruko started ogling how pretty Mio looked, and wasted no time getting started dolling her up. Then on the day of the date, when Mio showed up in front of Shinji, he was in awe with how she looked, and he complimented her so hard with how pretty and cute she looked that Mio started blushing heavily. They head to the beach, which was a place that Mio always wanted to visit, and she wasted no time playing in the waters. Shinji jumped in to warn her to be careful, but she grabbed his hands so he could join her in the fun. Mio slipped, and Shinji quickly caught her before she fell, and they stared at each other closely. He pulled her up, but she rested her head on him to hug him, and Shinji held her close. She then gestured, asking for a kiss, and she thought about it for a second before leaning in. But before they managed to kiss, Mio sneezed. It stopped the kiss, but they both laughed it off. After their date, on their way home, Mio clocked a car, and inside it was a man that she recognized, Westcott. She quickly pulled Shinji with her to run away together, promising that she would explain it all later. They ran up to a crossing bridge and got themselves cornered between Westcott's men. As they moved closer, Mio quickly picked up Shinji and jumped off the bridge, but she saw that they had managed to cut Shinji on his hand. When they were hiding, Mio quickly used her spirit powers to heal Shinji's injuries, surprising him, and when Shinji asked who those men were, Mio explained that she remembered seeing Westcott's face when she first woke up, and that he tried to capture her beforehand. She suggested to Shinji that he should run away and save himself, but he refused to do so, saying that he had prepared himself for trouble the second he let her stay at his place. He declared that they were family and that he would stay by her side before pulling her to continue moving. Suddenly, they ran into one of Westcott's men, but while Mio quickly got hostile, the guy stayed calm. He asked Mio if she was happy being with Shido, and when she showed that she was, the man surprisingly let her go, telling her to run away. As they made their escape, the man told Shido to take care of Mio for him. Later, during their escape, they ran into Westcott and his men. Westcott told Shinji that they got his sister Mana, and that if he wanted to get her back, he had to give up Mio for her. Hearing that, Mio made Westcott promise to fulfill his words, and she told Shinji that their short time was the happiest time in her life, before walking towards Westcott, ready to save Mana. But Shinji suddenly pulled her back and continued running away with her, saying that he didn't trust Westcott to fulfill his promise. He believed that having Mio by his side would mean that Mana would stay safe, but suddenly, blood started to splatter from his chest, and Shinji was shot from the back by Westcott, who said that he intended to keep his promise. As he was fading away, Shinji saw his moments with Mio, and when he closed his eyes for good, Mio screamed in agony, releasing all of her powers, exploding the whole area. While everything is in ruins, Mio calmed herself down and decided that she could just recreate Shinji. She kissed him and absorbed his essence into her, promising that she wouldn't make the same mistake again. It was then that Mio conceived Shinji's remnant, and she gave birth to a new man in Shido. Alongside it, she left all the spirits as a part for Shido to unlock. And once he unlocked all the spirits' hearts, he would remember who he truly is. And now, since Kurumi has given her heart to Shido, Miu shows herself, and she thanks Kurumi for everything she sacrificed just so she can now be with Shido. Kurumi tries to retaliate with her weapon and shoots, but it does nothing. And the only thing she can do is to tell Shido to run before completely collapsing. In that moment, all of her clones fade away, and Kurumi slowly loses consciousness. Mio then closes her eyes to finally let her rest, and she makes Shido remember everything that happened between them in the past, and him being Shinji in his past life. Kotori and the others are watching in shock, and they detect that Kurumi's life force is now non-existent. Seeing Mio's face, Kotori finally puts the pieces together and realizes that Mio has always been beside her in the form of Rin. She silently hopes that it's not true, but Rain tells Kotori that it's the truth, so Kotori quickly tells Maria to stabilize her, but it has no effect on Rain. She then thanks Kotori for always taking care of Shido, and reveals that she and Mio are the same person in two bodies, who created all the spirits. She thanks Kotori for the great time they had together and disappears, leaving Kotori in tears, realizing that her best friend has always been her biggest enemy. But Kotori quickly calms down her wavering heart and gets her focus back to face a new enemy in Mio. Rain shows up beside Shido and Mio, and the two girls hold hands and combine into Mio's ultimate spirit form. Mio expresses how much she missed him, and how long she waited to get to this moment. And Shido apologizes for leaving her all alone, but asks her what she did to resurrect him. She tells him that she did everything in order to see him one more time, but seeing Kurumi's dead body behind her, Shido tells her that she can't sacrifice others just to achieve her goal. She agrees, but says that after he died, she has no more reason to live and that life felt like hell, considering that she couldn't die. So Mio suggests that she fix it for him by deleting all of his memories apart from the ones where he was Shinji, and that they start over as proper lovers. But before she does so, Toka jumps in to intervene with the twins. Seeing that a battle is brewing, Mio sends off Shido somewhere else, saying to Toka and the twins that now they don't have to hold back. Shido gets teleported into one of the spacequake shelters, and he drops on top of one of his classmates, who gets completely flustered seeing him so up close. He quickly asks where he is, and when they inform him that he is in the shelter underneath the school, he realizes that Mio sent him as far away as possible from the battle. So he tells his homies that he needs to go save Toka and Tobichi. The teacher tells him that he cannot go, but seeing his determination, his friends all hold the teacher back to give him a chance to run away. He thanks them for the help, and to their surprise, he summons Misuko's Mechel and unlocks a portal to get out of there. Back with Toka, she asks Mio to surrender, considering that she was once a friend to them. But Mio refuses to do so and chooses to fight. But just ask, they're about to throw hands, and Bielkol jumps in, refusing to get left behind from the party. All the clones fly towards Mio, and she activates a spell, creating a flower that releases nectar that completely deactivates everything they touch. Inside the Deem's battleship, while the captain is panicking, Westcott is laughing, realizing that Mio is finally here. High up in the sky, Yoshino and the other spirits in Kyoko's team are taking care of business, and Kyoko can't believe that she is now working with what was once her enemies. Just then, they notice all the enemy ships around them collapsing, and the nectar is approaching them. Kyoko's team quickly deploys a shield to protect themselves, but the nectar smoothly bypasses the shield and hits some of the members, dropping them unconscious. The spirits see where the nectar is coming from and assume that that is the place where Mio and the others are fighting. So Tobichi orders Kyoko and her team to go to the Fraximus for the medical facilities to save their members, while she and the others join in the battle. Meanwhile, Ellen continues battling with Elliot, and she doesn't understand why he would betray her and Westcott after everything they went through together. Elliot apologizes that they now have to look at each other as enemies, but he assures her that he has not forgotten the day that their village was burned down and they saw their comrades murdered. They turn their attention to Mio, and Elliot acknowledges that while their revenge might seem sweet, he doesn't feel sure anymore about sacrificing a sweet girl for their vengeance. Alan remembers the past that they endured back in the village, and Elliot begs her that if she can't forgive him, that he wants her to forgive her own sister Karen. Ellen refuses to listen and attacks first, forcing Elliot to counterattack. Back with Mio, Toka attacks her, and she barely leaves a dent, which Mio laughs at. But from the other side, the twins launch their attacks, forcing Mio to defend both sides, and they charge up even more, causing a massive explosion. When the dust settles, Mio is gone, But she suddenly pops up behind the twins and stabs through Kaguya, taking her spirit crystal away from her. All the while, Yuzuru can only watch and cry. Far away, Shido is on his way to the girls, but on his run, he faces Westcott, who is determined to see who between them is fit to obtain the spirit's power. Shido then asks Westcott why he is doing all of this, and Westcott tells him the truth. For as long as he can remember, even on the day his poor mother died, Westcott has always been different than other people. While others grieved, cried, and felt sad at the death of his mother, Westcott, on the other hand, felt amused by it. He knew from them that he was different from everyone, but he chose to hide it, even from his closest friends. Meanwhile, Elliot is helping Ellen train to use magic, but unlike him or Karen, who are experts in magic, Ellen struggled to do it. Ellen started tearing up out of frustration, and Westcott calmed her down, while also invited her to train inside, knowing that the villagers would be angry to know that they were training outside. They talked about how they had to hide the fact that their villagers were full wizards from the outside world, and how even their teachers were cowards. Elliot believed that their teacher would have whooped any normal human with their wizardy abilities, but Westcott reminded him that if the humans popped up in numbers and jumped them, they had no chance of winning. But then their nightmares came true, as that night their whole village was burned down. While the others were crying in agony, Westcott was quietly smiling happily. Elliot wanted to save the village, but Westcott saw a chance to do something even more outrageous. He said that their main goal now was to protect the two girls, and he even suggested that from now on, all they had was each other, and that they should make a vow to avenge their beloved village. Deep down, Westcott only did this because seeing the suffering on their faces and his people dying gave him pleasure. But the others followed what he said and agreed with their new mission. For the next few years, they lived in an orphanage while hiding their true nature. Years later after that, Westcott was adopted by a rich family, but then they died from an unfortunate accident, leaving Westcott with all of their wealth, and with that money, Westcott used it to pull his old friends with him into a magical research on how to have revenge on humanity. In the end, they found a spirit formula, and using all the research and resources, they created a machine to create a spirit by gathering all the mana in the world. Through their research, Westcott found out that there's a neighboring world harboring spirits, and his plan was to summon one and connect their world to the spirit world. Destroying the balance, Elliot creates a protective shield to save themselves from the blast, and when they activate the machine, it creates a massive explosion of magic, powerful enough to tremble the whole planet. And in the middle of it is the spirit of origin, which was how Mio came to be. Back in the present, Westcott mocks Shido for just now remembering his dark past. He then tells him that with Mio now revealing herself, he will now absorb his spirit powers. But in order to do that, he will need Shido's spirit power, which he plans on taking forcefully. Hearing that, Shido wastes no time, summoning all of the spirit weapons he possesses from Toka's to Tobichi's, ready to go against Westcott. Back with Mio, she watches as Yuzuru cries out for her sister Kaguya to wake up, and Mio absorbs Kaguya's crystal to make herself stronger. Out of anger, Yuzuru charges at Mio, but gets herself stabbed and her crystal pulled out as well. Yuzuru apologizes to Toka, falls down, and lies unconscious. Mio then turns her attention to Toka and says that she wants to leave her for last, considering how powerful she is. But she attacks Toka, forcing her to defend, and as she's about to get overwhelmed, she gets pulled to safety by Mukuro. The others ask Toka what happened with the twin, and Toka could only look at them with despair. Mana then shows up, and Mio recognizes her as the same Mana from before, so she offers Mana to run away and live. But Mana pulls out her weapon and refuses her offer. Meanwhile, Elliot manages to defeat Ellen, and out of pure shame, Ellen demands that Elliot finish her off. Elliot raises his weapon to do what she asked, but he purposefully misses and hits her realizer, rendering her powerless. She starts crying over the fact that he always made fun of her and refused to see her as his enemy. Elliot uses his power to make her sleep, and just before she closes her eyes, she expresses how she always wished he had asked her to come with him. Right after that, Elliot loses all of his powers and realizes that he must now leave everything to Shido and the others. He looks up at the stars, sees how pretty it is, and wishes that he could see Karen once more. Back with Mio, she activates her power to create her own domain expansion, her territory, trapping the spirits inside with her. She explains that the world they are in right now is part of the neighboring world, and that it follows her rules. Mukuro tries to use her Mekael to unlock a way to defeat her, but she gets stabbed from the back by her own ki, and Mio explains that she can create any rule inside of this territory. With Mukuro down, Mio takes her crystal, making herself even stronger. Mana quickly orders everyone to run away, but as they all follow her, Mio creates a new rule that no one can escape, which stops all of them. Mio then teleports Mana right in front of her, and she shows Mana her real memory, the one before Shido died. Mio tells Mana she misses her, but knows that Shido will need her, so she transports Mana somewhere else, leaving Mio with only the spirits. Tobichi tries to attack Mio, but it has no effect, and instead has her weapons robbed by Mio. She then uses Tobichi's weapons, and Yoshino tries to block it. With Mio's rules, Yoshino's spirit weapon is taken away, which gets her shot down and her crystal taken, leaving only Toka and Tobichi left to face Mio. High up in the sky inside Fraximus, Kotori and her crew are watching all of Westcott's ship falling due to Mio's power. Just near the ship, Kyuko and her crew are approaching, while carrying one of their member in Artemisia, both unconscious. Suddenly, they get transported into the ship, and the crew members explain that Tobichi had told them about who they are and how they need medical assistance. The doctors quickly get Artemisia and those wounded into the infirmary, while Kyoko and the others meet up with Ratatosker's commander, Kotori. They are in shock to see a nice girl like Kotori as a commander, but they quickly apologize for judging her by her appearance. Kotori then orders Kanazuki that after they manage to get Artemisia, they must move to the next phase. But Kyoko suddenly screams in shock, startling everyone, and she is surprised to see Kanazuki there. Kyoko explains that Kanazuki was once the ace of the anti-spirit team, but was also a nightmare to work with, considering how much he loves to stiff up their plot protectors and lick the seafood off of it, making him a complete menace. Kanazuki quickly defends himself against Kyoko, saying that he is a much bigger menace than that, but Kotori kicks him out of annoyance, almost making him squeal happy noises like a good degenerate who likes to get stomped by baddies. Kotori then makes them focus on what's important, and with the help of Maria, the ship flies a light speed to get past Westcott's armada and get closer to Mio and the others. They see the nectar Mio released, and Naya recognizes it as an ability capable of breaking any object and sending any life form to their death. Thinking quickly, Kotori orders Kyoko and her group to guard the ejected section, and after that, she tells her crew that if they want to run away, they are allowed to. Everyone tells her in unison that they are with her till the end, and she tells them that she loves them all. Once they get close to Mio's territory, the ship's cannon, while Kanazuki informs her that Mio is facing Tobichi and Toka. When he mentions that the other spirits are also inside but lifeless, everyone is in shock, and Kotori quickly transforms into her spirit form, ready to fire. Inside the territory, Mio is about to attack when suddenly a gigantic blast fires on her, giving Toka and Tobichi an opening. They charge at Mio, attacking her with all that they have, but she easily blocks their attacks and takes their crystal away from them, making her even more powerful. From above, Fraximus falls right onto her, and inside, everyone apart from Kotori has fallen unconscious. Mio suddenly pops up behind her, and full of emotions, Kotori confronts her about lying this whole time about being her best friend. Mio assures her that all of it was the truth, and that she truly loved her, the spirits and everyone inside the Fraximus. However, Mio states that she is willing to do everything, including consuming her best friend, in order to bring back her beloved Shinji. So with that, Mio takes Kotori's crystal away from her. Meanwhile, Shido continues his battle against Westcott, and the Mad Magician summons Nibele Cole as his attack. Shido tries the same trick of rizzing up Nibele Cole, but Westcott counters it by putting blindfolds on them, making them immune to his charms. As the girls attack, Shido shoots using Tobichi's weapon, but has no effect, and instead he disappears, confusing Nibele Cole. One of the clones approaches Westcott, asking him what to do, but suddenly she attacks Westcott, which Westcott easily dodges. The other clones are confused about what's happening, but to their surprise, the clone that attacks turns out to be Shido in disguise, and Westcott knows that Shido used Haniel's power to transform into Nibele Cole. Westcott says that with the demon King Beelzebub on his side, he knows everything in this world, including the powers each spirit possesses. Nibele Cole quickly pins Shido down to the ground, and Westcott tells Shido that with his death, he, Ellen, Karen, and Elliot can finally have their revenge on humanity for burning their village. But suddenly Westcott starts laughing and says that his real reason was never vengeance, and he reveals that, unlike normal human beings, his desire and pleasure were to always see despair in everything. Westcott then prepares a spear to end Shido's life, but before it pierces, Natsumi comes and saves him along with Meku. Shido thanks them for saving him and says that the spirit of origin has awakened, so they need to quickly defeat Westcott and help the others. Hearing that, the girls lock in and activate their powers, ready to fight. They suggest that Shido handles Nibele Cole while they handle Westcott, but Shido tells them to focus on enhancing his powers as he has a plan of his own. Knowing that they need to attack with something that Beelzebub can't see, The two girls then charge up Shido with their powers, and being juiced up, Shido summons Toka's sword and completely levels it up like it's on steroids. He swings the massive blade, sending a powerful energy wave at Westcott, and obliterating Cole in the process. Westcott still stands strong, saying that Shido is naive for thinking that he doesn't know about the attack he just did. But Shido tells him that he knows he was gonna block, and prepares a move that Beelzebub never knew about. Using the powers surging inside him, he uses an attack inspired by the goat of anime Goku and delivers a Kamehameha, completely catching Westcott off guard and hitting him with critical damage. Westcott falls to the ground and admits his defeat, but instead of taking his life, Shido uses Mechel to seal his powers. The girls are relieved to see Shido not turn into a murderous monster, and Shido says that despite what happened, it doesn't feel right to take Westcott's life. Westcott laughs and says that he's just like Elliot, but suddenly he gets stabbed and has his crystal pulled from him. The two girls experience the same fate, and everything around Shido turns into Mew's territory. Miva shows up and absorbs the crystals, while Shido is confused with where everyone is, and Mio tells him that she has recovered all the Sephora crystals. Meanwhile, Toka finds herself in an unknown realm, feeling sleepy and struggling to get out of it. Suddenly, she hears a voice talking to her, and that person shows herself to Toka as Toka herself. She explains to Toka that they are inside Mio, and when Toka asks her where everyone else is, the clone tells her that everyone died as a human when Mio took their Sephora crystals from them. Polka is shocked by what she heard and tells the clone that it is impossible, considering that most of the other spirits are pure spirits and not humans. But the clone tells Toka that all the spirits were once humans who lost their memories of the time they were humans. Out of confusion, Toka then asked why she is alive, and the clone tells her the truth that Toka is not human. Toka is shocked to hear that and is confused, but she tells the clone that while she is confused, she is also grateful for it, as now it means that she can help Shido by fighting back. The clone warns her that she will be going against her own mother, and that dying will mean they will perish from existence, but Toka is fully ready to face that reality, believing that if they can save Shido, even for a moment, he will find a way to win and fix everything. The clone tells Toka that if she dies, the clone will also die, and Toka can only apologize to her for that. However, Toka knows that the clone also wants her to fight back, considering that she shows up to call her out for her. The clone smiles after hearing what she said and embraces Toka, encouraging her to fight till the end, and gives her a push to save her beloved Shido. Meanwhile, Shido freezes in agony, refusing to believe that everyone is dead, but Mio comforts him, saying that everything is going to be alright. She tells him that she will bear this sin by herself and delete Shido's memory, bringing him back to when he was Shinji, so they can live happily ever after. In that moment, Shido feels helpless and closes his eyes, ready to get his memories erased. But suddenly, Toka screams out his name and comes out from Mio to stop his memories from being erased and save him. Shido starts apologizing, saying that he was about to give up, but Toka says that the reason he's still alive is because he refuses to give up, which lifts his spirits. Shido thanks her for saving him, and Toka tells him that the reason she's able to stand against Mio is him. Seeing Toka alive, Mio states that she always knew that Toka would be the one who would ultimately face her, and it's because of what happened. She explains that during the creation of all 10 spirits, one of the Sephora crystals gained its own consciousness, just like how, when Mio was first created. Mio then asks Shido for the difference between Toka and the other spirits, and in that moment, he realizes that, unlike the others, Toka didn't have a name at the start, as they were all once human, unlike Toka. However, Toka says that while she used to despair over the fact that she didn't have a name, she now feels grateful, as it gave her the chance to get a name from Shido and a chance to save him. Toka charges at Mio, who stands there knowing that she can block it, but while she manages to divert the attack, she's surprised to see that Toka's attack has an effect. Seeing this, Mio decides to go full strength, determined to take Shido away from her, but Toka declares that she will never let that happen. They attack each other, and when Mio sees Toka's power from up close, she realizes that she's a bit stronger because she took some of her power, and the other spirit's power, when she was inside her. Mio forces Toka to stay in place, pointing out how Toka is the direct counterpart to Mio, as they are both pure spirits. Shido quickly assists her by giving her a power boost using Meku's spirit ability, and Toka breaks free and starts attacking Mio again, this time with more power. Toka then transforms into her most powerful spirit form, moving faster and attacking more fiercely, managing to slice Mio, making her bleed. Toka and Shido think that they have won, but then they see that Mio has activated one of her abilities, and the next thing they know, Toka disappears from existence. Shido watches in shock, and Mio explains that her Ain jail of nothingness, Ein, ignores all logic and eliminates everything, which she uses to delete Toka. Mio then turns her attention to Shido, who is still in shock, and says that there is nothing between the two of them right now. But Shido quickly switches up and attacks Mio with everything he's got with all the spirit abilities he possesses. However, Mio easily neutralizes him and puts him in a position to erase his memory. But just as she's about to do it, another spirit shows up. To their surprise, it turns out to be Kurumi, who explains that earlier she shot her gun and purposefully missed so she could hit her own clone, transferring her main consciousness to her. Kurumi declares herself as the final assassin for Mio, and Mio laughs at the idea that a clone can defeat her. Kurumi starts blasting her two guns at Mio, and in the middle of it, he tells Shido that she still can't forget the taste of their kiss together. Then, despite her best efforts, Kurumi gets herself impaled by Mio, but before she dies, she makes eye contact with Shido, who understands what she means. Mio declares that everyone's attempt was pointless, but Shido disagrees, saying that after what Kurumi just did, he finally understands what he needs to do. He tells Mio that while all of the spirit's abilities didn't work on her, he has one more spirit's ability that he hasn't used before, and Kurumi made him realize that. Remembering his kiss with Kurumi, he activates her spirit ability, pointing her gun at his own head, and he pulls the trigger to turn back time, sending him to the night before the final battle. He wakes up seeing Toka in front of him, still alive, and Shido embraces her in tears, grateful to see her. He then calms down and says that he had a dream where they lost the battle against Westcott, but Toka comforts and assures him that it will never happen. She expresses her confidence that they will never lose to Westcott, considering that Shido has all the spirits beside him, and that after everything he did for them, they will all protect him and ensure victory. Hearing what she said, Shido gets an idea, and he quickly confronts Rain before she becomes Mio and invites her to a date. Rain is surprised to hear this from him, and when she hesitates in making a decision, he convinces her by saying that the final battle is about to begin, so he wants to get closer to her. Rain suggests that he go on a date with the others, considering that all of them would love a date with him and that he has plenty of options, but Shido insists that it has to be her. Hearing that, Rain agrees to make time for him. Later, Shido meets up with Kotori to tell her the truth about Rain being the spirit of origin, and Kotori says that they will need to make a plan against her and Westcott simultaneously. Shido then wonders aloud about how worried he is if the others find out that Rain betrayed them. But suddenly he gets a phone call from Tobichi, who tells him that she heard everything and that she has also told the others, so they can start making plans. Instead of being discouraged, the other spirits are excited to help out, and Kotori tells them that they will have a meeting in secret, but they have to ensure that Rain doesn't find out about it. But before they do that, Shido asks for a little time, and he heads out to meet with Kurumi, whom he summons from the darkness, and shows up as the clone version 1. She's surprised that he knows she's there, and Shido asks her if the real Kurumi is listening to this conversation. The clone assures him that the real Kurumi is not listening, and after hearing that, Shido tells the clone that she must choose whether the real Kurumi should know that she will die during the big battle. The clone laughs at his statement, refusing to believe that it will happen, knowing that not even Ellen or Toka is capable of taking her down. But when Shido mentions that Mio will be the one who murders Kurumi, the clone changes her tune. Shido then informs her that Mio suddenly appeared from inside Kurumi, and that she is probably already inside her as they speak. The clone acknowledges that this should be taken seriously, and they both know that Kurumi must find out about this without Mio knowing from the inside. The clone thanks Shido for the information, and before she leaves, she asks whether the clone did her job in the future, and Shido informs her that she went out with a bang and full of aura, which gives the clone satisfaction for leaving. Meanwhile, Toka accidentally runs into Rain, and when asked where she is going, Toka makes an excuse, saying that she's heading out to get a midnight snack. But before Toka leaves, she suddenly asks Rain whether she likes Shido. Rain says that she does, and Toka says that she feels the same thing. The next day, Shido shows up for the date with Kotori and the others in his ears through a receiver on his neck to avoid Rain noticing. When Rain shows up, Shido is in awe of how she looks, and the others have to make choices for him to raise up Rain. The majority pick complimenting her outfit instead of staying quiet or even telling her to flash her bazonkas at him, and when Shido does it, Rain pauses for a second before complimenting him back. Rain notices the amount of baggage he brought with him and asks where they're going, but Shido refuses to tell her, saying that it's a secret. Knowing that this is a date, she gives him her hand to hold, and seeing how eager she is, Shido gets nervous and takes it. On their way to the destination, Katori notices that Rain's emotions are both high and low at the same time, making it seem as if she's keeping her distance, while also wanting him to take her to Pound Town. Nai points out that Reina probably likes Shido like a mother, but Katori says that it's not going to stop them from making her fall for him. They arrive at their destination, which turns out to be a hot spring, and when Rain shows that she's excited, Katori and the others feel proud of their own plan, knowing that Rain needed to blow up some steam after decades of trying to save Shido. Everyone inside the Fraximus acknowledged that Rain is the person who worked the most, so they feel confident that this plan will work like a charm. When they get inside, Shido gets more options to choose from what to do with Rain, and instead of expanding her domain, the others choose for Shido to take Rain and relax in a private outdoor bath together. Shido then changes into his bathing suit and takes off the transmitter, but suddenly, Rain pops inside with no plot armor, shocking Shido and everyone inside the Fraximus with the size of her melons. Katori asks Kanazuki why he looks calm, and the dude says that he was never a fan of big melons, and that medium is premium. Shido then gets into the bath with Rain, still dazed at the sight of her pepperonis. Shido then asks her when she joined Ratatosker, and Rain replies that she joined years ago, just as Katori became commander. Hearing that, Shido thanks her for joining and helping Katori all this time, but Rain assures him that with or without her, Katori would have been a great commander. Suddenly, Shido asks Rain if she ever loved somebody, and Rain says that there was one person, but before she answers, she changes the topic, saying that she wants to know more about him as well. Rain asks Shido if he remembers anything before being adopted by the Itsuka family, and Shido says that he doesn't remember much except how he remembers the feeling of his own mother, who he knows was in pain, letting go of him. Rain asks him if he ever hated his mother for abandoning him, but Shido says that he doesn't and believes that his mother had a reason to abandon him, considering that he remembers the kind hands that once held him. Hearing that, Rain latches on and embraces him, saying that she wants to do this, even just for a little. Meanwhile, Westcott announces to Ellen that they will now be advancing with their plans earlier. When Alan asks him why, Westcott expresses how fortunate he is to have Beelzebub by his side, and says that he sees a future where they have already lost. So he believes that now they have to strike first and early to create a new future. Back with Shido, he takes Rain to the beach, the same one he once took her to, all those decades ago, and Rain is in awe of how pretty it is. They watch over the view, and Rain suddenly falls asleep on Shido's shoulder, surprising him. When she wakes up, he greets her with good morning, and she's surprised that she could feel as comfortable. Rain starts laughing, and everyone in the Fraximus is surprised to see Raina laugh for the first time. She admits that she lost, saying that it's been a long time since she slept that well, and Katori notices that her emotions are at their peak, so she quickly orders Shido to pull the trigger. Rain asks Shido why he looks so serious, and he asks her about the man she fell in love with and whether he could be that man. He offers her to let him love her and holds her shoulders to get into a kissing position. Rain doesn't resist and kisses him, and everyone in the Fraximus celebrates this victory of theirs. However, they see that her emotions are abnormal, and they drop drastically. During the kiss, Shido notices that her spirit powers are not surging into him, and when their lips split, Rain tells she knows he's seen the future. Reina expresses how she suspected something like this to happen, but chose to ignore it and go on a date with him because she was so happy that he invited her out, as it made her forget the harsh past she had to endure. But she says that those beautiful dreams now must end, and right on cue, Westcott and the Dean pop up. Rain sees that history has been rewritten, but Shido still insists that she can come with him and live with the other spirits for a happy ever after. Rain admits that it is a tempting offer if she hasn't met with Shinji, but because she has met him, she will stop at nothing and sacrifice everything just to see him once more. Suddenly, a gun is shot, and Kurumi pops up from the shadows, targeting Rain. She confronts Rain and how her archenemy was always near her because of Rain's deception. Rain tells Kurumi that with her and Westcott nearby, their crystals are enough to wake up Shinji, but Kurumi refuses to go down without a fight and summons her other clones. Rain transforms into her spirit form, and Kurumi charges at her, but Reina awakens Mio from inside Kurumi as she did before. However, before Mel is awakened, Kurumi uses her gun and shoots herself in the head, ensuring that Mio will never get her Saphira's crystal. Kurumi and all her clones disappear, and Mio combines herself with Rain to become their ultimate form, and they suspect that Kurumi has another plan by destroying her own crystal. Suddenly, Shido starts getting a headache, and he can see memories of her being inside Mio as her child. Back in the Fraximus, everyone is worried seeing Shido like this, so they quickly transport him back to the ship. Mio decides to leave Fraximus for last and handle business with Westcott first, and she starts by activating her magical flower once more, releasing deadly nectar, Inside Fraximus, everyone watches as the nectar completely obliterates Westcott's armada, and Katori suggests that they retreat, while Mio handles Westcott, but Shido insists that they don't run away. Just then, Katori gets a call from an unknown connection, and when she answers, the screen shows the school where Shido and the spirits go to. Suddenly, the place gets attacked by Westcott's men and Shido, and the spirits can only watch as their school friends are being terrorized. Westcott demands a deal of trading the Sapphire's crystals inside the spirits for the lives of the people in school, but Katori refuses. Then at the school, just as Westcott's men are about to attack Toka, and the other spirits show up in time to save their friends. After Musuko used her Mechale to transport all of them, Westcott praises them for their quick thinking, but says that he has a trump card. Suddenly, their ship starts shaking, and Maria reports that one of Westcott's ships has rammed into theirs. Ellen shows up and attacks, but Mana intervenes and flies out to continue the battle outside. Shido quickly follows to help his sister, but Nibilkol shows up to confront him, alongside Westcott and Artemisia. Kanazuki tells Katori that Westcott's plan was to sacrifice his armada to distract Mio and the other spirits while he goes and takes care of Shido himself. She leaves the control of the ship to Kanazuki, and before the battle between Westcott and Shido starts, Katori joins in with her siblings to even the odds. Far away, Elliot and Karen are watching from their ship, and Karen asks him he's going to protect Mio or the spirits. Elliot says that he's going to protect both, which is what Shido was thinking. He then tells Karen to prepare his weapon, and apologizes for being someone who is too indecisive with his feelings. But Karen tells him that this side of him was the reason why she followed him. Back in the battle, Shido gets double-teamed and gets himself cut on the shoulders. He and the girls get themselves outpowered and outnumbered, but in that moment, backup shows up in the form of Kurumi and her clones, who are here with the intention of helping Shido and evening the odds. Kurumi and her clones start blasting at Nibilkol and Westcott's spirits, but while he has his guard down, Kurumi pops up behind him and punches right through him. She pulls his crystal from him, and as he is free-falling, Ellen catches him and orders Artemisia to retreat. Shido asks her how she survived, and she explains that during the confrontation with Mio, she shoots her consciousness and Sephora crystal into one of her clones to make sure that she stays alive. Using her gun, she shoots Westcott's crystal to turn it into a Sephora crystal, and she absorbs it, leveling up her power as a spirit and giving her a new drip. Then the other spirits arrive after handling the attackers at school, and they are surprised to see Kurumi there, who declares that she was the one who protected Shido. But that the whole area turns into Mio's territory, and Mio herself shows up to greet Shido and the spirits. They all quickly turn hostile against Mio, ready for a fight, but Mio tells them that she and Shido have created a bond, and that she has seen what Shido experienced in the future, meaning that he can no longer turn back time without her knowing. Shido steps up to Mio, and he tells her that he couldn't seal her spirit powers, but he now knows that the reason why he couldn't was not because she didn't have her full crystal, but it was because she didn't have her heart open to him when he kissed her. Shido declares that the one Mio loved is not him, but it is Shinji, but Shido tells her that Shinji is no more. Mio refuses to believe a word he says, but Shido tells her that even if she deletes his memories and eliminates all the spirits, the Shinji that she loves has truly been gone forever, and what remains can never be the real Shinji. Shido believes that Mio already knows that, so he wants her to confront that feeling. But Mio convinces herself that when she deletes Shido's memory, everything will be alright. She tells Shido that Shinji is all she has, but Shido tells her that she's wrong, as she has him and the other spirits. Still refusing to listen, Mio attacks, and the spirits get to work to go against her. However, Shido declares that he is going to kiss her again, but this time, he will make her pick Shido and not Shinji. Kurumi saves her from an attack, and she tells Shido that his idea of kissing Mio is interesting. She reminds Shido that he already failed once, but Shido informs Kurumi of the real reason why Mio created all the spirits in the first place. Kurumi is surprised to hear it, but when she sees the conviction and certainty in Shido's face, she kisses him deeply, giving him her spirit power. She expresses how she wants to give them the best chance of winning, and she knows that Shido has that chance. Feeling touched, Shido kisses her again, making her blush, before flying off to Mio, leaving Kurumi redder than a tomato. With the power of all 10 spirits inside of him, Shido confronts Mio once more and kisses her, creating a sun-like territory and freeing the others. Katori then returns to her normal form after she is out of power, and while the others are worried about Shido, she assures them that Shido wouldn't do anything like this without a plan. She quickly orders to bring the monitoring equipment there, but even with the tool, Naya and the others can't detect what's happening inside. Kurumi jumps in, and using what's left of her power, she summons Raziel, which is similar to Nea's ability, making her jealous. With the grimoire, Kurumi can rid Shido's condition and assure them that Shido is fine. But she sees something else that is worrying. Meanwhile, inside the territory, Shido wakes up on the beach with Rain waiting for him. She helps him get up, and behind her Shido sees another Shido and another Rain. But when he gets closer, he realizes that he's staring at Shinji and Mio. Rain explains that her Ain jail created this place based on the combined memory of the two of them, but also split the mens between Shido and Shinji, and also Rain and Mio. Then, Mio approaches Shido and invites her to have fun with her. Suddenly, her hat falls off, and when Shido tries to catch it, he falls down, and when he looks up, he sees Shinji inviting him to join and have fun. They then have fun playing in the waters, making amends for lost time. Then, as they walk along the beach, Rain asks Shido if he is losing sense as Shinji, and explains that the emotions she held as Meso went into Mio, while she only kept the emotions she had as Rain, almost making her into a separate entity. They then watch as Shinji and Mio continue their date, and Mio talks enthusiastically about how much she wants to try out fireworks with him to make up for lost time and fix what went wrong before. She then talks about other things that she wants to try out, fully expecting a fun and brighter future, and even expecting Shido and Rain to be there with her. We had a face full of smiles. Mio says that she wishes that this would last forever, but Shido confronts her about that wish. He tells Mio that when he first kissed Rain, all of her memories as Mio flowed into him, and at that time, he couldn't understand what they were. But now he understands that when she first created him by giving birth to him, she told him she did it to create a new Shinji, but Shido now knows that she's lying, and that the truth is, Mio created Shido not to become the new Shinji, but to be the being that takes her life. Outside the territory, Kurumi informs everyone what's happening inside it and how there are a Mio, a Rain, and 2 Shidos, which surprises the girls. Suddenly, another territory shows up, one that is darker and more sinister than the other, and from it out comes Artemisia and Ellen, accompanying their master, Westcat, who declares that he is now the second spirit of origin. Back in the territory, Mi admits that when she first gave birth to Shido with the goal of creating Shinji, she never knew if it would be the same Shinji that she loved. But now she can see that what she truly wanted was to die, and she created a being capable of doing it in Shido. She asks Shido if he now intends to finish her off, but Shido says that he's not, and that the true reason he is here is to steal her from Shinji. He says that he has all 10 Saphira crystals inside of him, so he believes that he can seal Miu's spirit powers without her dying. So, with his full charm and effect, Shido asks Mio to forget his loser of a lover in Shinji and choose a Chad in Shido instead. Everyone freezes in shock at what he just said, and Mio starts laughing, saying that it doesn't fit him to act like he's Johnny Sins in his prime. Mio asks Shinji what he thinks of this, and Shinji thinks that he doesn't deserve to say anything, considering that he's just a piece of Shido's memories. But Mio tells him that he is based on Shinji's past, so whatever he says is what Shinji would have said. Hearing that, Shinji tells Shido to back his ugly cheeks off from his girl, which makes Mio blush, but Shinji says that is what he would say when he was alive. He admits that it hurts him to know that Mi would ever choose someone else but him, but he admits that he doesn't exist anymore, and that there are so many beautiful things in the world, like the ocean that she loved that are beautiful, that Mio needs to see herself. So Shinji steps aside to let Shido take over, but suddenly the territory is cracked, and Reina informs them that it is being disturbed from the outside. She believes it is the spirit formula, and that Westcat has activated it again to create a second spirit of origin, with Westcat as its center, and it is taking the mana and energy from this territory that has Mio inside of. They realize that this is what Westcat has always planned when he saw through Beelzebub that Shido went to the future, and Mio says that she refuses to let her powers be used by Westcat to destroy the world that she once loved and the friends that she made along the way. So she tells Shido that they need to save her friends, and she embraces Shinji for the last time before going on a date with Shido. Meanwhile, Shido does the same with Rain, and she sends him off for his date with Mio. The two then hold hands, and from the territory they both fly out to rejoin the others. Westcott thanks Shido for keeping Mio stay in one place, while he uses the spirit formula to take her powers. Then to prove his newfound strength, he summons Belial, a dark grim tree that is similar to Miu's light tree, and it creates its own territory. Shido realizes that he's planning to change the entire world with his territory rules, so Mio quickly activates her power and summons her own territory to counter his. She says that she can't hold it for too long, so she begs the other spirits to lend her a hand and gives them all upgrades in spirit strength, so they can save the world where she met Shinji. Artemisia and Ellen try to stop them, but the spirits charge at Westcott. Using teamwork, power-ups, and combinations, they manage to attack Westcott, pushing him back. Westcott then summons a black flower, the same one that Mio used, and releases death nectar. But before it touches their skin, Mia pops up in full spirit form, capable of using her abilities, and she summons Maria along with her clones. Maria tells Shido that she will act as their perfect shield against the nectar while they focus on Westcott. Hearing that, the group give it everything they have, ending it with Toka throwing Shido into Westcott, giving him a well-deserved knuckles sandwich that sends him flying into his own territory. For a moment, the group thinks that they already won, but Westcott starts laughing and activates another one of his abilities right on Shido's face, overwhelming him. But Mio comes to his aid, and seeing that everything is descending to madness, she tells Shido to take care of the girls, and says that the only one who can counter Westcott power is her in order to balance it out. Shido tries to stop her, but his hand faces through her, and right before she steps to Westcott, she tells Shido that while she loves him, she still picks Shinji and wants to meet him next after all this time. Mio then goes face to face with Westcott, who is still power-obsessed, and she tells him that the power of spirits that they possess should never be introduced to humanity. He starts laughing and activates his ability, which Mio counters by activating hers. They both cast their most powerful spell and shoot it at each other, creating a great explosion of mana and power. Mio finds herself in the great afterlife, apologizing to everyone she left behind, and feeling relieved that she managed to save them. But suddenly Shido pops up in front of her. But when she looks closer, she knows by soul that it is the man she loves, Shinji, so she quickly embraces him after everything that happened, and refuses to let go. Meanwhile, Westcott wakes up with Ellen tending to him, begging him to stay alive. Just then, Elliot and Karen show up and Ellen begs Elliot to save Westcott. But when he looks at his former friend, he knows that his time is not much left. Westcott asks Elliot why he's here, and Elliot tells him that he's here to see off his old friend. They all cry as Westcott slowly loses his consciousness, fading to death. But in his final moments, he feels the sensation of happiness from seeing them cry for him. Then, Shido wakes up with all the girls waiting for him, being extremely worried. He quickly asks Toka where Mio is, but when he looks at her expression, he knows exactly that they lost her. Suddenly, from the skies, Mio's Sifthera crystal descends to them, Rain's favorite doll, and hands it to Shido. When he grabs hold of it, he starts to cry heavily alongside Kotori, realizing they have just lost a precious friend who wanted nothing more than to get her happily ever after. From then on, they all move on from their spirit lives, living a normal one where they make friends and achieve happiness. In the midst of it all, Shido moves on from the past, and he looks forward to the future, holding the hands of the woman he started it all with, Toka, and they go on a real date to start their new lives. If you watched this anime recap until the end, comment down below Spirit Rizzler, and if you love anime recaps like this, watch this video.